Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
for somebody to come up with a big clapper thing.
Or the hook.
Well,
Oh,
for the hook, yeah.
I am.
For the hook.
There we go. Hello, everyone. Well, I'm going to just adjust. We're going to adjust here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to this full house here at the Dublin SoulSearch Expo. Good morning to everybody who is live streaming. Can everybody who's here say good morning to all our live streamers? Good morning. Everybody is in this room together, no matter where we are in the world. We know there is no such thing as time or space as spiritual beings having a human experience. My name is Barbara. I am over the moon, happy and grateful to be here with you all today, helping our founder Tangela to run this amazing SoulSearch Expo in Dublin. If any of you who are watching are local to the Bay Area, please come out and see us. We'll be here tomorrow as well. As you all know, speakers every hour on the hour and amazing vendors. And speaking of amazing speakers, I am going to introduce to you Lee Osborne. Lee was born and raised in Mount Shasta. He began his spiritual journey in 1992 in this gorgeous and powerful vortex that is Mount Shasta, where he was born and raised. In 2008, Lee began studying with the mystic healer and teacher Almin, and was initiated by Almin as a I can never pronounce that word.
Belvaspata.
Grandmaster in 2009. I'm so glad you're standing next to me. The name is synonymous with light and frequency. This healing method is a gift from the infinite to the cosmic races to accommodate the changing laws of physics that took place as all life ascended into a new creation in August 2006. Lee studied with Almin intensively from 2008 to 2014 and has been recognized as one of the original ones, and continues online study with Almin and the original ones communities. Lee is a gifted reader, healer, speaker, and psychic who uses a combination of divinity, angel, and oracle cards to receive messages from your angels and guides to help you live your best life. Today with Lee, we're going to learn how to connect with our angels and guides through the cards to be our authentic selves, live our best life, and step into our mastery. You are in for a treat. Without further ado, Lee Osborne.
Took me a while to learn how to pronounce that too.
Oh, good. I'm not alone then.
That guy sounds pretty fantastic. I think I'd like to listen to him speak too. Hi, I'm Lee Osborne. And as she said, I was born in that small little lumber town in far northern California called Mount Shasta. I'm sure a few of you may have heard of it. And really started working on myself there. So before we get started, I'd really like to thank Tangela and SoulSearch for putting this lovely expo on for us so that we can all be here. And the Holiday Inn here in Dublin-Pleasanton for being our very gracious hosts for this weekend. So because without them and without all the hard work that they do, so as you go by, please let the people know that are working how grateful you are that they're here for us. Because without them, quite frankly, I couldn't be here doing the things that I do. So we have some new people, you're new to these, brand new to any psychic expo or anything like that? Okay. Well, welcome. Come on in. Come on in and grab a seat. So for those of you who are first timers here, yep, go ahead. You got it. I got it. All right. It's all good. For those of you who are first timers here, welcome. We've been waiting for you. We really have. And it doesn't matter that this is your first time. Everybody has to start somewhere. So let me ask you, I'm going to ask you a couple of trick questions. Okay, trick questions. There is nothing up my sleeve. My fingers do remain attached to my hands at all times. Who here is a psychic? Okay, spoiler alert, you all are. You all are. We all are. We come into this life with psychic abilities and spiritual gifts. We come in to learn our lessons, and we know what those lessons are going to be, but here's the push-pull. We then forget them when we get born. But we come in with these psychic abilities. If you watch really, really young children, really little babies, you'll see them, they'll be staring off into some place. And you look around and go, well, no. Well, that's because they're still remaining connected to the other side. And as they grow older, they lose that connection. Some of it closes off, but in some of it, depending on what we're saying to them, what their siblings are saying to them, teachers and other people, we're told that, well, no, that's not real. This chair, now that's real. Once again, spoiler alert, it really isn't. I mean, if you were to take us and distill us all down, we wouldn't even fill up a fist of real hard matter. We're mostly space. These things are mostly space. Okay, so we are reawakening our abilities. We're redeveloping our abilities because we've all had these instances where it's like, uh-oh, I better not go there, or turn left, turn right, not left, do whatever. And then you hear about something horrific that happened. Well, oh my God, it's a good thing I didn't do that. Well, see, that's your angels, your guides, your team. That's your intuition. That's the reminder of your ability, see. And you said sometimes you get these messages. And do you listen to them? Like what now?
I get pictures, like flashes of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So you're clairvoyant, you see pictures. Some people are clairaudient, they hear things. Some people feel things, that's clair something or the other. Clarabelle the cow, I'm not sure, it's clair something. And some people have a combination of those things. And sometimes I see pictures, but usually things come in through me. When I do my readings, things come in, they just pop into my mind. And I open my mouth and stuff comes out and it surprises me. My wife is the same way, and I learned, her voice will change. Or she'll say, pay attention, this is not coming from me. Because I have learned over the years that if I don't, it doesn't work out well. So, what's the first things that we have to do? Well, we want to be present and we want to be grounded in what we do. So, what does this mean for you folks that are new and don't know what any of the language is? Being grounded merely means that you hear, you feel yourself on the earth, you can feel your connection at the base of your spine and the soles of your feet all the way down to the center of your Mother Earth. It's just that simple. And you can do that really easily. Sometimes you have to it takes a little practice. And if you find yourself really breathing, hyperventilating, being all spacey and stuff, you can take a moment, step back, and just feel that boom connection to the earth, which brings you back into your body. That's all it is. I mean, there's a lot of things about grounding and chakras and blah, blah, blah. Chakras are just energies, the energy centers in the body. That's simply all they are. And if I'm using language that you don't understand, I'm happy to explain this to you. So I did promise you another question. And here it is. What's going on with you right now? What's going on with you right now is you're sitting here in this room, in this hotel in Dublin, California, listening to me. It's not, where am I going afterwards? What happened yesterday? This is what's happening to you right now. This is living in the present. Living in the moment. And I'm going to quote now that early 21st century philosopher and NFL Hall of Fame linebacker, Ray Lewis. What's yesterday got for you? And tomorrow is too far away. So really all we have is today. All we have is today. Now he was trying to motivate teammates because, if you're playing sports or doing whatever, you have to be super focused on what you are doing right now today. Right now today. And this young man right back here, when he was overseas, had to be focused on what's going on right now. Right now. And how did I learn how to focus on being here, right now? 32 years, 3 months and 15 days if you're keeping score at home as a full-time law enforcement officer. Let me tell you, when you're gearing up to kick the door, you better be focused on what's happening now. Turn the lights on a car full of people in a resort area at night. You better be focused on what's happening right now, because that's the only thing. That's the only thing. Okay. So, what is going to keep you focused on what's happening right now? If you have children, if you have young children, especially as they're growing up, you really have to be focused on what they're doing. So here's where our life is lived. It's lived right now. Right now, right now, right now, right now. Okay? So if I can show you some things, if I can give you some techniques, like starting with, here's how you ground. Listen to your intuition. Be focused and live your life right now. If I can show you these things and a few others so that you can transform your life and live your best life and accept the abundance in love and right livelihood, in money, finances, and things like that. All of which, by the way, are not mutually exclusive. And live your life, live a much better life, and live the life you're meant to live. What would that be worth to you? What would that be worth to you? It's kind of priceless, isn't it? Really, it really is. So this is the thing that I do. And how do I do this? So I do this by tuning in when you come to me for a reading. And I do have a booth here, and I do readings. I use cards. I use angel and oracle cards. And we tune in to your team of guides and angels. Because when we come into this earth, we come in with a team of guardian angels. And our guardian angels stay with us our whole life. And they are there to guide us and protect us and help us through this life and help us get the things that we need. Well, why don't they give? Because we have free will in this life. We come in with free will. We can decide to ask our angels for help, to listen to them, and to take the steps necessary to make the changes necessary to get the abundance that is ours, or we can choose not to. I got to think that for a lot of my life, my guardian angels are up there going, oh. when is this guy ever going to figure it out? And I think that they are doing that still sometimes today. You know, as I said, I was born in Manchester. I grew up in Manchester, in the Manchester area. Actually, I grew up in Dunsmuir. My dad worked for the railroad. I fought forest fires out of McLeod and paid my way. That's how I paid my way through college, and that's where I launched my law enforcement career, working for the police department for about a year before I transferred over to the sheriff's office in Truckee. Worked in Truckee for 20 years, and then finished out my career in the main office in Nevada City as mostly an administrator. Didn't start really figuring out what this was all about and working on myself until 1992, 2 years after my first wife died of cancer. I mean, look, everybody wants to be Superman, and they want to be Batman, and they want to be, Captain Marvel and all that sort of stuff. And I can't say that I didn't want to do that. And I had my chance to do this sort of stuff, go out there and crush crime, face death, keep the streets safe for women and children, defend the weak, champion the strong, and strike terror into the hearts of evildoers. Then I went through this experience of caring for my first wife as she was dying. Hardest thing I ever did in my life. The absolute single hardest thing I ever did in my life. But what a gift. Because what was the first lesson I learned from that? Control is an illusion. Because I'll tell you what, I was a road dog. I was a street monster. You called me, I showed up, and I got your situation under control. Nobody mastered fates or captained souls like I did. Until I got back in the car and left, and then it was all out of control again, It's an illusion. You cannot control what somebody else thinks, does, feels, or how they act. That's all up to them. And once I started figuring that out, I became a much better officer. I became a better leader. I became a better administrator. And I became a much better person. Because then it's like, okay, well, here's the parameters. Here's what we want you to do. I will give you the tools to do that. Now, go forth. Very freeing, because why? I didn't have to worry about how somebody was going to do their job. I just had to worry about, did they do it or not? So I don't have to worry about now how my granddaughter lives her life, how my brothers live their life, how my stepsons live their life. That's up to them. I'm here to provide guidance and help. Both of my brothers are going through some physical challenges now. And I'm the oldest, so you're supposed to look after your younger siblings, right? But as my lovely bride pointed out to me, because see, sometimes this is the voice of the angels. This is the sign. She says, look, these are adult human beings. They have wives and children. It's not your problem anymore. Oh, okay. So I'm this is a lesson I'm learning in letting go, and in letting go of control. I mean, these things come up, and they come up all the time. So we can't control what somebody else thinks or feels or how they act. Okay. So if we can't do that, then why are we spending our time, wasting our time trying to do this? Now, as with everything else in life and with all of these things, there is more than one facet to this, right? There's more than one facet to this. Part of it is getting to control people in our lives, our children, our spouses, our whoever, okay, the people who work for us. That's part of it. But here's the other part of it, is why am I playing small? Why am I hiding my light behind the bushel? Why am I not stepping out into the world as my true, authentic self? Because somebody might not like it? Because it might make them uncomfortable? I'll tell you what, I started doing this stuff in 1992. I was less than halfway through my career, but I was reaching that halfway point. In 1993, I came out of my second 18-month tour in a DEA multi-state drug task force. And took 6 weeks off and went to Phillips School of Massage in Nevada City. I don't know anybody else that was in my profession that's done something like that. But that helped get me where I really needed to go. And it helped me to see some things too, okay? For instance, I'm the guy that was responsible in those days back in, and this was in the early 90s, of arresting the person that was the largest distributor of PCP in the East and South Bay Area. It wasn't just me. It started with an on-the-ball dispatcher, and I had a team of people who were working with us and wound up arresting this guy. We had 3 prior convictions for manufacturing, which meant that his sentencing in the federal system went from life to life without parole. That assistant U.S. attorney still loves me, and she's gay, and she still loves me. Okay, now, what impact did that have in the distribution of PCP in the East and South Bay Area? Not one, not just a little blip, brief blip. And what is this gentleman who was very smart and very hardworking, who's now, he's spending the rest of his life behind the wall. So what did I accomplish? In terms of the overall making this a better place. That was his karma, not mine. Okay. So I learned to let a lot of that stuff go too. It's not personal. It's not personal. I can only control what I can do. I cannot control what a district attorney did, what a defense attorney did, what a judge did, what a jury did. Can't control them. And then I really started to step out. Now, and then people really didn't know what to do with me. So I'm a Sagittarius, Leo rising, born in the Chinese Year of the Tiger. Yeah. Did I have a problem expressing myself? No. Did I have a problem expressing myself sometimes rather forcefully, let's say? No. No, not at all. Did I have a problem stepping out and doing this work? Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Why? Because I didn't know anything about it, and I'm still learning. I'm still learning. And it's time for you, all of you. It's time for all of us to step out and be our authentic selves. Be who we truly are. Express ourselves as we truly are. Forgive ourselves, forgive those who trespass against us, draw our boundaries, speak our truth from the heart, and be who we are in this world. Who in this room would like to drive 100 miles an hour to a gunfight or a bar fight? I'm your Huckleberry. Who wants to stand up in front of a room full of people and talk about psychic development and open myself up about the death of my first wife and talk about this woo-woo stuff? I mean, I literally was drug into this kicking and screaming, even though it's in my chart, it's in my palms, it's in my fingerprints, that this is what I'm supposed to be doing in the world today. In which instance was I most likely to die? Not this one. Okay, not this one. So why was it so hard? So why was it so different? Why is it so difficult for us to just be who we are? Without explanation and without apology. We owe no one an apology for being who we are. And as a being, each of us, a being as vast as the cosmos, because that's what we are, how can we possibly be understood by someone else? Impossible, because we are living our own life with our own experiences. So when folks say, I just don't understand you, it's like, yeah, I know. That's okay. You don't have to. Now be quiet. You know? I was waiting for my undersheriff when I turned 50. He had just walked in the door. He hadn't got to his office, hadn't taken his coat off or anything like that. And I said, Undersheriff, I want you to know that from today on, I'm here because I want to be, not because I have to be. You have a very nice day, sir. Turned around, went to my office in the jail. Because I reached 50. I could retire at age 50. 3 bad days in a row, buddy, I'm out of here. Took him 20 minutes and he's boiling. I was working in the jail then. He's boiling over. Do we need to talk? I said, no, I'm 50 years old. Well, you can't retire. Yes, I can. I can get up. I can leave you sitting in that chair, walk over to HR, and you will never see me again. Very, very freeing, right? Very, very freeing. But what did he not understand? Because he, in his circumstance, felt like he was locked in until he'd done his 30 years. A few years later, fast forward, he comes to me and he says, when I'm up for one promotion to captain, well, what are you going to do if Joe Blow over here gets promoted? I said, that's my last day of work here at the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. He said, well, that's a bold statement. You won't have, I'm at a position in my life where I don't have to suffer fools, and I'm not going to work for somebody that I don't have any respect for. So I'm out. And it's just that simple. I told the sheriff a year before, when he's asking people, when your boss calls you in and says, hey, when do you think you're going to retire? You're kind of going, But I just looked him in the face and said, it's up or out. If I've gone as far as I can go, I'm through here. I'm done. Because I was becoming my authentic self, because I was stepping into my power. And did they know what to do with me? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. They really didn't know. And they really didn't know how to handle me before. But once I began to step into my power, once I began to see how freeing these were, once I began to see that I wasn't locked into this system, that there were other things that I could do, that I had other talents.
Is she okay?
somebody dropped the set out of their navel. Maybe we should go. Okay.
Drop a plate.
Dropped a plate. Okay. All right. Oh. Pardon me?
Did you watch the recording? The screen went off. The screen will be recording device.
Yes.
The
Oh.
screen went off. It's still recording.
Well, I think that it did. Oh, I ran out of battery. Oh, yeah. No, well, it's okay. It's all good. I got part of it. And I'm doing a voice recording. I've learned how to, on my phone, and that'll either work or it won't work. And I can get a copy of this, and that'll work or it won't work. Yeah, what the hell? So, let's see. So, when we open ourselves up, when we see that we are free, and when we ask our angels for the miracles, and when we open ourselves up for the miracle, for the abundance that is ours, and say, just show me, without directing traffic, then we open ourselves up for the opportunity that is going to come out of left field. It really is. When somebody comes up and says, hey, we're looking for somebody with your skills over in this company. Or, hey, you are ready to be promoted. Or we would like you to transfer over here and do this thing. Well, I don't know how to do that thing. That's okay. We didn't know how to walk. We didn't know how to talk. We didn't know how to ride a bicycle. We didn't know how to do what we are doing for a living until we stepped into that and somebody taught us. The world is full of helpful people who are just happy to help you out with these things. I mean, I was a guy who had a hard time balancing his checkbook every month. Until I got promoted and transferred over into an administrative position where all of a sudden I'm responsible for building and administering a $13.5 million budget. The learning curve was really steep, but I had wonderful people who were willing to help me out and able to help me out. So now let's get down. We've talked about that enough. Let's get down to what do I really do? How am I going to help you out? So I'll give you just a real quick little demonstration for a couple of you. Just grab a card. That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Let me see if I can get. I know I'm going out of frame. It's okay. All right. These are a thick card. Okay, this is called this deck. This particular deck is called Beyond Lemuria Oracle Cards. I mentioned I was born in Mount Shasta. Remnants of the ancient race of Lemuria living in Telos underneath Mount Shasta. Okay, so each of these cards will be specific to you, but also will apply because we have a whole group of people. So this card is called Water. And we see this being here. It's Kali. She's got 6, and the water's just flowing endlessly through her. So don't block your flow. Let your wisdom flow through you. Let all these things happen. Let your abundance flow through you. Money and abundance is just energy, and it's meant to flow. Okay? So it also can be go with the flow. Watch a river or a stream. They're not in a straight line. They're wandering around. Hey, there's a rock in the middle. It splits and flows around it and just goes on its merry way. So, also, sitting by flowing water or sitting by the ocean can help you ease your troubles. Okay? Crystal keys. Okay? So, do you have crystals? Many. Okay. So there's a lot of wisdom in these crystals, and there's a lot of things that they can help you out with. Okay. So and do your cleansing. You can cleanse them with water. But you really powerful if you stick them out in the full moon. And a lot of these crystals have the keys to help us out. They can block us from EMF. They can block us. They can help us. They can help to magnify the energies and the things that are coming through for us. Okay. Oh yeah. Starseed Elemental. That's a reminder that you are a starseed. We all come from Stardust, but you are a starseed. And I'm getting an image of Pleiadian or Pleiades. So your seed is from the Pleiades. So remember that. You're here seated on Earth to help us through these things. Now, we all come from Stardust. We're all star seeds. Some are Arcturian, some are Pleiadian, some come from Orion. The trick for us is to figure out where that is. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Unique gifts is what this is. Unique gifts. We all have our own unique gifts. Okay? You see things. I hear things. Some people talk to folks on the other side. They're mediums. Not my gift. Some people are really into astrology. Not my gift. So you have your own unique gifts and things to bring forth into the world, and see, if I had hair, it would be your color. So you and I have been a few trips around the sun here and have a lot of wisdom. We are now the elders. We have a lot of wisdom that we can impart to our peers and to our children and our grandchildren. You know. And the world's cutest, by the way, who's going to be, oh my God, 22 in May, is engaged to her long-term boyfriend. So, oh, well, you did get 2 of them. So the first one is Internal Explorer. All our answers are contained within. All our answers come from within us. Our answers will come from our angels and our guides through us. And so the message for the card is to really take this in and internalize it and make it who we are. Listen to this little voice of intuition, not the ego mind. You got to whack the ego over the head with a tire iron, wrap him in duct tape, throw him in the trunk to get him to shut up sometimes, but listen to your intuition, because your intuition will never lead you wrong. Okay, we talked about that. We talked about that at the top. Now, but here's the other one. You know, twin dragons here, fire. So Sagittarius, Leo, rising twin fire. So I would be willing to bet that you're not somebody to be trifled with. Yeah. I picked up on that. I got it. I got it. But see, yeah, that's right. Yes, I also say yes, dear, a lot. Because while I'm a double fire, my wife is a Pisces, and we are, yes, yes. So that's all I'm going to say about this. But see, don't channel your fire into the things that are important for you. And it is important now that we stand in our power, stand in our authority, and stand for what's right, what's right and wrong. We are in the midst of a revolution, of a political and cultural and sexual and technological revolution that makes the 60s look like a Sunday walk in the park. And there's a couple of us that were here during that time and can tell you it was no Sunday walk in the park, was it? No. Well, this is the 60s on steroids, folks. We're really in the middle of this revolution here. And so that's why it is important for all of us that we don't hide our light, that we let it shine here in the world. Well, what difference can that make? Well, imagine that you're talking here in this group, 15 people, or 1,500 people, or 15,000 people, or 150,000 people, and it goes dark. No exit signs, no cell phones or anything like that, but you pull out a candle and light that. Now who's everybody looking at? They're looking at you. Why? Because you are the light of the world. Because you are the light of the world. And a little bit of light can be seen a long way. And the more that we raise our vibration, the more that we work on this, the better it makes the world. This is how we make that change. It's making these changes in ourselves. Okay? Are there any questions? Okay, so I got about 5 to wrap this up in. I have a booth that you can stop by, and I can do readings for you. I'm only here today. I've got another gig tomorrow. But I also offer ways that you can work with me in depth. What a reading is a snapshot in time, and it shows where the energy is now. You can choose to use it or not. That's up to you. We have free will here. Okay. If you want to develop this and work with me more, I have packages. I have an introductory package, a 2-hour introductory package, 2 1-hour sessions. Each one of them includes a recording. And I do what I call Oracle Urgent Care. If you come to me, yes?
Just wanted to quickly ask if you have the Marian Oracle cards available for purchase.
I only have the one deck, and I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm sorry, and I don't have the thing to do sell things. So, and then you can work with me 6 months, once a month, or for 12 months. And the 12-month package is valued at over $3,000, and today it's at $14,000. The 2-month is valued at $800, and today it's $400. And the 6-month package is around $1,000. I forget what that is, because I'm not as young as I was when I got up this morning. And so to have that information there too. So I would urge you to purchase today, but if you don't, you can get the information and then send me a text or whatever and remind me that you came and you heard me here at the Dublin Expo, and I will honor the show pricing. Okay? So now, all right, so deep breath in. Deep breath out. We're releasing all our fears and all our worries and all our cares. Deep breath in. We're relaxing, releasing our cares and our worries. Third breath in, we're calling upon the Archangel Michael to come with his sword of light and cut above and below, side to side, front to back, cut away and release all our cares, our worries, our fears, the things that are stopping us from being the strong, beautiful, powerful people that we are, and to help us bring the abundance into our lives. And asking Michael to wrap us each in his bubble of protection so that nothing can get through except what we allow. And the only things that are going to come through are for our highest good so that we can live our best life. And know we can call upon the Archangel anytime. The Archangels are omnipresent, they're with everybody. And so we can call upon Archangel Michael with his sword of light to help us all out. Okay? And we're going to do our full moon ceremonies, the new moon, so full moon's coming in a couple of weeks. Vital at this time. The full moon connects us from source through our grandmother moon, when she's the most powerful, the full moon, deep into the earth, to the center of our Mother Earth. The earth is our mother. She will always catch us when we fall, right? And that taps us into that beyond ancient Earth Mother magic and wisdom and healing and medicine that's ours by right. Okay? All right. Clap, clap, clap. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Say yeah.
Yeah.
Clap, clap, clap. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Say yeah.
Yeah.
Clap, clap, clap. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Say yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am so appreciative and so grateful to you for coming to listen to me today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back, live streamers, to Soul Search Dublin, and welcome to all of the people joining us live here in the room. We're so happy to have you. We hope to be, again, I say it every time, but it's worth re-mentioning, we hope to be your safe and sacred space as you navigate this journey of consciousness, wherever you are on that spectrum, and whatever it means for you. So thank you for being here, and we hope you join us again tomorrow. And live streamers, we have talks all day tomorrow as well. We hope you join us. And I am, without further ado, welcoming in new people into the room. I am truly honored to introduce David Kamnitzer. He is a light worker, teacher, healer, holistic doctor, ontological coach, and spiritual guide for over 49 years, and a doctor of chiropractic for 37 years. His passion is to work with patients and students who are really ready to make that quantum leap to their next level of well-being and service. David's superpower is to assist people in rapidly uncovering and handling the physical and metaphysical issues that are limiting their quality of life and their effectiveness in life in a seamless and integrative way. Today, David is going to guide us in retaining control over our hormones.
No, not today.
No, not today.
No,
We're
I'll
doing a
introduce
different topic. He's going to tell you what we're talking about, but whatever it's going to be, it's going to be life-changing. Without
Okay.
further ado,
Thank
let's
you.
welcome David.
Well, welcome everybody. Come on in.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. There's water in the back if you need it. Just welcome everybody. A couple of housekeeping matters. I was mentioning to people that were here earlier. There's a lot of material to cover, so I might not have a lot of time for questions during this time. But what I will do is when you go out, if you walk back and go through the restaurant, there's an area there that has a couch and chairs, and I'll go over there and spend as much time as you'd like with handling questions. Also, if you have a cell phone, if you can turn your ringer off, that would help. And how many of you read the detailed description of what this is all about yet? No? Okay. So I'm glad you're here anyway. We'll start at the beginning then, because the talk is designed for people that are in a certain place. And so it's important to know what this is, who this is for, so you can see if you're in the right place or not. So I want to read for you something I wrote about who this is for. And so if you can see if you resonate with this. So first of all, the title of today is From Unsettled. See if you feel this some of the time. Do you feel sometimes any of these things? Unsettled, insecure, or anxious? 2, engaged, assured, and anchored. So if you would like that transformation, you're in the right place. If you're not interested in that, this probably is not a good way for you to spend your hour. So I wrote this paragraph to help you to really tune into who I designed this presentation for, so you can see if you resonate with it. Devoted but frustrated. Devoted but sometimes frustrated. Come on in. Are you heart-centered? So I'm asking you this question. If it helps you to close your eyes, you can go inside to see if I'm talking to you. Nobody's here for everybody, right? Right? If you're here for everybody, you're here for nobody, right? Are you heart-centered, purpose-driven, and devoted to growth, seeking to become more, do what you came here to do, and live a full, rich life? Maybe you've explored many paths, tried multiple approaches, maybe even invested in transformation, yet despite all your experiences, you feel some type of existential frustration. You're searching for a deeper fulfillment, but you're unclear on the path forward. You're willing to take responsibility for your life and uncover your blind spots, but you don't quite fully trust yourself to do it all by yourself. So you can open your eyes now. So if this deeply resonates, I invite you to join me for this hour as I guide you to build a bridge to a lived experience your heart truly desires through a process that I've evolved over many decades called the transformational change process. Come on in. So that's what we're going to be focusing on. Oh, thank you very much. Come on. Oh, could someone maybe, yeah, come on in. Come on in. Yeah. Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know.
I just didn't want to hold this all the time. Thank you. Okay. So how many of you that resonated with? Okay, you're in the right place. Okay, my people. You're my people, right? Come on in. Okay. Welcome. All right. So the big question, right? The big question is, how do you reliably, consistently move from when you're noticing some sense of feeling unsettled, insecure, and anxious? How do you be with that? And then how do you move into feeling engaged, assured, and anchored to the point where you develop that skill to where you trust yourself? And there's a lot of benefits to developing those distinctions and skills because, first of all, it feels good to shift from point A to point B. But maybe even more important is if you trust yourself to be able to do it, then you're not so afraid when you find yourself in point A again. And that's very important because if you are feeling afraid and you're feeling all those things, the odds of you being able to go from point A to point B are almost zero, right? So that's basically what we're up to. And then another suggestion I would have for how you be today here with me to get the most benefit is let yourself go more inside yourself. Like, I don't think there are any lions and tigers in the room or anything, and everybody's kind of on the same path. So you won't offend me if you sometimes want to close your eyes, sometimes if you want to slow down and deepen your breathing pattern. I'm not offended. I understand. So one other tip I have for getting the most benefit out of our time together today, because normally when you get exposed to a speaker or information, there's a part of your mind that's always assessing whether you agree or you disagree with what the person is saying. And a lot of times that's an appropriate way to be. But in terms of this material, you won't get the most value out of our time together if that's the mode that you're in. What I would suggest that you do is suspend your belief or disbelief about what I'm offering you and just be with what I'm offering you like a possibility and try it on for size and see how it fits rather than making a predetermination if you believe it or not before you try it on for size. You can always discard it later. Okay, so the problem when you feel unsettled and insecure and anxious, the problem, well, there are a lot of problems with that, but one problem with that is if you resonated with that paragraph I read, what you end up with is this sort of major problem is you feel torn. You feel torn, kind of stuck between the life that you know and the deeper, more meaningful life you crave or you sense is there. And there's that gap. And on one hand, that gap could be exciting if you trusted yourself to be able to reduce the gap. But it can kind of compound the problem if you don't know how to get there, because you might try to give up or you might try to drown the pain in some type of distraction or some kind of addiction. And so that feeling of being torn, sometimes when you're in that space, you can be suffering more than a person who's never thought about spirituality at all. You know, they're just happy going to the bar with Joe Sixpack, you know, and you wonder, you know, what am I doing? I'm in pain more than when I started this journey. You know, I think I'll just go back to the Haagen-Dazs or whatever your Haagen-Dazs is. And then what you do is you go back to whatever your Haagen-Dazs is until that becomes even more painful than the other thing. And then you start dabbling back on the spiritual path until that starts to become more painful again. And then you go back to the Haagen-Dazs. And you can do that for a long, long time without even knowing that that's what's happening. And you wonder why you don't have the momentum that you'd like to have. Can anybody resonate with that? Okay. All right. Yeah, we're all in this together, right? Okay, so I've had the privilege of working with thousands of patients and students over many decades, and kind of distilling the critical path to help people bridge that territory. And some of it falls into what we're going to cover today, which I'd say is about 70% of the path, the bridge, which is the metaphysical components to that bridge. But I want to, for the sake of completion and honesty, I want to say there's about 30% of it, of that bridge, that we won't be getting into today. But it is part of my work. And the 30% that we won't be getting into today is the role that the physical body plays in your lived experience of being a human being. And so we won't be getting into the issues of biochemistry, directly intervening with structure, movement patterns, hormonal balancing. That is a lot of what I do. So I don't want to create an idea that this is everything, but 70% is pretty good. And as long as you know that there's more to the picture, that if it was just metaphysical, then what would be the point in incarnating, right? If we're here to be sort of like bridge builders, what bridges are we building, you know? And if you want to build a bridge between, if you let me wax a little poetic for a minute, if we're building a bridge between heaven and earth, you need a body, right? You need to anchor into the human experience some new frequencies, some new possibilities. And so if your physical body has a lot of distortions or is running on the low battery, because you're multidimensional, it not only affects your physical body, but it feeds back into your readiness and your willingness and ability to do deep psychological and spiritual work. If somebody's really stressed out, they're completely inflamed, they're exhausted, their adrenals are shot, you're not going to be able to do deep work with them, even if they, in their conscious mind, they say they want to do it. They can't do it. There's too much noise to hear the deeper signals. It just isn't going to work. Plus, it takes a lot of energy to do deep work as well. So just for the sake of completion, I'm not going to be getting into that 30% today, but it benefits you to understand that that's an important part of the package, and I do that work as well. Okay, so where are we going? We're going to, what's on the other side of the bridge? So on the other side of the bridge, right, is feeling engaged, feeling assured, and feeling anchored or centered. And what's the ultimate prize as opposed to feeling torn? If feeling torn is the ultimate problem, what's the ultimate prize? You want to keep your eye on the prize, right? Is integration, feeling integrated, whole, feeling like you're living from the center of your soul, producing a life that's full of tangible abundance and success, rich with joy, clear purpose, and ultimately meaningful service. So if you don't know what you're after, it's less likely that you're going to get there. So it's nice to know where you're going. So the rest of today is going to be about this particular bridge that I've built that has been very successful for many, many, many of my patients and students. And you don't have to remember it because I'll give you an opportunity at the end if you want to give me your name and if you want to send me an email and just say that you want a copy of the transformational change process cheat sheet, whatever, I'll get it to you. So you don't have to go into that having to remember mode. You can just stay in that being inward mode and thank God for technology. So there's 5 steps to this, and we're going to take probably 40 minutes and talk about it. But if you really want to take a deep dive and master this, my experience is it takes about a dedicated practice to really integrate it and have it be just who you are and not something you have to think about. You're really looking at probably about 4 to 6 months of a pretty dedicated study, but at least I'll give you a map of the territory today, and maybe if we have time, maybe a little taste of it. Does that sound good? Okay. Just curious, how many of you, as you were listening to me, were also partially tracking your breathing pattern? And how many of you were completely unconscious about that? Okay, that's something interesting to notice because it turns out that consciously breathing is one of the quickest ways to build a doorway between your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, because you will breathe subconsciously if you're not thinking about it, but you can think about it and you can alter your breathing pattern to be more appropriate to what you're attempting to be or accomplish. So that's just a little tip there. All right, so here are the 5 steps. Number 1 is awareness. If you want to master something in the way that I'm speaking about mastering something, that possibility is meaningless by definition if you're not aware of what you want to master, if you're not aware of where you are. You know, if you're at point A and you want to get to point B, if you don't have an awareness of where you are, I don't just mean where you are physically, I mean what's occurring for you now as a multidimensional being. Not only where are you physically and what state is your physical body in, and what your body posture is and your breathing and your facial expressions. I'm talking about that, but I'm also talking about more than that when I'm talking about point A. I'm talking about thoughts, moods, attitudes, feelings, expectations, beliefs, memories, fantasies, intuitions. The spiritual path is nothing if it's not an increasing commitment to awareness. Okay? So that's the first step in this process of building this bridge. So let's go back to the big picture, right? Building this bridge from unsettled, insecure, and anxious, and torn to engaged, assured, anchored, and integrated. And what we're doing is we're describing a bridge that if you actually can not just think about these steps, but actually do them, I've observed scientifically over decades, the result will happen. That's a bold claim, and I'm making that bold claim. I made some notes here. Transformation begins with acknowledging what is asking for your attention. Could be anything from a fire that's burning in your house to an inspiration that you have that's a calling, and anything in between. Could be anything you're aware of, right? What's calling your attention? Are you paying attention to what's calling your attention? Do you have a commitment to that kind of mindfulness? Do you even know that that mindfulness is possible? Do you realize how that type of awareness is critical to having the possibility of going from point A to point B? If you don't have a certain critical mass of commitment to being aware of what you're aware of what's present, the odds of you ever going from point A to point B in a sustainable way, where this becomes your come from mode of being and you don't have to think about it, is zero. It's zero. Okay? So that's the first step and again, I'm giving you a taste and a conceptual framework. It actually, like I said, it takes mindful practice for months for most human beings to basically integrate it to the point where it becomes unconsciously competent. You guys familiar with the phases of competence, where first you're even unaware that that competence is possible, right? And then you realize that you're consciously incompetent, right? And then you have to be able to be with that uncomfortableness. And if you can do that, then you can go to this place where you're consciously competent. And if you stick with that long enough, you'll eventually get to the place where you're unconsciously competent. Like I don't have to think about how to put my left foot in front of my right foot. I'm unconsciously competent about that. And so to actually get to the place where you're most of the time unconsciously competent about this bridge here, it takes some dedication. But I can tell you from my own personal experience in working with thousands of people, if you stay with it and you see the value of it and you see the consequences of not attempting this and you really get into it, the fruits are really amazing. So that's step one, is awareness. And that's what I mean by awareness. Okay. Now, step two is the simplest one, but it's the most difficult one, if that makes sense. And I'll try to give you a sense of why that's so. So the second step is allowing. The second step is allowing, accepting what it is you just became aware of. Let me go over that again. The second step is accepting all of what you have become aware of. I'm going to spend a lot of time on this because from working with thousands of people, this is the most difficult one. Okay. So it has to do with the way we're wired just by being born into Western civilization that's based on a worldview that's basically an extension of Newtonian physics. Okay, what do I mean by that? So the more you become aware, what tends to happen? Well, when you become more aware of what's going on, some of the things you become aware of you like. Some of the things you guys with me? You guys breathing? Okay. I mean it. I mean it. I mean it. When I said, are you breathing? This isn't easy stuff. This is stuff where you've got to kind of alter your pace a little bit, where you can't listen passively. You kind of have to be almost on the edge of your seat with these issues. So, can you see that if you became more aware of your room, or you became more aware of your relationship with your significant other, or if you became more aware with anything, can you see the chances are some of what you are now becoming aware of you kind of like, and some of what you're becoming aware of you don't care much one way or the other, but some of what you're becoming aware of you don't like it. And we're thrown into a culture where the default setting, when you come up against something you don't like, is to judge it and to try to move away from it, to try to avoid it, to try to get rid of it, to justify it, to rationalize it, to go unconscious about it, to go back to your Haagen-Dazs. Let me tell you something I promise you. If you get stuck in any of those ways of being, this bridge we're building won't get to the other side. You'll go like this, and you'll say, God, Dr. David, before I started doing this, I felt better than I feel now, because now I'm becoming more aware of what I don't like. And I don't know how to be with what I don't like in a way that works. And you'll throw tomatoes at me and give me bad reviews. And I don't want that. And I don't want that for you. Now listen, seriously. What I just told you is why the spiritual path is so tough. What I just told you is why the spiritual path is so tricky. What I just told you is why probably 999 out of 1,000 people can't do it all on their own without some guidance. Because it's tricky business to see the back of your own head. It's really tricky business to discover what you didn't know you didn't know. That's really tricky business. It turns out that in the metaphysical realm, it's always to your advantage to accept and allow your awareness. Let me say that again. In the metaphysical realm, it's always to your advantage to allow your awareness to be what it is. In other words, in the metaphysical realm, if you're wasting any energy pushing against what you don't want, you're hurting yourself. But you're thrown to be that way. You're thrown to, listen, you're thrown to push against and try to push away and avoid and justify and rationalize what you don't like. especially if it's something you discover you don't like in something you really care about, like yourself, or like this special person, or like your profession, or like your religion, or like your teacher, or like your son, or like your mother. That's not so easy. It's not so easy when you wake up and smell the coffee and you realize that somebody you thought was loving you was pulling your chain. That's a tough one. That's a tough awareness to just allow, isn't it? But that's the price of admission. If you're really interested in spiritual mastery, that's one of the big prices of admission, is to get to the point where you actually are engaged in the inquiry. Is what I'm saying true? That in the metaphysical realm, it's always to your advantage to allow your awareness, because by the time you become aware of it, it already is your awareness. So to try to push something away that already is existing, and instead of allowing it to be there so that it lets you be. Okay, tip number 2. Whatever you can allow to be will allow you to be. Let me say that again. Whatever you are willing and able to allow to just be what it is will allow you to be who you are, who you really are. If you can allow a thought to just be there, not believe it, not disbelieve it, not indulge it, not push it away. If you can be with that thought, if you can be with a feeling, if you can be with a body sensation, it will allow you to be. Whatever you are unwilling or unable to allow to be will shape and constrain and limit what you have access to being. And this is very, very counter to probably the way your default setting is hardwired. And this is one of the reasons why the spiritual path is so challenging. And the funny thing is this is actually the simplest step. It doesn't take any energy to let what is be what is. But from an ego-based point of view, it's the last thing you would think of. In fact, I'll say something even more radical. From an ego-based point of view, this way of being is literally unthinkable. Because the whole ego-based logic system is based on friction, resistance, comparisons. So that's a radical statement. You don't even need to understand what I just said. It's not important to understand that concept for where we're going today. But for some of you that are ready for that, I put that out there. So, where are we on this bridge? Awareness, then acceptance and allowing your awareness of whatever it is you're aware of. And I want to make a point that might not be obvious, because your awareness is what's occurring for you. But a lot of times when you think about what's occurring for you, you're thinking about objects or other people. But I want to make another assertion that you can test out in your own experience. And that is that I'm not only occurring for you, the room's not only occurring for you, but whether you're conscious of it or not, you're also occurring for yourself. You have a self-image. You're occurring for yourself. So when I'm talking about accepting what is and being aware of what is, I'm including the way you occur for yourself. And unless you're in some incredible flow state or some samadhi state, I guarantee you occur for yourself. It might be, your sense of yourself might be a conversation that's going on in your head, but you do occur for yourself. Unless you're in some kind of deep sleep state or you're in some kind of flow state, you do occur for yourself. And you want to know something weird? Is if you've ever been in a flow state, did you notice that in the flow state, you're not occurring for yourself? Let me say that again. If you've ever been in a flow state, do you notice that in the moment that you're in the flow state, the way you normally occur for yourself is not there? I'm going to say that again because that's really weird, but it's true. Have you ever noticed that when you're in a flow state, the you that you identify as you most of the time isn't there? What does that say about the you that you are most of the time? Doesn't it say that the you are most of the time is just a mental construct? Food for thought. So that's the I've had students where they were trying so hard and they almost gave up a bunch of times. I've had patients and students that spent the better part of a decade getting step 2. And if you don't get step 2, sometimes you want to kill yourself if you tried to get it long enough. And you definitely want to go back to the Haagen-Dazs because it's extremely painful to be committed to increasing awareness without the commitment to acceptance and allowance. In fact, let me make another bold claim. Awareness without acceptance is hell. If I was a mean person and I wanted you to be in hell, that's how I would do it. I would have you become aware of everything and not accept anything. It's that important. It's that important. You know, it's the reason one reason people have such a hard time with step 2 is that it doesn't take any effort. It's too easy. And people are too addicted to struggle and pressure and pain. Life is painful. I hurt. It's too easy to let what is be what is. It slips in under the radar. But let's say, by the grace of God and your teachers and you, let's say somehow you get some critical mass of ability and facility with step 1 and step 2. Now we move to step 3. We move to hump day, right? Wednesday, right? It's that darn word, responsibility. Now, what I don't mean by responsibility is guilt, blame, shame. You know what I have to say about that? It's a very technical term. That's what I have to say about that. Okay. Transformation is only possible with ownership of your journey. I mean, after all, whose journey is it? Well, my mother made me do it. That's why I am the way I am. Yeah. Right? You've all been there. You've drank the Kool-Aid. Well, what would that mean? That would mean in order for you to change, your mother would have to change. Well, that's a great way to live, isn't it? Sign me up. You know what I have to say about that, right? Okay. I tell people, you can't take it back to the cosmic store and ask for a full refund unless you realize you bought it. You didn't always create it, but you bought it. Maybe somebody told you you're not smart enough. You're not pretty enough. Life's just work hard and be a good person and everything will all work out. Don't speak up. Obey your father. We got a zillion of them in there, don't we? I'm not saying you created all those thoughts. Some of them you did, but a lot of it you just bought it. You just agreed to it and you didn't know you agreed to it, right? But whatever it is, you're not in diapers anymore and it's your journey now. And if you stay in a victim mode, what are the odds of building this bridge? 0. So there's something you need to understand about responsibility, besides that it's not shame, blame, or guilt. It's just taking a stand that you have some agency here, right? So there's a little fine print with responsibility that I want you to be aware of, because the lack of awareness of this hangs people up without knowing that they're hung up because of this. So I want you to use your imagination and I want you to picture a triangle. I want you to do this with me right now. Don't just think about doing this, but actually imagine a triangle. And imagine at one angle of the triangle, you have responsibility. Okay, now I want you to imagine that at another angle of the triangle, you have freedom. And that at another angle of the triangle, you have power. Here's a news flash. The weakest one in that triangle will limit the whole triangle. If you're not willing to claim your divine authority, your power, that will limit you. If you're not willing to be responsible, that will limit you. If you resist the responsibility and power that goes with freedom to the point where you don't want freedom, that will limit you. So there's a lot of ways people suffocate the possibility of sustaining responsibility, but I'm just giving you a little clue about where you might look if that's an issue for you. Okay? You think about the Constitution of the United States, and if you look at it as an experiment to see if people can be responsible enough and claim their own power enough to handle that degree of freedom, it's an interesting way to look at it. And it helps you, it gives you some power from which to understand some of the challenges we're facing, not just individually, but also collectively. So we explore resistance to possibility. We untangle responsibility from guilt or blame as you shift from a sense of passive frustration to empowered action. What do you think the fourth step is? No, not yet.
Forgiveness.
Yes. 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 Anything, person, you're not willing to forgive tethers you to that unwanted situation. It closes down your access to love, to your heart, to the sacred heart, to the center of your soul. And it's important to understand that when you forgive somebody, you're not saying, I approve. You're not saying, I like. You're not saying, I'm going to hang around for more. You're not saying, I agree with you. You're saying, no matter what I or somebody else did or said or didn't say or didn't do, I'm not going to give my power away and use that as a reason to close down my own connection to love. That's stupid. If you think about it, that's a stupid thing to do. You're not going to get to the other side of the bridge hanging on to a bunch of resentments. It's just not going to happen. You know why? Because every resentment is tied into lots of judgments. Judgments close down the heart, and they're a poor substitute for real discernment. I'll give you another tip about forgiveness. If you're working with that step, is there are 3 flows I would recommend that you pay attention to when it comes to forgiveness. Number 1, forgiving others. Number 2, forgiving yourself. And number 3, something that a lot of people don't even think about, is giving other people permission to forgive you. A lot of times that's a step that hangs people up because they've never even thought about it. They've never even thought about being willing to give other people permission to forgive them for all the times they were acting unconsciously or fear-based. So you're right on. That was a very powerful step. What do you think the 5th step is before you really are free metaphysically and you've really gotten all the juice out of this? What do you think the last step is? Nobody? Gratitude. When you can get to the point where you honestly not only have the attitude, but you also have the feeling of being so grateful that you've become aware of this and you've allowed it and you've owned it and you've forgiven it and you've learned everything you can, and you're so grateful that it's happening now. It didn't happen. It's not happening 5 days from now. It's not happening 5 months from now. It's not happening 5 years from now. It's not happening 5 lifetimes from now. But right now you're completing this. Right now you're getting it. Right? It's that attitude and it's that feeling. Transformation deepens through gratitude, through anchoring the shift from what appeared lacking to what now has been realized, has been learned, has been discovered, and being a good steward of that pearl. So if, and it's a big if you've really done the work in relation to something in particular, obviously you could go through this, and I recommend you go through it thousands of times with different things you've become aware of, right? Start with simple things. Do it with a chair. I'm serious. Start with a chair and take the chair through all these steps. Then take a plant. Then take an animal. All right? Build up to it. Here's a little tip. One of the ways people set themselves up for failure is they want to practice on their biggest problem first. Right? No, it's too hard. Hagen dust. Right? Right? Okay. Okay. No, that's just self-sabotage. That's just being violent to yourself. Okay. So what's the end result of this? The end result of this, if you've really done the work, is now you have a new space in which to be. Here's a news flash. Nothing exists without the space for that to exist. Most of us are so focused on content and maybe process a little bit, but we don't realize that none of that can exist without the possibility of that existing. Without the space for that to exist, it can't exist. So you've literally created a new space for yourself. Now, three things can happen. One is you can simply go unconscious, and then the inertia of all your patterns will refill that space. That can happen, and it does happen sometimes. It's like the person that goes on a cleanse and then they break the cleanse by going to McDonald's. That's a very violent thing to do to yourself. You're blindsiding your liver, right? Okay, but people do it. We do it because this space, we're not used to this spaciousness. There was a movie back in the 80s called The Unbearable Lightness of Being. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like if you're used to being constrained and now there's this space, you might feel a little wobbly. Like, gee, is that real or is that real? You know? So that's one possibility that I'm alerting you to. You could just fill that space with what you had before. In other words, this possibility doesn't take anything away from you. You still have the freedom to choose to go back to exactly where you were. Okay? There's another possibility. Out of that space, you consciously think of something you want to bring in to existence, something you want to become more intimate with, something you want to manifest. And then you use your physical and metaphysical skills to increase the likelihood of bringing that into existence. That's a completely valid, workable thing to do. So that's not big news. But the third possibility is something many people don't consider. And that is to hang out in that spaciousness without trying to make anything happen. And why that's powerful is that this stillness, this still spaciousness, is one side of the coin of reality. But the other side of the coin we could call perfect motion. So out of perfect stillness and perfect divine right timing will emerge perfect motion. In other words, imagine an ocean and imagine waves coming periodically. On one hand, these are unique waves, but on the other hand, it's all the ocean, right? Okay, now, some of those waves, metaphorically speaking, are meant only for you. You have a unique love that resonates with unity. And as you become more sensitive to that unique love that you are, you become more discerning about what's the wave or what's the perfect motion that has your name on it, that's meant just for you. And that's another way to be with that spaciousness that most people don't know is a possibility. Okay. So, what I'm sharing with you is this possibility of being able to actually master the process of transformation, to actually master the process of going from awareness to a new preferred reality that's not going to snap back very easily. It's rooted. It's rooted in something that's really real. Okay, so I'm going to wrap it up, and then What I'm going to do is I'm going to go out past the restaurant and I'm going to go to that room where there's chairs and couches. And I'll hang out and answer your questions. And if anybody would like to have a copy of basically what I covered and would like to have some further communication with me, when we're out there, just ask for my business card and it has my email address on it. So I want to thank everybody for the quality of your attention and care, because it looks like I'm up here doing it all, but I can guarantee you I'm responding to you very, very, very much. So I really value the quality of your attention today. So thank you so much. Okay.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn.
All right. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to step behind you into the camera range because I want to be blinded. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're delighted to have you with us this weekend. We hope that you come back again and again and again to hear just another one of our most amazing speakers. But Dr. Dan is one of our most popular speakers. His information is always enlightening and not just informative, but uplifting. So Dr. Dan is one of Oakland's best kept secrets in the field of natural medicine. As a Chinese medicine doctor, public speaker, and professor, mentor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, because he doesn't have enough time. I mean, he has more than enough time to do everything. Dr. Dan's mission is to make health, literacy, and natural wellness practices available to anyone pursuing wholeness in mind, body, and spirit. Experience the magic of modern care with natural medicine in Dr. Dan's riveting exploration of principle-based practices to level up your self-care game.
Oh yeah, rhythm and ritual. Last time was the that was the last one. I should have probably updated my bio. I'm Dr. Dan. Thank you all for coming in, and you are sitting in on Rhythm and Ritual, where we are going to discover some of the secrets of personal success with one simple method. All right, and I am a doctor of Chinese medicine. I'm also an ordained Taoist priest. I'm a 17th generation Zhang Sun Feng is the man who started Tai Chi. And so I've been doing the internal martial arts for just about 20 years now. And that was the reason why I got into Chinese medicine. And from that, I've taken and gotten professional certificates. I'm a professor at an acupuncture school in Oakland, and I'm just an overall fun guy. All right. So rhythm and ritual. Here's something that is an idiom that I was taught when training in martial arts. Slow breath, calm heart. Calm heart, peaceful spirit. Peaceful spirit, happy human. Happy human, happy humanity. This is something that has become a rhythm of mine, something that I repeat to myself almost like a mantra. Whenever I get myself worked up, I think, okay, where's my breath? Can I feel my heart? If I can feel my heart, it's probably not a good thing, right? Palpitations, you don't want that. That means I need to calm down. And then peaceful spirit. Peaceful is a state of mind, right? That's per person. There's no such thing as like global peace. There'd be like individual peace that could conclude in global peace, but starting from within. And this mindset is what underpins the three treasures of Chinese medicine: Jing, Qi, Shen, or essence, energy, and spirit. You're looking at the material world in the Jing realm. This is the thing that nourishes our tissues, going out in the sun, going swimming, spending time with our loved ones. And then we have the bridge, the Qi, the energetic world. This is what promotes metabolism. It's that on and off, the pumping that happens in our lives that sustain our quality of being. And then, of course, the mysterious Shen, the spirit. This governs the body. In Chinese medicine, we say that the Yi, the intent, guides the Qi, and the Qi moves the body. So whatever action you thought you were going to take, you probably had that thought formulating way before the action occurred. And so that's just another example of mind over matter. And in this case here, that's what we're going to be looking at today, because looking at the hierarchy of Chinese medicine, we have earth-based medicine, and we also have human-based and celestial or heaven-based medicine. Now, I mean, medicine's medicine, right? Would you agree or disagree?
Disagree. Well,
Right, this is a psychic parody. I would hope you disagree. Okay, so looking at the earth side of it, like acupuncture, herbology, massage, I mean, this is surgeons, this is your nurse practitioner. These are specialized skills. In other words, this could be considered hell medicine. Why? Because this is medicine that needs someone with an expertise to take care of you. And if, let's say, you are out on a trip and you can't find that expert, then you are at the mercy of this profession, not knowing how to take care of oneself, which takes us to the next level, looking at Yang Shen. Yang Shen is lifestyle. That's what rhythm and ritual is about. That's what we're going to be exploring today, is how do we start nourishing our Yang Shen, making our lifestyle work for us so that we can have feng shui. Feng shui is just knowing what's going on in your environment. Yeah, it can be the arrangement of things around you, but it's really speaking to the environment and how you move, like wind and water. Feng meaning wind, shui meaning water. And as you watch, I'm sure this is peaceful for many, watching the wind move on the surface of water and how it can change direction suddenly. That is the beauty of feng shui in your life, being able to adapt to those changes and having a lifestyle, the Yongshen, to accommodate that. Follow me so far?
Yeah.
Excellent. And I like that you respond, because I'll call you out. Yes, very nice, very nice. Astrology. Now that you know how your environment's working, the bigger picture, looking at who knows what's in retrograde right now? I believe it's Venus, right? Mars just stopped and now Venus is in retrograde, right? So what does that mean, right? Well, learning about the astrology and learning about your relationship to the stars, that helps you to not need the earth-based medicines as often. Because If you know better, you can do better. And that there takes us to our next tier, which is education, right? Because if we know better, we do better, and then we can reach, if you know, right? Each one reach one, each one teach one. That builds culture. So now that you have a group of people that are always helping refine each other, you then start to find less and less serious conditions because there's always someone watching your back. Hey, I noticed that you have a limp. Oh, it's okay. I stepped on something. Hey, you know what? Go see so-and-so. They'll take care of you. No, it's okay. You don't need to come into work today. Go and see so-and-so. And prioritizing, stopping that little molehill turning into a mountain, right? So those are the 3 levels of Chinese medicine. So like if you're going in for acupuncture, herbology, massage, and all that, just know that that's the low level stuff, because that's like asking someone to like wipe your nose for you or feed you, because these are things that you can apply to yourself, like self-massage, learning about the different plants in your environment, whatnot. But that's why we focus on refining the lifestyle, because the human element we know is the bridge, and it's going to pull elements from the earth realm and elevate it through the celestial realm. And that's where we start being able to identify a ritual, things that we may unconsciously do, and start refining our rituals, the things that we somatically do. So before we get into like the meat and crux of it, you should know Chinese medicine is based on qi. Qi is this animating force. It's actually like the child of yin and yang. And yin and yang are birthed from this concept of wu ji, which is like this, it's yin and yang together, inseparable and undefinable. And then it decided to separate, and then yin and yang occurred. But on earth, there is no pure yin and there is no pure yang. There's always a little bit of each, and that's the Tai Chi symbol. And so when I say yin qi, gu qi, wei qi, these are types of qi. Qi is like a term we use, like color. It is to generalize this concept of red, green, blue, orange, right? And for somebody who was born blind, how would you describe to them a color? Right? We would have to try to create a relativity, right? Like red is hot, but it's also warm, but it can also be soft in certain textures. But does that really give justice to experiencing red, right? So that's like this concept of qi. And when you look at yin qi being nutritive qi from the food you eat, gu qi is the yin is running through the blood. It's the nourishment in the blood versus the gu qi, which is like an apple, and looking at the phytonutrients of that. That's the gu qi. And then wei qi, that's your immune system, the defensive qi. And so these are different types of ways in which we interact with our world. And that's why your qi, my qi, it's all qi. We are all qi, right? When we look down at the smallest level, even quantum mechanics will talk about how we are mostly empty space. And looking at that field, you realize, oh, that's what they were mapping the whole time in Chinese medicine. And so I try to tie these principles into things that we experience on a regular basis. And so this here is for those who, can you see you guys can see this okay? All right, so this is Inside Out characters, right? And in that movie, this Pixar movie, they personify different emotions to help children better understand how to deal with difficult, unproductive, big feelings. And so here, we need to differentiate, split hairs. Is there a difference between an emotion and a feeling? Yes, no? Yes, perhaps, kinda. They're kind of on the spectrum. Now, there's one that we can help and one that we cannot help. Emotions are a chemical reaction from our endocrine system, and they will trigger regardless of what's going on. If you have a breath in you, your endocrine system will likely, unless you have some pathological condition, of course, is going to produce an emotion. You cannot help your emotions. But how those emotions, once they get up into the wellspring at the top of the head and start following these pathways in our mind, those associations are feelings. And we can change the pathways based on, different factors, whether it be herbs or a better experience or having a mentor to walk you through something that's intimidating. These are all ways in which you're able to start to feel the difference between, like, I'm experiencing an emotion and I can choose not to express a feeling. Yes? Okay. So that's like the main part of this slide, like knowing that you are entitled to feel your emotions, but you are not entitled to always share your feelings. There's always consequences for your actions. Okay. So this is a lesson in discernment. And so also the other side of it is when you do express a big feeling and maybe it isn't as productive as you would like it to be, that can damage your chi. Chi moves in all different kinds of directions, and fear, shock, scatters the chi. And you might have experienced that before. Like anybody, show of hands, anybody ever come back to like a car or a place that wasn't left the way that you left it? And when you get to that thing and you're like, oh my God. I remember once I came back to a parking spot and there was no car in it.
Yeah.
And my energy scattered. I didn't know exactly what direction to go. I just was kind of like, right? And I froze. So when we go through stress, we need to also take note of how we react to it, right? So allostatic load. How many of you have heard this term before? Allostatic load. All stress is measured on this scale. All stress, physical stress, emotional stress. Isn't that true? That like mental stress, you can measure it on the allostatic load. So like we see it all the time in movies. They're like, oh, leave him. You don't let him sleep for 48 hours and keep throwing ice water in his face and tickle his feet with his feather, and then you'll be able to get the answer out of him, right? They are putting enough stress on his system to move that person from eustress, which is the performance zone. This is positive stress. These are the things like when you go to the gym and you're like, one more rep, or you're learning a language and you keep practicing that word that's hard to pronounce. These are the good types of stresses versus like being chased by a dog or someone being like, you should do it, pressuring you, right? These are different. Being able to differentiate what kind of stress am I under and how do I respond to the stress will help you to then have more flow in your rhythm and upgrade your rituals. Because if you're like in a constant state of fight, flight, freeze, or maybe fawn, then it's going to be very difficult to love oneself. Has anyone ever heard of that fourth F?
Nope.
Yeah, we've heard of fight and flight, yeah?
Freeze.
And freeze, right? Well, there's a fourth one, and it's fawn. This is the one that typically kind of goes under the wire because it's when somebody's real aggressive and they go, oh, it's okay. No, it's all right. I know you didn't mean to hit me. Here, take this. Would you like this? Would you like this instead? Instead of hitting me, why don't you take this? Fawning. And we may not even realize that we're doing it, but it's a defense mechanism when we are stressed. And so knowing how you may respond to your stress is going to be important for putting things together. So my favorite neighbor, he is probably the best when it comes to handling difficult, big emotions. And this quote in particular really touched me because when you talk about your feelings, they become less overwhelming, which is true. Then they also become less upsetting, which is also true because it's been out. But what really mattered to me, because less scary is like a state of mind, the people we trust with the important talk. I'd never heard that. The important talk can help us know that we are not alone. That important talk, like, oh yeah, how many people do we have in our lives to have that important talk? We can have superficial conversations. We can allude to what we're talking about, but having somebody who is going to be non-judgmental, have a critical eye, and be able to give you insight on what it is that is most helpful in your circumstance or a new, fresh look on what you're going through is essential. So that's why it's important to find your rhythm. Find your rhythm.
Oh.
He found his rhythm. So we're going to find our rhythm. So I sure hope that you are ready to do some Qigong. So get up if you can. Time to stand up if you can. Even you online, if you're live, you're going to be doing Qigong too. I bet you didn't know you were going to be doing Qigong today. Welcome to your body. Okay, so the way we start Qigong, we start with our feet together. Our right hand comes into a fist, left hand is flat, and this is how we salute and acknowledge that we ain't here to cause harm. We're here to love and show each other respect as we work on the same things. Good. Let your hands down by your side. You're going to soften your knees, and you're going to step out to the left, shoulders width. Now repeat after me. Ear, shoulder.
Ear, shoulder.
Ear, shoulder, hip.
Ear, shoulder, hip.
Ear, shoulder, hip, heel.
Ear, shoulder, hip, heel.
Good. That's going to be our guiding principle. Keeping the ears over the shoulders, shoulders over the hips, hips over the
Heels.
Excellent. We're listening. Okay. So now what we're going to do is left hand goes over right, and we're going to be making circles on our belly, coming up on our right side, coming across the belly, and down on the left. Now, as we come down on the left, we're going to bend our knees just slightly, and we're going to twist as we come up on the right, across, down on the left. Inhale up, hold, exhale down. Now with Qigong, one of the secret principles, I would put my pinky up to show how important this is, but I'm enjoying how this feels, is having the tongue on the roof of your mouth and breathing only through your nose. If you can, let your belly expand as you inhale, and let your belly relax as you exhale. Some of you might be feeling the work, like many of us don't bend like this and twist like this too often. So now what we're going to do is, this is the last circle, we come to the center. Now, we are going to trace our left arm, and we're going to trace the energetic pathway. So what we do is we allow our left hand to come to our hip. Call this attitude. Any of you know about that? Okay. Then we're going to take this hand and we're going to wipe to the left shoulder. We're going to wipe down the inside to the ends of our fingers, then up the outside, over the shoulder, then down the inside, exhaling as we go down, inhaling as we come up. This is called meridian mapping. Right now, we are tracing our upper body channels like the heart, pericardium, here in the center, and the lung. And coming up the outside, we have a special channel called the Sanjiao, or the triple burner, small intestine and large intestine. Most of the time, whenever we're reaching for the back of our shoulder, is to get an itch. So this time you're doing it deliberately. Now we're going to switch hands. Now we're going down the inside of the right arm and up the outside of our right arm. And keep circling around. I just definitely wiped that microphone right off. I said, bye-bye amplification. Qigong was just too good. You might even feel a little bit of work. How often do you hold your arms out like this? Why lift weights if you can't hold your arms? Welcome to your body. Good. And once you get to the top of the shoulder, now we're going to bring that left hand to right here at the nape of the neck, and the right hand goes on top, and we're going to wipe across the top, across the chest. And then the hands come down to our back, and we're going to wipe down our back. And then let the hands come up, wiping across. Inhale, and we call this bird chest. Then turtle back, really round out your back. Inhale, exhale. Now we're going to go down our legs. Top of the foot, wiping up the inside of the legs. Good. Then down the backside. Exhaling as we go down. Inhaling as we come up. One more. I know the only time people bend over this many times is if they keep dropping their keys and they go, loud, loud, down. Okay. Next, then big circle. We're going to do 3 of them, just so you know. Number 2. Good. Take a moment to be completely still. No adjusting, no picking, no wiping, even if you got a wedgie. Good. And relax. How often do we embrace stillness? Now, oh, you want to be done? That was only the first part. Back at it. Okay, the last part. We're just going to spread our feet just a little more than shoulders width, and we're just going to place our hands on our hips, and we're just going to rock left and right. Like you're peeking, like, who that? Wait, who that? Y'all know this feeling? You done that before?
Yeah.
Good. If we can go left and right, that means that we can come to center and we can go belly bump, booty bump, belly bump, booty bump. Now, if you're sitting, what you're going to do is you're going to be looking up at the big tower, looking down at the little child, looking up at the big tower. Good. And for everyone else, now we're going to add all three of those ranges. So we're going to go left, booty bump, right, belly bump, left, booty bump, right, belly bump. I love it. Y'all are just like my toddlers when I teach them. They love it when I say booty and belly too. Yeah, exactly. Here is my handle. Here is my spout. Good. If we can go one direction, let's go the other direction. Now, some of us might have had an experience with meditation. Sometimes they use the bell to help conclude a session, right?
Yeah.
Or sound healing too. Good. So the way that we like to conclude our Qigong, we come to center and we bring our hands up, level with the heart, and the palms are facing each other like you're holding a beach ball against your chest. Good. Of all the Qigong moves, this one is probably the most potent. Anybody feel their arms yet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, welcome to your body. All right. The way we conclude this, 3 gratitude circles. Repeat after me. Hands come down, making a big circle. Gratitude for my health.
Gratitude for my health.
Gratitude for my practice.
Gratitude for my practice.
Gratitude for our community.
Gratitude for our community.
Left foot to right. Right hand in a fist. Left hand flat. Thank you all for participating in Qigong. Now you may have a seat. All right. And if you have a water bottle, make sure to drink. That's super important. Hydration is key. Okay? Now consider this. If we were trees, the outside of the tree, the part that you see is the youngest part, the youngest aspect of the tree. And yet the core of the tree is the oldest version of itself. So then looking at a person, the outside we see is the youngest version of ourselves. And our inner child is the oldest. It's been around, it's seen puberty. It remembers every instance of high school. It remembers college. It remembers your first job. It remembers your first date. The inner child knows so much, and that's why Taoists are constantly seeking that inner child. And that is the bridge between your rhythms and your rituals. You have to be curious like a child. But how do you reconnect with your mini-me? How many of you remember Austin Powers?
Yes.
Yeah, I used this one here because he had to lift his hands in order to give the quotes. And sometimes you have to motivate your inner child. You have to give it guidance. And just like we did this Qigong, you can get out of your adult mind and let your body have fun. And your inner child really starts to shine, especially when you start to find your rhythm. Children love rhythm. They'll make rhythms out of anything. Hey, mom, 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 right? I loved that game. Okay. So now that you consider, like we've done a little bit of movement, we've talked a little bit of philosophy, how do we design our rituals, right? Some people think it's as simple as like, pouring water in a dish and letting the birds hop around. But what that really means is sometimes we don't have a teacher or a guru or a mentor to walk us, or a seafood to walk us through the details necessary to have that aha. And we do our best. And there's nothing wrong with striving. But if you're running east to find a sunset, then, how successful will you be, right? Kind of got to know your orientation before you begin a task. So that's why it's important to design it. So in this context, ritual means lifestyle refinement, taking the aspects of things that are already occurring and making it enriched, making it better, rather than trying to scrap everything and say that you know nothing, and saying we're going to start you at ground one with things that are unfamiliar, that don't feel comfortable and don't bring you joy. That's health. That's what we're taught. That's how we're told. And we force ourselves, and then oddly enough, weird things start to happen in our lives because we're trying to be healthy, right? Like, I can't tell you the number of times I've encountered somebody who was under 50, who was doing all the right things and end up with some odd, strange cancer of some sort. And we lose them early. They always ate raw. They ran every day. They swam with their kids, and then they had this rare heart disease and died before 50. Well, how healthy were they? Were they actually healthy, or were they just following what they had been told? Because there's a big difference. And so that's why knowing thyself is the best medicine, and having a community of people who have your back. That's why these photos are here. These are our family photos from Qigong. We have free movement classes every Tuesday and Thursday, making it available to people to find self-care, self-defense, and self-esteem. And so this is just our motley crew, love them to death. And, honestly, when you're looking at your lifestyle, you got to face a few things. And, Grover here has a good point. He talks about wanting to be a superhero in our lives, but sometimes pain or injury, whether it be physical, mental, emotional, can hold us back. Whether you want to accept it or not, it's still going to be there. And so with pain, you can learn to work with it or work against it, because pain is a really helpful tool and teacher, because it's one of the life signs. If somebody falls down a cliff and they poke them with a needle and they don't react, that's not good. You poke them with a needle and they go, why'd you do that? I just fell down a cliff. You're like, okay, cool, they're alive, right? So sometimes I embrace pain. I recognize, pain is the way my body is trying to communicate something to me. Now, I need to know if my body is telling me that this is a good pain or a bad pain. Now, good pains are things where you're like muscle sore from a nice workout, or maybe your arms are a little sore from doing these movements. Bad pain would be you leaving here and close your hand in the door. Like, that's not a good pain. Or or like you overdo it, overstretch, and then you feel a sharp pain in your shoulder and you keep pushing through the exercise. Sharp pain is never, ever, rarely is it a good thing. Very, very rarely. So that's why I offer you this simple 30% rule. If you recognize your 100% effort and you only put 30% of your effort into the things that you do, and you make that 30% count, that extra 70% becomes an energetic savings account for when you really need it. It becomes the NOS, where you push the button and boom, you're in overdrive. And it also compounds. So just like a savings account, it has like 100% APY compounding interest and a $0 buy-in. All you got to do is just keep using it. It's pretty great. So that's one way in which we can start to identify and look at pain. Now, y'all know this guy? He's my other neighbor. He's not so great. Okay, Peter Griffin, he just tripped in front of my house. And I am now going to offer him a few of the ways in which we manage pain in the clinic, but also being able to add these things as part of your ritual that eventually become rhythms. Because the objective of rhythm and ritual is to first identify how you move already with your rhythms, and then being able to identify what you already are prone to in your ritual. So then in your rituals, you can always add and subtract. And you don't have to go fast, because this is a lifetime's worth of accumulation. In Chinese, there is a term called gong fu. Gong fu is the cultivation of a skill over a long period of time. That's where the TV show Kung Fu comes from. And anybody can have gong fu. It could be a chef, It could be a professional driver. It could even be a janitor. It's somebody who dedicates their time to refining that particular skill set. And that is that lifestyle refinement, finding the gung fu in the rituals that you take on. But you need someone to do that. So the first thing that I would do to manage that pain is get a massage. Okay? Why? It's not just the chopping actions and the range of motion. There are therapeutics in touch, just the laying of hands. We know this just from Reiki. You don't even have to physically touch the person, and you can elicit change. So there's a lot of power in touch. And so you can come to our booth and you can come check out anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes worth of body work today. And we use Tuina, manual Chinese medicine, ways to utilize range of motion and different tools in order to elicit change or to overcome pain and sickness. Now, if let's say there is someone who is having like mental fatigue and they get easily overwhelmed, then this is a different kind of pain. This is where we might use brain food. Now, the creator of this was this woman who had developed a brain tumor, and her son is a chemist, and they worked together to formulate a natural powder that was divided up into, a sample, or not a sample, but like a serving size, so that she would not have to like accidentally overdo it, especially being compromised with this tumor. And within the year of her creating and using this product, she now has had that brain tumor surgery removal and was back on her feet in, less than 90 days, which is unheard of. And Christian over here, he's part of my team. He was there when he heard this. Like, I have never heard of this before. And so I started doing research into like what was in this product. And there's a lot of adaptogenic mushrooms, and adaptogens, they tend to take something that's not working and make it start working in your favor. And so when the synergy between the adaptogens come into play, it actually does have some form of result. So now I've been regularly using brain food. This has become a staple in my family's life, but also in our community's life, because for the students and whatnot who use Adderall or have like coffee addictions or anything like that, this is a nice alternative. Now, let's get into the fun one. If you're dealing with pain, many are not aware that you can use cannabinoids, but we can use cannabinoids that don't get you high. No euphoria, zero euphoria. You will have clarity. You could even have a drug test and come up clean because they are testing for THC. THC is the one that gives you that feeling. So here are primary cannabinoids. THC, like I mentioned, is the euphoria, but here's another one you might not have heard of, CBC. This is our mood gummy. This one triggers the midbrain to release adenamine. Adenamine is the precursor to an endorphin or an endo-opioid. Our body makes opiates and it makes cannabis. Endo versus outdo. That's my little joke. It's endo, E-N-D-O, versus phyto. Okay, so there's phytocannabinoids, which is what you get from the plants, and endo, what our body makes. Then CBG, 3 times stronger than CBD for pain, cannabigerol. CBG, it is exceptionally good at protecting the nerves too. So for people that are like showing signs of dementia or showing signs of Parkinson's or showing signs of like any kind of tic and shaking, CBG has shown to help reduce the amount of uncontrolled movement. CBD is probably the most famous, second most famous, and this one is for calm and being able to take the anxiety out of your chest. And then of course the last one, CBN. CBN is the sleep molecule. Cannabinol is exceptionally good. It's way safer than melatonin because melatonin your body naturally produces, and if you're taking too much of it, our bodies are super lazy. Like the moment that it doesn't have to do something, it will not. And so if it doesn't have to produce melatonin, that means you're going to have a lot of insomnia when you run out, or you're going to have to start increasing the dosage, which then can become less than desirable. So these need to go somewhere, and that is through the ECS, the endocannabinoid system in our bodies. Like I had mentioned, it works locally, and it is the middleman between our autonomic and our somatic nervous systems, or our central and peripheral. Now, this is an actual person. This comes from that demented art installation where the guy stole bodies and like showed it to the world? Yeah, that's one of the stolen bodies. So here is your central nervous system in the middle, and then the peripherals, just like a tree. This is the tap root, and then this is everything else. These would be the branches and the leaves and the stems, right? And so the ECS has also been shown to be associated with things like frequent migraines, irritable bowel syndrome, fibromyalgia. These are all signs of not having enough cannabinoids in your system. And like we mentioned, not all of them get you high. So if you're able to consume more CBD and CBG, CBC, you'll see that your body will start to thank you and respond in kind. It's really kind of cool. So happy nerves, happy life. We have these kinds of things at our booth. You can come and talk to us about it. They're all medical grade. Like our sleep gummy has 30 milligrams of CBN. If you were to go to a dispensary, the most you'll find is 5 milligrams per gummy. But the thing is, we don't have THC in it. It's got CBD, non-psychoactive, and it's an isolate. Yes?
I've used CBD before, but it made my mouth dry.
Ah, interesting. So like I would think that if your mouth were getting dry with that use, I would be curious to know if it were full spectrum or an isolate or if it were broad spectrum, because they sometimes will process the cannabis and they'll have adder, typically like a medium, like a coconut oil or something like that if they're being good, or a canola oil if they're being bad. And sometimes those additional ingredients can cause things like dry mouth. So I would have to see the product and I'd be able to, yeah. Is that helpful for y'all? Excellent. All right. So the other thing is Tai Chi, just like what you saw, like being able to have some fun, managing your pain, having a movement practice. It could be yoga, but I prefer Tai Chi and Qigong because one of the byproducts is self-defense. You're able to use all the same motions that would help you feel better and improve your circulation, and you can use it to martially do something if you needed to. You know, hey, no means no, right? Like, and we use our voice. One of the things we like to teach, like with the hand up like this, right? I teach them this is, give me my money. We call this, give me my money. Because this is a very intimidating experience, right? No, give me my money, right? No, you shorted me $10. Give me my money. You're in another country. They're like, I don't know. And you're like, give me my money. Now, I want to get louder, but I'm trying not to. It's a small space. But that's called lion's roar in Qigong and Tai Chi. It's being able to project your voice so much that your voice echoes off the buildings. And they go, okay, yeah, oh, sorry, miscounted. My bad, right? That's what you want. You want them to play it off because you can get yours. So having a strong voice is just as important as having a strong body. Now, like I had mentioned, looking at our autonomic, things that just happen automatically, and looking at the somatic aspects of life, the things that we physically are touching, interacting with, we have to find that middle ground. We have to be able to feel comfortable knowing what we unconsciously are doing in our rhythm and how it reflects in our rituals. Some people don't pay attention to their straight line. Some people just kind of randomly just do the thing. And like origami, anybody ever done origami? Yeah? Who here has never done origami? Who here has never heard of origami? Okay, I was going to say, I'd be surprised. I would explain. But yes, if you've never done origami before, sometimes people will use tools in order to get a straight line because of how difficult it is to line up a piece of paper. So that's the same thing with our lives. Like there are certain things you got to find alignment with, and it takes a whole lot of effort and a little know-how. So that's kind of like the meat of it. So now when you're creating your ritual and looking at how it's going to impact your rhythm, you first want to reflect. Step one is to reflect, okay? You want to know what kind of life do you want to create. If you don't know where you're going and you don't know where you're at, there's no way that you could call an Uber, right? If you don't know where to tell them to pick you up, how are you going to get to your destination? Two, you got to identify the rhythm in your life already existing. What are your natural cycles? Are you a night owl? If you're a night owl, don't try to become an early bird. Embrace the night owl and find out how to be productive. And where is the cutoff? Where is the cutoff before you are in excess, right? Then three, to designing what it is these rituals are going to be doing for you, right? Start small, focus on the consistency. starting with just one thing that you add and you can keep doing is going to feel way better than a laundry list of things that you never get done and you resent that's on your wall. Okay. Number 4, implement. Start with those 1 to 2 key rituals and build from there. Let that be your cornerstone, and then keep adding to it, always touching one corner till eventually it's in the center. And now by the time you've really refined yourself, you're like, wow, this is where I was and this is where I am. And you can see the stark difference, and you can help others, right? Because the highest level of our medicine is 1, knowing, educating, and then the culture of passing it to others, so that then the Tao is the whole community is benefiting from learning to improve themselves. That's the highest level of this medicine. And that's why we do this. Being the better version of myself, like the best gift I can give my family is my health. I'm going to repeat that. The best gift you can give your family is your health. And so I make that a top priority. And I want to encourage you to do the same. Because number 5 is that adjustment, right? You got to be flexible and willing. In Africa, when they say, are you serious? Especially like in Nigeria, they say, are you serious? Well, in America, what does that mean? Are you serious? Are you serious? No, are you serious? Are you serious? Oh yeah, she's serious, and then laughs. I love it. See, that's her inner child, okay? That's great. So when they ask you, are you serious? That means, are you going to do something about it?
Yeah.
Because like if I say, no, I'm serious, that means, oh, he's going to physically act upon this. I'm going to interject myself into the situation in a very somatic way. I might be some mad at someone, right? So these are the kind of things you got to consider. So when you're making these adjustments, you need to find your routine and be able to adapt and shift, just like in Tai Chi, shifting your weight to your toe and pivoting and knowing, okay, my knees are made of tofu, so I know how to be gentle on these knees, but still push through and get to where I need to be. So that's why I like these overlapping principle-based practices. And that's like the number 1 thing when it comes to pain. Having principles in place will give you what to do when you feel in crisis. So here's an example of a morning ritual, super simple, right? This is the marvelous Miss Maisel. That guy's so funny. I have a morning routine. A simple morning routine, it can include just some simple things like time to yourself, journaling, doing movement, drinking water, staying hydrated. We're mostly water. Like, don't even get me started. My next subject I'm going to talk to y'all about is going to be water. So just look out for it, okay? Because we are mostly water. And if you think improving your food is going to give you the results, that's only 40% of the problem. Like, if you only dealt with 40% of your financial problems, are you ever going to get out of debt? No, if 60% of it is what? We're mostly water, and it is all inside of our cells, and they're teeny tiny. They're the reason why there's empty space. So, it's like the water aspect will change some of the most, it can create some of the most profound changes in unexpected ways. And that's a whole nother subject. Our evening ritual, this is Adventure Time. It's another silly cartoon, if you have kids. Would be like being able to wind down using different products like our CBN, CBG, CBC to know how we act, knowing our rhythm at night. Some people get a second wind. Anybody get a second wind after 9 p.m.? That's really challenging, right? You get that little chill. You're like, oh, it's time to go to bed. And then getting cleaned up, you're like, I just woke myself up getting cleaned up. Stupid shower, stupid teeth brushing. Then you go back to watch a TV or something of that nature. Knowing that about yourself, how can you mitigate it? That's the fun. That's where it becomes a game. Health and wellness should be a game. You should see it as like engaging, lighthearted. And that's why I do these one-on-one coaching, being able to talk with people, help them walk them through using Chinese medical principles to get them to the place that they want to be. And if it's not me, I have a vast network, and I will call upon my network and I will bring them in and tie people together and get them where they need to be. So that's where that comes in. That's what the R&R can provide. But come and talk to me. You could scan the QR if you like, or you can come to the booth, do in 10 minutes. chit chat with me. Find out like what you're going through. If you want a second opinion on it, if you want me to translate something that you're experiencing into Chinese medicine and seeing how might that be addressed from that perspective, come talk to me. It's fun. I'm lighthearted. My job is for you to forget that you're talking to a doctor and just have fun. Okay? All right. The other thing is it does come with an online community. It's free. You can join the community and scanning the QR. You can also learn about it at the booth. But this online portal allows us space to be national and international because I travel and I see people in other states and other places, but our offerings have always been in person. And being in person is great, wouldn't you say? Right? And on Zoom, it may translate across. You guys can leave a comment and let me know if you can feel the energy. But there's still a little something that comes with being in person. So, and this is the bridge between the two. And then the last one is just explaining our ecosystem briefly as we wind down. I founded Organic and Chi Up Academy. One's for-profit, one's nonprofit. Organic Wellness is a challenge to the status quo. We deal with health literacy and cultural preservation. Organic is a term to describe hope or natural bravery, being able to find joy. When somebody says that you won't be able to do something, Organic, taking the step to try CBN rather than a high-grade pharmaceutical sleep aid, right? And then this logo, Tu Ren, is two Chinese characters. Tu meaning earth, Ren meaning person. It means a native person, an aboriginal, made of clay. It represents the legend of John Henry, and he's an American hero who fought against the steam engine when it came to laying railroad ties. And he broke through the mountain, and he sacrificed, he was the martyr to prove that the steam engine would not compare to human ingenuity. He died on the other side, but he made his point. Fatal point. All right, and I'm going to skip the video in this part here because of time, but Chi Up and Chi Up Academy, this is my friend Steve Gaines, and he sadly was murdered in 2021 at a hospital looking for help.
Oh gosh.
And they still haven't really given justice for Zumbi. So instead of taking an aggressive approach, we said, how can we make sure that there are less people experiencing these kinds of tragedies? And so that's where Chi Up comes from. He would say, I'm going to go Chi Up before I meet up with you, meaning he was going to go raise his spirits, do movement, be able to be conscious and aware when he gets to you. So that's what we teach the kids. And this video kind of breaks down him talking about our relationship and him being my friend, big brother like, and all that jazz. From that, we have our free Chi initiative. So every Tuesday and Thursday in Oakland, we have free body work with our student massage therapists who I mentor and train. And then we also have Chi Up Academy's Tai Chi Qigong. And that's 6:30 to 7:30. And I teach that class. So I'm supervising in the afternoon and then get to see me show off some moves. And Christian here can tell you, is it fake?
No, not at all. I was about to say, you can see him do his moves on me because I'm the one that gets tossed around.
Yes.
I will say that it is super relatable, and all the movements that he teaches you in that context, you do every day. So, and it's just putting it in the context where it can potentially help you get out of the situation. It's beautiful. It's completely changed my life. So,
yeah, he's a poster child. Like I bought a poster and put him on. And lastly, thank you for your time. If you'd like, you can come by the booth. You can scan the QR to learn more. But that is my time. I appreciate all of you. I'm Dr. Dan, signing out. Have a wonderful evening. I'll be at it again tomorrow. I'm going to do it again. 12 o'clock. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Allison, and I'm happy to welcome you on behalf of SoulSearch. We hope that you come back and see us again and again and again. It's my absolute delight to introduce you to Marnell. I know, Marnell. It's the second name always trips me up. I'm like, I'm sure that I'm going to mess it up. So, of course, I messed up the first name, so you relax into the second one. So, for more than 15 years, certified money coach Marnell Marasigan has cultivated a practice of meditation, spiritual alignment, and trauma healing and integration. Excuse me. Not only is she a money coach, she is also a body-centered intuitive counselor who has the innate ability to help us connect to the light of our souls. Doesn't that sound lovely? Marnell received her MBA in global management from St. Mary's College of California and has worn many hats in the nonprofit sector for more than 30 years in the field of health, education, spirituality, and philanthropic advocacy. She trained as a certified money coach under Deborah Price, founder of the Money Coaching Institute. Previously, Marnell was the director of the Berkeley Psychic Institute and has taught clairvoyant and energy healing classes while doing thousands of psychic readings. Currently, she is a student of world-renowned spiritual teacher Thomas Hubel and a graduate of the Timeless Wisdom Training Program of the Academy of Inner Science. So I think you are in not just good hands, but spectacular hands. Enjoy.
Thank you, Allison.
Welcome, Marnell.
Thank you. Actually, just give me some minutes. Just want to make sure I have the timer set for me properly. Okay. We have 50 minutes, right, Allison?
Yes, we do.
All righty. Let me set that up. All righty. I'm going to make sure. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here today. I see some familiar faces. And some of you I said hello to earlier. Again, my name is Marnell Marasigan, and I am here today to show you the 3 keys on how to become a money magnet and align with abundance, this universal energy of abundance. How many of you would like to have that? Yes, you're in the right place. And I'm the right person to tell you about this. Why? Because life is so amazing. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I live in San Francisco, 3 blocks from the beach and 3 blocks from Golden Gate Park. Almost every day I get to walk on the beach and play with my dog, and it's super fun. I have an amazing partner who supports me 1,000%. Last summer, he took me on a cruise to the Mediterranean, and it was super fun. And how many of you would like to attract that kind of abundance where people just give it to you? Oh, it was amazing, right? I have a son who is a firefighter. Every summer, he fights wildfires all across the United States. I am very, very proud of him. I'm a very proud mama, right? And how many of you are mothers in the house? Yes. Oh my goodness. All these amazing mamas. Thank you for who you are and bringing this amazing children and lives into the world, and just being who you are. And, there's something so beautiful about living life according to how you want it, right? I have clients that I work with who are so committed to becoming money magnets themselves and who have shifted their lives because of our work together. I wake up every morning like hearing the waves and just so excited about life because I kind of cracked the code of how to attract this more abundance into my life, right? And it's such a beautiful thing. Waking up every morning just so inspired about life. Had many students that I've taught, and I'm just in a really happy, beautiful place. And I want all of you to experience that because it is possible, right? However, it wasn't always this way. There was a time in my life when I found myself divorced, single mom, living on food stamps. fighting through anxiety and depression day after day. My son's father was a drug user, and I found myself in an emotionally abusive marriage that I had to leave. And it destroyed me. It got to a point, and my finances, there was a time when I needed, like, the work that I was looking to start fell through, and I found myself not even having any money to pay for rent. And in those times, I felt like, what's the use of being here? I can't even take care of myself. I was just so distraught, and I didn't know what to do. And one night, I was laying in bed crying and just feeling like I want to just give up. I don't want this life anymore. Right? And then I heard a voice, like my tiny voice. I heard it, and it said, your life is worth more than the money that you do not have right now. And so in that moment, I'm so glad I heard that voice. It was what I needed as I was crying in the dark, tears just soaking my pillow. And this message said, I am worthy of living. And how many of you have had moments in your life where you're so low that you hear something that said, no, keep going, right? And I'm so glad I kept going. And so what did I do? I didn't have the money, right, to pay my rent, but I was also the kind of person that would never ask for help. How many of you are like, I'm going to do it myself. I'll take care of everything, right? I was like that. And it got me into that deeper place. And so from that moment, I learned to ask for support and help. I went to a therapist. I figured out, like, I looked at all the underlying traumas that got me into an abusive marriage, right? All the traumas that I had in my life, I found a way to heal it. Found the right teachers, the right therapists, the right support groups. I even later on, I even hired myself a money coach. And it was like, this is amazing. I want to teach others how to do this. And so I stand here before you, not just having all of this amazing life that I have now. I stand here because I was down there. I was at the pits, right? And that there's a way out. Day by day, month by month, year by year, I got myself the support that I needed. And then I found the joy and the beauty of who I am again. And I want you to also feel that for yourselves. The beauty of who you are. The power that you are. So in the next 45 minutes, I'm going to share with you some of the tricks that I have learned to get to where I am now. And so, ready for that? Does everybody have a booklet? Does anybody need one? Okay. Can you guys pass it down to the person who doesn't have one? Awesome. All right. So we're going to start with, I want you to open your booklet. And we're going to start with pairing up with someone next to you. We're going to play this game. What is your earliest money memory? Just think about it. What's the earliest memory I have about money? I'm going to share you a memory. Oops. Sorry for the folks online that I stepped out of this space. All right. So a money memory that I have as a little child is my My grandmother, I was her favorite. And my grandmother would take me to go have ice cream at the ice cream shop before taking me to my siblings, because I actually lived with her. And so my grandmother would take me, and then she would say, do not tell your siblings that we got ice cream, okay? And what's the first words that come out of my mouth when I see my sisters? Yeah, we went to have ice cream, right? And then my sisters would get jealous and would be upset, right? And so it was interesting because it kind of became like, if I have something, I cannot let others know about it, or someone would get upset if I get something, right? And so for me, it's like, ooh, I can't tell others, right? And so I'm curious for you, what money memory do you have? And I want you to pair up with a person next to you or behind you. And I want you to share with that partner your earliest money memory. So I want to go ahead and pick who's going to be A and who's going to be B in your partner. A, we got A. Who needs a partner? One person needs a partner here. Does everybody have a partner? You don't have a partner? We can partner. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So pick A. So we'll start. A, the amazing people. Do you need a partner? Oh, you need a booklet. No worries. Do you need a pen? We also have pens.
Right, oh, the pen's right there. I need one more. There's two of them.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So the first memory around money. All right. All the amazing people will start first. Do you have a minute to share?
My first memory was...
No, just share it. Like, what's your earliest memory and how do you feel thinking about it now? How did that make you feel? And you don't have to write it down. You can just share it with each other.
Absence, letting that go, but it kind of sneaks in every now and then. But that was my earliest memory of money. Yeah. And it's like, it's so amazing when you're trying these things that you take them to adulthood. But our actions show what we're thinking.
Okay, wrap up. Now it's who's B? Yeah. B, beautiful people now get to share. Earliest memory around money.
People, when we how it shows, it's like, why can't I have it? Why can't I see it? And we really sit down and think about it. With this process, this memory comes out. And it is, it's like from childhood, a lot of stuff we say in our lives is based on stuff from childhood. We don't have to pay attention. It's like, it's so amazing. It's like, and even when you're doing the work on it, it's like, it still kind of trickles in. But it's like, but then sometimes like, I get to the place like, I can stop. It's like, I think when you walk I have to pull up a different mindset sometimes. Where's okay, I was like, your accent. I was like, okay.
All right. How is that? I want to hear. want to hear some shares in the room. What was your earliest memory around money? Anybody want to share?
Sure.
Okay, we'll have one at the back. Yes.
I was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Babysitting.
Yes.
And when I got the money, I felt empowered.
Beautiful.
And when I didn't have any money, I felt poor and weak.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So for the folks online, a beautiful lady here just said that when she, so when receiving money, feeling empowered, and when I don't have it, you feel poor. Yes. Thank you for sharing that. How about you, sweetie?
So my first experience, and it's lasted for a while, and I've done work on it, was my grandmother raised me as well. But whenever I received money, she would always take it away from me.
Oh.
And I realized how that has been throughout my life. It's like, that underlining thing behind when I get large sums of money or something, I want to hurry up and get rid of it. Or if I think it's like, oh, I'm getting paid and something happens to my car, or so something takes it away.
Yes.
And so I've had to do work on, nope, that's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
But that was my earliest memory of money.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. For the folks online who are listening, she had shared that whenever there's money coming in, it gets taken away, right? And it was a pattern from childhood, right? And it has continued on, right? Until you made a decision, wait a second, I don't want that to be that way anymore, right? Yes. And yeah, isn't it fascinating? Just like thinking about how many of you have noticed just now having this memory around money, and you just like, wait a second, right? It's wow, I didn't even realize that it had that effect on me. But it does. How we were raised, and how the people around us were around money has an impact on how we are around money also, right? And it's such an unconscious thing. On your next, anybody else want to share? Maybe on this side of the room? Anyone on this side? No? All right, this.
Well, I mean, I think my first real, I had earned money earlier in service, other things like that, but I never worried about money until I got married at a young age and realized that I didn't have enough. The only thing for me, all I could see was to go out and physically work for somebody else and earn that.
Yes.
And what I kind of learned later on in life was that there were many other paths to success.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for sharing that. It's like, yeah, in the beginning, we only have one way of earning money that we were programmed, right? But then later on, we realize, oh, there's many paths to success. So thank you for sharing that. There's some seats here in the front, so please join us. And we also have a workbook. And where is the pen? There you go. So thank you, everyone, for sharing about your money memory, because sometimes just having this recognition will help us shift things. Now, I want you to spell on your notebook. You have this little lines there. I want you to spell the word reaction. REACTION. On your, right here, on this page one.
One letter?
Yeah, one letter per line. I'm going to spell it. Reaction. And what is the middle letter of this word?
Act.
C and T. So we're going to start with the first letter, C. And what does C stand for? Cash. I love it. Cash. Beautiful. And it also stands for conscious. Yes. Consciousness. What did just happen here? When I ask you about money memory, we brought something into our consciousness, right? And now, what happens when you put consciousness or the letter C in the beginning of the word? What do you get?
Creation.
Creation. That's right. So when it comes to money, am I in a place of reaction or in a place of creation? And how do you move from reaction to creation? Is you bring consciousness into your life. Stay conscious of your money. Know where it's going. Know when it's coming, right? It's like they're like our children. We want to know what's happening with our money. We don't want to turn our backs away from it and say, I don't want to look at the bank statements, right? No, I want to find out what's going on with my money, right? Be in that place of power. You have power over it, not it over you. Okay? So what consciousness are you going to bring into your money space? Are you going to bring in that consciousness of abundance or joy or flow, or are you in the consciousness of scarcity? So it's about you shifting that for yourself. So key number 1 is stay conscious and aware of my money. Why? When I stay conscious and aware about money, oops, here it is, I get to create and have more choices. Consciousness gives choices, allows you to create instead of just react. It's exhausting to be in the reactive space all the time, right? So when you bring in consciousness into your money space, you are choosing. You are creating. That's key number 1. Key number 2. So earlier is, he said, our beautiful woman in the back said, oh, and I don't have money, I feel poor, right? Or there's a belief in the beginning of your life that only one way to make money, right? So how many of you know that you have some limiting beliefs that are living in you around money, right? We all do. So I invite you, take out your phones right now. And on your booklet, on the second page, is the money quiz. Because key number 2 is, first we need to stay conscious. And key number 2 is you need to identify your limiting beliefs and patterns. Because if you don't know what's happening, you cannot change it, right? So go ahead and take the money quiz right now. There's a QR code on your booklet. It will take you to the money quiz. And we'll discuss the results of this after. And the quiz says, click on each word that describes your tendencies relative to money. So for example, the first word there is anxious. Do you ever feel anxious around money? Are you worried, right? If that's something that happens to you, then click it. Unless it's a clear no, and you say, I think so, then go ahead and click it, right? Sir, there's a seat here. And I'm going to give you a... So yeah, there's just a bunch of words, and just like any of this that feel like, oh yeah, I feel powerful. Ooh, I'm more happy-go-lucky, right? Just yeah, whatever words.
Because I did this when I was out with you. And was it supposed to send me the results like in an email or something?
Yeah, you didn't get it?
No.
Oh,
That's what I was
do
doing.
it again. It's supposed to.
You took a picture? You took a picture? Yeah, because I got the email to like your site, or, but that was it. I didn't see the results. Oh, right, I'll do it again.
Yeah. And then at the end, put in your information so you can get the quiz results. Oh, I'm gonna put that on there. All right, the quiz results are coming in. If you want to take a screenshot of your results. Just curious raise of hands, how many are still working on the quiz? No, almost all done. And there's no right or wrong answers here.
So the influence, they're all passive?
Yeah. Well,
Some are active?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'll
Yeah.
we'll go through it. Oh, beautiful. All right. You guys done? Okay. So you probably are curious about your results, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna tell you more about what are these limiting beliefs and patterns that we have. These are archetypes around money. And there are two basic wounds around money: the wound of the innocent and the wound of the victim. The innocent, no one was there to guide me. This is the part of us that gets overwhelmed and would say, can somebody else do this? I don't want to deal with this, right? When people who scored on the innocent, it just means no one taught you how to do this. That's why it's overwhelming, right? You feel powerless around money. You're dependent. And the innocent wants to feel safe at all cost, right? So the innocent, it's not your fault that you didn't know how. It's because no one taught you how to do this. In our childhood, no one said, or as we were growing up, no one actually said, this is how the world of money works. This is how you earn it. This is how you keep it. This is how you manage it, right? So this, if you scored in the innocent, don't worry. It just means you need to just learn a few more things, right? The other one is the victim. The victim, no one was there to protect me. The victim is always having issues that is external. Like all this you've been abused, you've been betrayed, or you suffered great loss around money. So the victim is like always in the space of, I don't have enough. Someone's out to get me. The victim has that scarcity energy, right? So victim, those are the two basic wounds. And then we compensate. The martyr. How many have scored in the martyr? I scored on this one. The martyrs are the ones, you know how hard it is to be a victim or to be an innocent. So you want to be there for others no matter the cost to you. Martyrs, you have such beautiful, generous hearts. The hard part with the martyrs is everything goes out and not a lot comes back in, right? And that's not a sustainable way of being and living. The next compensation that we have is the compensation of the tyrant. This is the other opposite of the innocent, and the victim had no control. So the tyrant tries to be in control at all times. This is the part of us that gets very controlling, or it's very critical and judgmental towards ourselves. And it's so scared of losing control, right? The next one, the other way to compensate is to just forget about it and just have fun. I scored high on this one too. Like life is too short, just live in the moment and don't worry about the future. The fool are the ones that goes for the next shiny object, right? It's like, ooh, I want this. The fool only knows what it wants, and it wants it now, not tomorrow, right now, right? And the fool is just trying to not worry. So it tries to soothe itself by just going for the next shiny object and going for the next fun thing I can do, right? And it's a fun place. But not always when it comes to money, because it's like sometimes what happens is, yeah, I want to be there for others, but nothing comes back to you. And so the fool goes, well, no one's giving it to me, so I'm going to do it for myself, right? And then you see the bank statement and it's like, oops. And then the tyrant comes in and says, you shouldn't have done that. How many of you kind of go in that spiral, right? We all do. We all do. And it is just a way that we had learned how to be with money, because no one taught us in the first place, or no one protected us. So these are all compensations. Any questions about the compensations? Or how many of you scored in the fool? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So I want to just say to this part where we scored innocent or victim, it wasn't your fault. Okay? You were just trying to make do with the cards that you were dealt with. The tyrant might want to be very controlling and harsh, but how many of you would like to retire the tyrant, right? Or kind of reel in the fool and say, yeah, that was really fun. However, let's hold off, right? Or the martyr, we want to give boundaries for the martyr. Yes, you have a beautiful heart, and we don't have to run ourselves down to the ground to help others, right? So these are your quiz results about the wounds and compensations around money. As I share this with you, how many of you notice like, oh wow, this results kind of make a lot of sense, right? Yeah. Any questions or comments? Yes, sweetheart.
Did you go over the warrior? Also?
Not yet.
Oh,
Not yet.
okay. What
Yes.
the percentages?
The percentages. It just means that, like each, how much of those words or the archetypes are alive in you most of the time, right? The thing, if you had scored passive in any of the wounds or the compensations, one thing though is when we get stressed, those numbers get higher. So we want to be able to like get that under control in a loving way, not in the tyrant way. Okay. So some of you are curious, what about the other things that was here? So what is the key number 3 to becoming a money magnet is you need to connect to your wealth superpowers. Because your wealth superpowers are what will get you out of your limiting patterns and beliefs. Wealth superpower number 1 is your warrior. This is the divine masculine energy. This is the part of you that actually is here and said, oh yeah, money magnet, I want to learn how to be that, and I'm gonna go to that room and learn from Marnell. That was your warrior, right? Your warrior is the one that gets out of bed every morning and goes to work or do what it takes to have food on the table, to have the clothes that you have, to have roof over your shoulder. That's your warrior energy. Now, I invite you, actually, I'm going to invite all of you to stand up right now. And I want you to think of a time when you accomplished something big in your life. Something really big. Maybe you got that promotion, or you had a big project that you created and you did it. So for me, something big in my life that I accomplished was when I graduated at St. Mary's College and got my MBA. And I remember walking through the stage, and then when I got to the middle of the stage, I just did this, because I was so happy, right? So I want you to think or feel into your body right now. If you can feel this goal that you created, what is the action? Is this like this? Yes. Or is this, yeah? I want you to just feel into your body this sense of accomplishment that you have. And how are you standing right now just feeling this? Power within yourself. I know you were playing pickleball earlier, right? And then it's like, ooh, I got that swing right. That might be it. You're like, yeah. So I want you to kind of start walking around the room and showing each other what is your warrior pose. Go ahead. Walk around the room. Show your warrior pose. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Warrior pose. I want to see the warriors. I want to see. Yes. Oh, I love that wave back there. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
What's your warrior energy? Yes. Woohoo! Right? And this is the energy that I want you to use when it comes to your money. It's already in you. The warrior. So how did that feel?
Good.
It was
Like
good.
free.
Right? And freeing. Yes. So what if you, and go ahead and have a seat. It felt good and freeing, right? And that's how we want money to be good and freeing. So use your warrior energy. This is your divine masculine energy. And then your next superpower is your magician, the divine feminine energy. This is the part of you that is loving and kind, compassionate. Now, I want you to pick, where did you score the highest for your either the wounds and the compensation? Which scored the highest among those 5? So just pick one that scored the highest. Now, I want you to tune in. This divine feminine energy, the loving, the kind, the compassionate part of you, what would it like to tell this wound or this compensation? Just notice, what is the most compassionate thing you can share with yourself right now? And how does it feel? First, you felt your warrior. Then you move into this compassionate space for your wounds and limiting patterns and beliefs. Right? And just notice how you feel right now. Okay? So when we look at our limiting beliefs, it's just, okay, this is a pattern and I can shift it, and I am calling in the biggest parts of myself to work with this. Right? It's not the victim that will get us out of our victim space. Okay? It's our powerful selves that will get us out of it. And your next wealth superpower is your creator artist. This is about your divine connection to source energy. I know that when I heard that voice that said, my life is worth more than the money I didn't have, that was my connection to source. Right? So what is your connection to source? This is about you knowing that abundance is always around us. We breathe, we feel the abundance of earth. We breathe, we notice oxygen. There's no lack of oxygen. There's always abundance happening around us already. And if you forget, if you go into that scarcity space, breathe. Because with your breath, you remember there's an abundance of oxygen for me right now. Right? So if your money actions and decisions were a car, I want you to think that I want your warrior to be driving that car, your magician navigating, and providing guidance, your creator artist on the back seat, coming up with many ideas on how to bring in more revenue into our lives. Right? The innocent, the victim, the martyr, the fool, and the tyrant, They get packed nicely in the luggage and they stay in the trunk. Okay? They don't have a say when it comes to money. So these are your superpowers. Now I want you to think, when you connect to your superpower, what's a gemstone that comes to mind? Diamond. Beautiful. Connection to source. So just feel into what is my gem. Just feel into it. Whatever shows up for you. Let that be. These are our tools I'm showing you right now that can support you become the money magnets that you are. It's your divine right. And you have to keep connecting to it. Bring the consciousness of your wealth superpowers into your money space. Now, how many of you are curious around what your actual results mean? Right? When I first took this, I was like, whoa, what is this? Right? And I want to invite all of you to have some time with me. I'm going to share, actually before that, I want to share with you one client of mine. They perform in drag. And like you, they were at a SoulSearch event. And we met. They were such a goddess and they were performing in drag. And then, like when we worked together, they had like a lot of self-doubts and lack of confidence and really feeling like there's something wrong with them. And through our work together, we looked at all these limiting beliefs and patterns, right? And we went through a healing and clearing process of all of that. Before we started together, they were getting paid $150 to $200 a performance. And because of our work together and with them clearing all these limiting patterns and beliefs, they started charging and getting paid $1,200 a performance. And that's the power of shifting the limiting beliefs, of moving into your wealth. I call it the wealth trinity, right? Your warrior, the one that takes action, your magician, the one that is into the divine flow, and your creator, one that connects to source. And I invite you to have some time with me and schedule a half an hour session with me. And this is a complimentary session. I just want to get to know you and spend a little bit more time. And here is the link. And actually in the back, you also have this QR code. So it's a half-hour session, but because you are here today, the people who book a session with me now, before we close, will actually get a full hour with me. Yes. So go ahead and take out your phones again and schedule a session. I've opened up my calendar in the next week or so. So, like there's limited spots. So have a session with me. I want to see how, this is a time to just check in what is happening in your money space. What kind of support can you receive and shift? We'll create a mini plan. And if it makes sense for us to work together more, then great. If not, that's great too. I am just very committed to supporting as many people get out of the financial worries and traumas that we've had all of our lives. And it is time to move into our power. How many of you enjoyed this class today? How many of you are committing to using your warrior energy? Yes. So use your warrior energy to book a session with me now so you can get that full hour with me. It's an online session. It's going to be over Zoom. So you'll receive a link. You'll receive a link to the Zoom session. So yeah, schedule a time with me. And I'll show you how to get your wealth superpowers more activated. This is called the Money Magnet Activation Session. You got the general gist here, but I want to get to know each one of you. And let's see how you can shift all of your limiting beliefs and patterns. It's a gift. I have been gifted in my life so much, and I want to let that flow by gifting you all. So yes, I am so grateful for all of you here today, all my money warriors and magicians in the house and the creators. So just feel like your warrior is on the left side, your magician is on the right side, and then your gem is right here in your throat that can speak up and say, yes. Yes. Any questions? I'm curious, what are your takeaways from today? Be conscious around money. Yes.
Say yay more.
Say yay more. Yes. Yes, sweetheart. Money is energy. That is true. That's right. Yes. Yes. And that's why I said bring in the consciousness around money, right? Because that's what we want to create. When we have choices, we can create. So be in the consciousness of your wealth superpowers, of your wealth trinity. I have, if you want to get a hold of me, I have my email on that booklet. My phone number is also there. Text me, send me a message, tell me like, yes, I'm a money warrior. I would love to hear that. And yeah, how many of you have scheduled sessions with me? Who are the lucky ones who are getting a full hour? Awesome. Look at all these amazing warriors in the house. Congratulations. And if some of you didn't receive, I know I have some time there, and if those times do not work for you, let me know. I actually have a booth in the main room. So come talk to me, and maybe we can schedule something else if something doesn't work out for you in this time. All right, sweethearts. Thank you so much for being here today. And thank you for becoming money warriors, money magicians, and money creators. It was a pleasure. Thank you. And
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Hello, everybody. You caught me there. That was very fast. That was a fast switch on. Hi to everybody here live with us at the Dublin SoulSearch Expo. Hello to everybody live streaming. Can everybody here present and live with us say hello to everybody live streaming? We just amplified the energy. We know there's no such thing as time or space, so we are all in here together. And I am, without further ado, going to introduce a truly amazing healer. You're going to heal. You will heal, but you are going to hear about her journey and go on this adventure with her today. Ninette Nguyen. We're going to, for our purposes here, I'm going to refer to her as Moon. That is her how she identifies as a healer, and that's what I love to call her. She is a natural-born energy healer with truly divine gifts. Moon has helped, she channels source energy with the highest level of frequency to facilitate healing for physical, emotional, spiritual, and mental pain. Moon has helped people with a range of health conditions, including, but not limited to, insomnia, arthritis, headaches, menstrual cramps, erectile dysfunction, spinal fusions, spinal stenosis, urinary tract infections, depression, anxiety, allergies, and cysts, etc., etc., etc. She also works with our furry guys as well, as Winston looks at her now. In addition, Moon offers channeled copper and sterling silver bracelets that can be customized to heal a variety of emotional and physical ailments. Upon request, she is able to channel any object to heal, which includes personal jewelry, watches, cell phones, pendants, bracelets, and gemstones. Without further ado, you're going to hear all about her journey and experience for yourself a bit of the healing magic. Let's welcome Moon.
Thank you everyone for coming. My name means moon in Vietnamese, so Moon is my nickname. Some clients get confused because they think I work with the moon. Moon is just what I have many of my clients call me. My real name is Nguyet, which is harder to pronounce and remember, but I can be called either Moon or Nguyet. And thank you everyone for coming today. So I'm going to present a slideshow presentation, which goes over how I got started. And so I'm a natural born healer with divine gifts. So I was born with this gift and I discovered it about 8 years ago. And I'm just a conduit or a vessel for source energy. So I don't do the healing, source is doing the healing. So I'm able to, I do it with my words. I can do it by touch or without touch. About 2 months ago, I started incorporating touch into my sessions because it's more intense. The clients can feel the energy more intensely. And it's usually when I touch, it's more instantaneous. Now, all my sessions are instantaneous and also is not 100% guarantee. So some people have immediate 100% pain-free results and the pain stays away. And for some clients, like some percentage of it comes back, like 50% or 20% of it comes back. And then I have a few clients where the session just doesn't work for them and 100% their pain comes back. So results do vary, but I do have a very high percentage. I would say it's at least over 80 to 90% where they have some pain relief where it doesn't come back. And I'm self-taught, so I never went like, everything's my own method. I tried using other people's healing methods, but it just, I just felt like it was much stronger and more effective whenever I used my own words and when I spoke from the heart. Like if I was like, I remember there's another healer who showed me his method. He says, oh, call your favorite archangel, say, then ask for the intention and then act like, thank them for healing with that intention. And it just didn't resonate with me, and it wasn't as powerful. It still worked, but it wasn't as immediate and it wasn't as strong when I used my own words. So when I first started, I was using another person's healing method. I was reading his prayers and I was using the vocal crystal, and I used to do group healings with that. And but then I start using my own words, and I just know it's more powerful because I can feel my hands heating up. And when I use my own words, it's actually more instantaneous. It happens more frequently. Like when I was using the other person's words, it would take 15 minutes long. But when I use my own words, it's it's within seconds, or sometimes it's 10 seconds, sometimes it's within 5 minutes. It depends on the client. It varies. There's some clients where they feel immediate pain relief, but then there's some where they don't feel it until a week later or a couple days later. And then there's a few cases where it just doesn't work for them. So, and my modality has evolved and it's self-created. So I start with using invocations and prayers with the vocal crystal. I was going through a lot of stress because I had a really stressful full-time job. So I started using the vocal crystal on myself and saying the prayers written by another healer. And I noticed that my anxiety would relieve and I felt more energized and calmer. So I was doing self-healing. And then back in April, I had a client that wanted my copper bracelet, but I ran out. And then I told her, I can try the vocal crystal and I can try a prayer for you. So I did that. And then within 2 minutes, 100% of her arthritis pain went away. And it stayed away. And she's like in her 70s. And so then I no longer use, now I use prayers, but I use my own prayers, but I don't use prayers from a prayer book. And I also no longer use the vocal crystal because I use my hands. And now I offer healing with touch, where I lay my hands on the client on the area of pain. And I would say over 90% of the time, they feel some pain relief. And when I use my hands, and I use positive affirmations and intentions to heal. So I channel source energy of the highest frequency, highest vibration from the highest power. And I have the gift where I can channel it into any object. I could, use a water bottle. I can channel into water. I've used a cell phone. I've used gemstone bracelets. I've used string bracelets. I've used people's pendants. Usually when I take an object to channel, it just takes me 15 to 30 seconds. And when I hand it back to them, they do experience pain relief. And I'm going to show you some video testimonials. I started collecting video testimonials back in July 4th of last year, 2025. And since then, I've collected about 50 video testimonials now. So it's and I do follow-up video testimonies. So what I've been doing is I've been reaching out to my former clients whose pain still stayed away, and some of them don't have 100% pain relief. I reach out to them and I have them speak about their experience and if their pain came back or not. I do have some clients where 100% of their pain is gone and it stayed away for almost like a year now, or at least a couple months. And this is just with one session alone. I just do one session. It's very rare that I do multiple sessions with clients because most of my clients, their pain stays away, so they don't really need another session. That's just how powerful source energy is. It's the most powerful energy that there is. And so my first session took place in March 28th for a client that was over. I already went over that. And then within 2 minutes, all her pain went away. And I did check back with her. It stayed away. And then I stopped using the invocations back in August. And then now I no longer use it. And I just use my own words. And then I just feel like my gifts are in my words and I'm able to speak things into creation. For example, recently, I've been doing hot flashes for many of my clients. I noticed I was working on a client who was sweating profusely. She was sweating a lot where my hands, when I offered hands-on healing, so I was touching her and I was working on her arm. I was working on a different body part, but I noticed that she was sweating a lot. And I told her, I can help you with your, do you have hot flashes? And she said, yes. I said, I can set intentions to get rid of your hot flashes. And then right when I said that, and I just lifted my hand only for less than a minute. And I told her I could help her with her hot flashes. Right when I said that, right when I put my hand back on her, her hot flashes already cleared. And she constantly had the sweating for the past couple hours. And she says that it disrupts her sleep. And she also has insomnia because a few weeks before when I was at another fair, I discovered I was able to do hot flashes. I had a client that was sweating a lot, and she says she's always sweating. And when I put my hands on her, I put the intentions to regulate her body temperature and to get rid of her hot flashes because she was she says she's always constantly sweating, and I felt her body instantly cool down. So sometimes like it just with my words alone, I don't have to touch clients. And today I'm going to show a video from a client from a while back where I didn't touch her, but she still had her pain was still gone. So during my session, I remind them that like words are spells to the universe. So I'm just very mindful and careful of the words I use, because that's how I heal. Like it just source just instantly comes whenever I say my intention. Like I don't have to go into a deep meditation. It just and then I write down, I have the clients write down their wishes and intentions, and the more specific the better. It's almost like a method of them manifesting it into creation. So I would had one client that said she had pain on her arm. So then I put intentions for her aches and her soreness on her arm to go away. And then afterwards, I said, "Oh, it's your pain gone?" And she says, "It's gone, but I still have the stiffness." Or like one client said she still had tingling. So then I put the intentions for the stiffness, and then the stiffness went away. So the more specific the intentions are, the better like it works, so the more effective the session is. So I always tell my clients to give me details, because then what I do is I use what they tell me and I put it in my own words. And now I had a friend that had cancer, and I was doing prayers with her, and I noticed when I was doing prayers, miracle healings would be happening. So now I put all my intentions in the form of prayers now, and I noticed that it's stronger and it's more effective. It's like my method has evolved through trial and error. With one client, like she's a friend of mine, I was practicing with her. I did it just as a statement alone, and it wasn't immediate. She still felt pain reduction, but when I said it in the form of a prayer, it like was more instant. Like most of her pain went away. So thoughts and words are powerful. They can create your reality, and anyone can do it. It's kind of like it's the law of attraction, and I strongly believe in it because that's what I use during my session. And then I'm going to go on to this is 8 years ago. This is how I discovered my gift was about 8 years ago. I injured my back, and I had severe back pain. And I was going to a chiropractor, and he says my back was as stiff as a board. Like he said, and I went to acupuncturist. I went to like massage therapist. I did everything because it was causing me to have a headache, and it was affecting my energy level. And I just never had pain in my life. So I was doing everything I can to get rid of it. And I even did yoga. In the end, I used these copper bracelets because I knew copper was, I went to a gift shop where they sold all these copper bracelets. And I noticed that 80% of my pain would go away. And then later on, it didn't completely go away. When I did yoga, eventually it went away completely. And I thought it was the bracelet. So I started giving it to people. Like I worked in the casino, and I knew of so many people with back pain. So I gave it to over 20 or 30 people, and every single one of them said that most of their pain went away. And some people said like 100% of. Sambo was a case where she had severe sciatica, like level 10 pain, a pinched nerve, and a dislocated shoulder. So she considered it as a miracle. This is a text from her. It's hard to see. She says, "This is a miracle. For the first time ever in my whole life with chronic pain, I mean, literally shooting, stabbing, sharp pain. This morning I woke up feeling painless." So that was like, she actually, usually I always tell clients that if they have faith in it, it works better. Like I noticed that energy healers, people who also do energy work, like Reiki masters, or even when I was working up in Mount Shasta, like they would just gravitate and they would come to me, like, and I wouldn't even have to talk about myself. They already, like, they can feel my energy. So people who are more receptive, who already do energy healing, or even, but Salma was a unique case because she actually thought she even told me she thought I was crazy. I told her, "I can give you a copper bracelet and I think it'll work, and I feel like it'll get rid of all your pain." And she says she thought I was completely crazy. Like she didn't believe me. And she even said that, like, and then right when I put on the bracelet, she was so shocked. She says it's working, like her pain went away. And not only did it go away, it stayed away. And it's been 8 years. I actually ran into her a year ago at the farmer's market. And I asked her, did your back pain ever come back? Did your sciatica, pinched nerve pain? And she says it's never returned. And it's been 8 years. So the results can be really long lasting, but she doesn't believe a source. When I told her it's, I can use, back then I didn't even believe it. Like it was, I still believed it was the bracelet when I helped Sambo. It was when I went to Sedona, Arizona. I met a Reiki master and she's a reconnected healer. She had back pain too. And I said, I can give you a bracelet. It'll get rid of your pain. I don't know how it works, but these bracelets, I don't know why. The copper must be really, like I know it's anti-inflammatory. She says, it's not the bracelet that's doing the healing. It's your intentions. You know, she says it was source energy, but she didn't use the word source. She used the word God. She says, like it's God that's doing the healing, but you're healing through your intentions. It's through your words. Like, it's through your thoughts. You're not, she says objects can't heal. And she says she's also like, a lot of healers are also intuitive. She's also very intuitive and psychic. She says, I can use any object or no object at all. But I did not believe her because it just didn't seem realistic. She says, I can pick up a pebble, a rock from the ground and give it to someone and tell them. She says with an object, it gives them more faith and it works. And so I kind of knew I had the gift, but I didn't actively use it. I think it was like fear that was holding me back. I didn't really know what it was. And I'm also a teacher and I just saw myself as just being a teacher, but I like helping people. So it was not until like a year ago, I started actually giving away copper bracelets. And April, then I don't have it in my slideshow, but I went to a fair back in like over the summer last year. And a Native American healer told me it's not, like she's told me that you can facilitate healing just with your words alone, or you don't even have to, just with your words alone, you don't have to use an object. So you can use an object or no object. And she says you can use any object. It doesn't have to be a copper bracelet. She had like a statue of a rock on her table. She says you can hand someone this rock and tell them that their pain will go away and it'll go away. And what she was doing, she did automatic writing, and I did a trade session with her because a fellow vendor told me, oh, she's really accurate. She's also a medium and channel her dad, and she knew like description and everything. So I tried a session with her just to find out more about my gifts because I didn't really completely understand it. And she says, call it source. Because back then, like I couldn't, like when I first started, I was just telling people, I don't really know how it works, but it works. And everyone thought it was the copper bracelet. And I didn't really explain it because if I don't understand, I don't want to mislead them and tell them the wrong information. But since then, I've had like at least 20 or 30 different healers tell me I'm channeling source. So I know it's source. And so then that's when I started having faith and starting using, it took me almost 8 years to start using different objects. So I broke away from just using copper bracelets. So I started using people's cell phones. I started using people's own jewelry, personal objects, and it was working. So because I thought to myself, I was saying, I remember the reconnected healer told me that if I can use any object to heal, then that must be true. Like, this is the second person who said that because it sounds so bizarre. Like, but even when I was promoting my copper bracelets, some people would think like this really sounds like hocus pocus. I had a lot of skeptics because it doesn't sound realistic. Hey, I can give you a bracelet and it'll get rid of your level 10 severe spinal stenosis pain and your level 10 sciatica. Like, but it was working. Like it was hard for me to believe in the beginning. So that's why I understand when I have skeptics, because I was even skeptical of even myself and my abilities. So I realized I was standing away here. I guess I'm gonna just stand in front of the projector anyways. So during December, when I developed more faith in my abilities and results became stronger, because I feel like since I have more faith in my abilities, my results were even stronger. Like Tracy, she says she couldn't even bend her back. Like this was about a year ago, January 2000. She fell, she's in her 60s, and she slipped and she couldn't even bend her back. It was like level 10 pain, and I gave her the copper bracelet. With the copper bracelet alone, I didn't even do a session. I didn't start sessions until April of, until the end of March 2024. And all her pain went away. And I still keep in contact with her because she's one of my friends. and it still has stayed away. And she doesn't have to rely on it. Some people, they need the bracelet. They take it off, like Salmo in the beginning, the pain will come back. And then they put it on, the pain goes away. They take it off, the pain comes back. But then some people, results vary for each person. Some people, the bracelet integrates with them. The source energy, I describe the bracelet as like a battery holding source energy. So the bracelet is not what's doing the healing, even though it has healing properties, it's anti-inflammatory. What's healing people is the source that's projected into the bracelet. Like I'm able to channel source not only into copper bracelet, but any object, or I can just do it directly into the person where they don't need a bracelet. So they don't have to rely. And I can put as many intentions as the bracelet and they don't have to be recharged. But I found out recently, like a couple months ago, that one time I cleared an object and it got rid of the intention and her pain came back because she still was relying on that object. So this is one of the reviews where she talks about like how her arthritis pain went away, and also her left hip pain went away when she wore the bracelet. But then when she takes it off, the pain comes back. So I've used like plastic objects like the cell phone grip and I help the lady with rheumatoid arthritis. I also get often asked like, is it copper more effective? Because it's a really good, because it's a good conduit for channeling energy. Or I've used like the plastic part of a cell phone grip, and I've used cell phones itself, and like some people were 100% pain free. So it's not the object. I feel it's really the energy. And then I start doing, I'm going to go back and I'm going to share some video testimonials. So Rosa, she gave a copper bracelet to her brother.
I'm very thankful to Nugget for helping my brother. He was walking with pain. He had hurt his back. I told her about it and she recommended her copper bracelet. I got it for him. I took it back to him. He wore it. And by the next day, he was walking without a cane and the pain was gone. This was 7 months ago and he hasn't been using the cane anymore or the bracelet. Sometimes if his back starts to hurt, he'll put it on, but within hours, the pain is gone.
Okay, so he no longer uses the copper bracelet anymore, right?
No, he'll use it on and off depending, like if he feels.
So that was Rosa's brother. Just so you know, I never met him. I don't even know what he looks like. I've never spoken to him on the phone or even in person. I just gave the bracelet to him to give to the brother. So I don't have to have a direct connection with the person. I don't have to even, I never even did a virtual healing with him. I'm also a distance healer where I've had results that are just as effective in person. And because I've done urinary tract infections virtually and insomnia virtually, where their insomnia is gone and all their symptoms of their UTI is also gone. So just like with the bracelet alone, it could just be, some people ask, are the sessions better than the bracelet? But like her brother used to no longer walks with a cane. After that, his pain was like level 9. I'm not going to show the whole video, but if you go to my Instagram, you can see all of the video testimonials. And he was walking with a cane after he received the bracelet. It was the source energy that integrated in his body and that got rid of his pain, and he no longer needed a cane. So it was just with the bracelet alone. I never did an energy healing session with him, but it was technically kind of because I did healing for him through the bracelet. So and then this is with objects. When I was in Turlock, I started channeling. This is my first time channeling objects
I
ever.
stopped by the booth at the Holistic Fair to see Niette, and I was having some neck pain. She asked for my watch, and she put prayers and intentions into my watch. And as soon as I put it back on, my neck pain was gone.
Hi, yes, I'm here at the Holistic Expo, and I came to visit Nuyet, and she used my phone to put her personal intentions that my arm pain would go away, and I noticed that the pain did significantly go away.
My name is Santiago, and I'm here with Nuyet, and she Oh Lord, like earlier, like I was feeling like shoulder pain, like collarbone all the way to shoulder pain. I can't even do this. Now I'm able to hold myself now again, move my arms. Yeah, she did a little prayer on my little bracelet right here, and ever since she did that prayer and I put it back on, I'm able to move. Yeah, like my pain tolerance was from 1 to 10. It was at a 10. I couldn't even barely move my arm or anything. Just to even get out of the chair was hurting. And then now it's like at a 1. I'm like, seriously, it just feels so much better now. Like, you have no idea. Like, it's like, oh my God, I'm able to move.
So there's 2 more. And just so you know, when I was doing that, I spent about 15 seconds putting intentions, 15 to 30 seconds. So they would just hand me an object. They would tell me what area of pain they had. And I would just say in my head that like their pain will, like their headache will go away, or, you know, back then, like they say, I tell them prayers, but sometimes I would just do statements. Like when I first started, I didn't even clear the object. But I took longer. Now I take longer because I cleared the objects, and it would still work even though I wasn't clearing the objects. And then Linda, this is she's a client.
Yeah, I just did a healing session with Linda. And Linda, did you want to talk about the areas I worked on and how you felt afterwards?
Absolutely. Oh my God. This is absolutely amazing, because if you can see up and down here, I've never been able to get down on the floor because I'm afraid I'll never get back up. But today, after your session, oh my God, I can get down on the floor with no pain.
How long would it take you to get down on the floor before?
Oh, good Lord, a good 10 to 20 minutes.
And earlier, it just took you 10 seconds, or actually probably 5 seconds.
Now it just took me 3 seconds.
Or 3 seconds to get down.
I know, it's like I've never been able to bend over without pain.
And I also worked on your right knee, your arthritis on your right knee.
Yes.
So what happened after?
So I worked on her arthritis, hot flashes, insomnia. She had bladder control loss. And she's actually, after the session, it was about like a 10 to 15 minute session, all her pain went away. And she also had arthritis and sciatica. And then there is also brain fog and chronic fatigue. So when I do a session, it can cover like as unlimited amount of, just within 30 minutes. Now I do 30 minutes now, but I also do home visits where the sessions can be longer. And I don't think I have and I also do pets also. I'm not going to show all the video testimonials because I want to leave time to do healing demonstrations. But here, I'm going to just, I want to just show some of the, I'm trying to think of, well, Dennis, this is when I did 2 people at once. I used to do 2 people at once often.
Late August, early September, I just woke up with major hip pain, and it's constantly nagging me. Like every time I stood up, every time I got out of the car, anytime I would like stand up or get out of bed, I would have major pain go down my left side, all radiating from my head. Like to where I would have to take a couple seconds, like before it would go away, or I'd have to walk a little bit before it would go away, and it was just constant. I had a healing session with Nuette, 15-minute healing session. My wife and I had a group session. And literally, Nuette asked me if the pain went away, and I told her honestly, I won't know until I stand up. So she asked me to stand up. I stood up, and seriously, even right now, I don't even believe it. It's kind of crazy to me. Like no pain. Like I stood up perfectly fine multiple times with no pain. So the healing session with Nuette worked for me. It's still kind of crazy.
So that one was a group session. I did him and his wife at the same time. So that's how I just, it's kind of I don't want to go off on a tangent, but it was through trial and error. I discovered I could do multiple people at once. That's why I'm going to also offer a free whole group healing session today. And there have been clients or attendees that come up to me after the session, and they tell me that they actually experience pain relief during the whole group healing session. And then for Adam, here, I'm going to just show his dog.
Hi, my name is Adam, and I just want to share my story with you for what Moon has done for me and my girlfriend and our dog. We met Moon, and she came to our house and did a session with all of us. Well, no, I'm sorry, with me and my girlfriend Sonia separately. I had back pain and some inside pain that would come and go, but the back pain was there pretty much every day. And after our sessions and after Moon set her intentions in our bracelets, which I like to wear all the time anyways, but I know that it's not in my bracelet, that the intentions are already in me and my back pain is gone almost all the time now. I hardly ever feel it. My girlfriend's arthritis is doing much better since our sessions. The thing I want to share with you that is just like a miracle to me, like literally a miracle to me, is that our dog woke up one day, and it's an old dog, and its rear leg wasn't moving at all. It wasn't even working. The dog would take a step and it would fall down, and it would just lay in the hallway. And it being an older dog, we were really worried about that maybe it had a stroke or something. We had to carry it outside to go to the restroom and stuff. So we were thinking about taking it to the hospital with the dog, the vet. And so we decided to put the bracelets on his leg. And before the end of the day, the dog was walking. And then the next day, you couldn't even tell that anything had happened to the dog. It's gotta be, it's a miracle. I mean, because just the intentions that were in the bracelets, we put it on the dog. The dog is fine now.
So that just shows that's when I discovered it was through him. Adam told me that he put the bracelet on his dog, and after that, like it's been back to normal ever since. It never had to go to a doctor. So the source energy in the bracelet also healed the dog. So ever since then, I started doing sessions for animals, and they're actually more open and receptive. Like usually it works. Like I would say, like it's almost 100% accuracy for animals, because they because I feel like animals are very intuitive and they understand. But this is actually from, you probably recognize her.
Debbie, and I was just checking back with her because I worked with.
She attends SoulSearch often,
and she was walking with a cane. Debbie, did you want to go over the results of our healing session from 3 months ago?
Yeah, 3 months ago, like she said, I was walking with a cane and had a lot of pain in my knee. I have arthritis and I have tears in my meniscus. And a little while after her session, it wasn't instant, but it did work, because now I am not walking with a cane anymore. I can kneel. I could, I'm not walking with a cane.
You haven't been walking, and you've been pain-free ever since, right? What level was your pain?
Oh, like 15.
On a scale 1 through 10, it was pretty severe.
Yeah, it was pretty severe. So it was a 10, because I was like falling over with a cane, because it would just give out on me with a sharp pain. And I'd almost fall even though I had a cane.
Do you remember how long I spent channeling? I didn't really do a session with you. I just channeled. I put intentions in your pendant, in your necklace. How long did it was about probably, I kind of remember, it was less than 20 seconds. Right?
Short, yeah, I don't remember the time.
But it was under a minute. So I just put intentions in your necklace.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Debbie. And so that shows that sometimes people do receive long-term results like Debbie's. If you want to check out the rest of my video testimonials, you can check it on my Instagram page. And so I'm going to do a meditation right now, and then I'll do I have permission to connect with everyone's soul in this room?
Yes.
Okay, so you could just nod your head, and then I'm going to put a bubble of white light and protection around everyone, so only positive energy and white light can come through. I'm going to put a bubble of protection around myself too, so only positive energy and white light can come through. And I'm going to clear everyone's energy. So clear everyone of like any low vibrational energy or negative energy. And so I'm going to go ahead and I say all my intentions in my head, but I'm going to put on
I am that I am. The very first time I meditated to these sounds, I was hooked, as were each of my children to perm.
I'm going to put on some meditation music, but I'm doing the healing with this music. Or can you raise your hand if you felt any difference? Or does anyone want to share?
Yeah,
Yes.
I've actually been sitting here this whole time with pain in my left side of my stomach. So
Yeah.
I don't feel that anymore.
Oh, after the 5-minute free healing group session, your pain in your stomach went away.
Yeah, it's gone.
But before you had it, what level of pain was it?
Oh, probably 4 or 5.
Oh, so you had level 4 or 5 pain, but now it's 0, right?
Yeah,
the pain
I
completely.
don't feel the pain anymore.
Yeah. So after the 5-minute free, or the 5-minute whole group healing session, your pain went away. Did it go away after the session or during the 5-minute session?
During the session.
Oh, during the session. Okay, because I was putting intentions for overall healing too, and that has happened in the past. Okay, so do I have any volunteers who have chronic pain that want to do? Here, I'll. Can I also do healing demonstrations at my booth too? So if I don't get to you, you can come by my booth as well, too. So did you want to come up? Okay, so. Where's your level of pain, or where's your area of pain that you? I'm gonna just work on one area.
I have quite a few spots.
Okay,
but
so is that your most severe?
Yeah, this one is bothering me the most.
On your hand, over
Frequently,
here? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put a bubble white light and protection around you, so only positive energy come through, and I'm gonna put a bubble white light and protection around me, only white light, so only white light and positive energy that come through, and I'm gonna clear your energy, and I'm gonna clear my energy. So I'm going. Okay, so what's your name?
Michelle.
Michelle. Okay, it's nice to meet you. So do I have permission to touch you?
Yes, please.
Hi. And what's the symptoms?
Just severe pain. I
achiness, soreness, right?
Yeah, sometimes I can't even like hold anything with that hand because it just cramp. It's like a severe cramp. I don't know if it's arthritis or a tendon or what it is.
Do you feel the vibration on? Because I feel it. Sometimes
Yeah, my
I
whole
feel,
body's starting to wave.
Do you feel the pulsating on that hand in the area of pain? Because I feel it, like
A
do
little,
you feel
yeah,
like
I was
pulsating?
feeling
It's
a little bit of like tingling.
Yeah.
Not tingling, like
Yeah, pulsating, kind of like
Yeah.
a heartbeat, kind
Yeah,
of. Yeah, that's kind of common. I feel like that's when it's being extracted. Do you feel it being lessened? Is it still
Your
there?
hands are just so comforting. So
Yeah. Yeah. But it's still vibrating. Guys, I usually hold on to it until it stops vibrating. But did the pain lessen?
A little bit, yeah. It just feels really soothed by your hands.
Oh yeah, my hands are warm, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
usually
very warm.
they always heat up.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
like twitching happening.
Okay, so then I'm gonna just do it in your bracelet.
Okay. I usually wear both.
Okay. Okay, so I just put the intentions for
Okay,
it. So that should
thank you.
amplify it. Did it amplify it or did it lessen more with the object?
Yeah, it's funny. I see like a red spot, but it feels more relaxed now.
Okay. Okay, is there any other volunteers?
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving your feedback. Hi, how are you? What's your name?
Rani.
Okay, so I'm going to clear my energy and I'm going to, do I have permission to connect with your soul? I'm going to put a bubble white light and protection around you so only positive energy and white light can come through. I'm going to put a bubble white light and protection around me so only positive energy and white light can come through. Or did you want it? Okay, so I'm going to, what I'll do is, I'm going to clear your energy. Okay, so where's your pain that you want me to work on?
I have knee pain, but I think I don't feel it now. but I still have a hip pain.
Oh, which pain do you feel right now?
Hip.
Okay, I'll do your hip. Okay, so then here, I could just hold your hand. So, because usually with skin contact, do I have permission to hold your hand? Sorry. It's more immediate and effective, like when I do direct skin contact. Do you still did the hip pain lessen? I think I heard it just crap. So did it get reduced?
I feel it.
Oh, you feel like it went down?
Yeah.
By how much? I'm just curious.
I think I cannot bend my hip.
Oh, before you couldn't even bend your hip,
No.
and now you can bend it?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and then what object do you want me to amplify it with? I amplify my intentions with objects sometimes, but sometimes all their pain is gone, so an object is not needed.
Wow.
So is your hip pain still there?
No.
So it's all gone? So 100% of your hip pain is gone?
I couldn't bend.
You couldn't bend your hip earlier, now you can bend it.
Yeah.
But what was your pain level before?
I don't know, like it was severe, but these days I don't even do like little bit.
Okay, so before your pain level on your hip was severe and now it's 0%.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what that was. Okay, so I probably don't even need to put intent because your pain is already gone. But I'm going to just do it anyways.
I don't know. Like,
I'll just do it anyways.
And see my legs?
What?
Can
Oh yeah, you can sit down
because
because before you couldn't even crisscross it.
Yes.
You can demonstrate and show the audience that now you can sit crisscross. Before you could even bend. Okay, now she can sit crisscross, so you can see that sometimes it's instantaneous. But I'm just still. But yeah, so when you sit crisscross, you still feel a little bit, but before you couldn't even sit crisscross.
Yes, I don't even go on the ground.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'll still put source energy. Oh, your knee pain is gone too?
Yeah.
Just so you know, her knee pain is gone, and I didn't even put intentions for her knee. So sometimes Source knows where to go. Like that's happened to me before too. Or maybe it was it during the group session?
Yes.
Okay, so her knee pain went away during the group session. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so. Okay, so I put intentions for your hip pain and your knee pain to, to stay pain free. Okay,
thank you.
Okay, so here I could probably do one more. Is there any? Okay, so here, if you guys go to my booth, I can do the demonstrations as well. Sorry. Yeah, I have a booth. I'm right to the right of the entrance. I'm on the front of the entrance. If you turn right, you'll find me. Hi. Do you have chronic pain?
Sensitivity here, the teeth, the cavity sensitivity.
Okay, so toothache. Okay, so do I have permission to connect with your soul? This is probably the last one I have to do because I'm looking at the time. Okay, so what's your name?
Lisa.
Lisa. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna put a bubble white light and protection on you. It's the only positive energy and white light can come through. I'm putting a bubble white light and protection around me. It's the only positive energy and white light can come through. And I'm going to clear your energy. I'm going to clear my energy. And just so you know, I only did like a demonstration. If you want a full session and whole body healing, you can come to my booth. Okay, so I'm going to heard you on it. Sorry. Okay, so on your tooth. So I'm going to just, you don't have to touch your tooth, so I can just do it through the hands. And I can also do it without touch. Which tooth is it?
More like this one, low one.
On your low
sensitivity.
bottom tooth. Do you feel any reduction on the tooth pain?
When I drink cold water, I feel it.
What? Oh, it's only after you drink cold water, so you won't know until later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
good. Yeah, you can visit me at my booth. I'm gonna be out there. I'm right in the front of the entrance. If you turn right, you'll see me. You won't miss me. Yeah. I'm sorry I couldn't get to everyone, but if you come to my booth, I can do a demonstration.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
I wanted to.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our SoulSearch Dublin Expo. We have saved I'm not going to say best for last because the other speakers, might be listening, but we have an amazing surprise for you all today. It's always a delight to have him at our expos. We feel very honored and very blessed to have Dr. John Gray. John Gray is the author of the most well-known and trusted relationship book literally on the planet. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. USA Today listed his book as one of the top 10 most influential books in the last quarter century. In hardcover, it was the #1 best-selling book of the 1990s. Dr. Gray's books are translated into approximately 45 languages in more than 100 countries, and they all continue to be bestsellers. He has appeared repeatedly on Oprah, as well as the Dr. Oz Show, Today, CBS This Morning, Good Morning America, etc., etc., etc. He's been profiled in media all over the world, including Time, Forbes, USA Today, and People. And he is here with us today. How lucky are we to have Dr. John Gray? Yay!
Hi. So it's a pleasure for me to be with you. I'm just in the middle of writing a book right now. Actually, it's kind of like 5 different books at once. I haven't written a book in about 6 years. So my wife passed about 6 years ago, and I sort of stopped everything. But I'm sort of back now. I'm remarried and feeling more connected to life, and I'm very happy. But I wasn't for 5 years. So this book I'm going to talk about that I was writing on today is how to talk to men in a way that men will listen. And of course, we have men here as well, and they'll learn what women are learning, because the more we can learn about the opposite sex, the better, in my opinion. So does that sound like a good topic?
Yeah.
Talking to men. So we're facing a challenge today, which is women really never cared about talking to men. Back when Men Are From Mars was this massive hit in the 90s, there was a book that preceded it by a month. That was called You Just Don't Understand, Deborah Tannen. It was a wonderful book. Not that many men read it because it didn't really understand men's point of view, but it definitely addressed issues that women were having. It seemed like it was a theme in the 90s that women were complaining, men don't listen. You just don't understand. Now, I've been doing this since the 70s, and in the 80s, it was more about, you don't bring me flowers. There was a famous song. It was a time where women were saying, we want more romance from men. Where is the romance? And men were really not trained in doing that. I grew up in a generation where my dad was a good provider. We had a good upper middle class family, so it was a nice neighborhood. There wasn't a lot of scarcity of money. There wasn't an abundance of money. There was a safe neighborhood. Women were much happier then, at least if you had a middle class husband. If you didn't, his life was survival. But, he had a good job, welcome. And she could say to her 6 boys, go and play. Now, it was a safe neighborhood. I would walk to school, which was 30 minutes, go out into the woods, go play by the river. It was like you imagine childhood used to be, and it's no longer. We're all being protected. There's danger everywhere, coddling everywhere as well. We're just sort of hovering over our children, and a lot of problems are going on today. But the simple point I'm making is that there weren't so many challenges in relationships if a man could make enough money to support his family. The only time where you see a lot of dysfunction is when a man can't earn enough money to help provide for his family. Then that's a huge stress on him, which puts a huge stress on her. Men's whole sense of well-being is biologically wired to his hormones. And men have their period every day. That means every day he wakes up, his testosterone goes up, and then when he comes home, it goes down. And men thrive when their testosterone levels are up. So the idea is that if you're in a relationship, like my dad, he would go to work, his testosterone would go up, And then he'd come home. He'd take a good, half an hour to an hour to watch TV, read the news, and then he would participate with the family. That's called recovery time. So that was a big popular idea in Men Are From Mars. How many have read that book? I'm curious. So you remember the idea of the cave, is that this was like a big thrilling thing for women to understand, because men sometimes are in their cave, which means they don't want to talk. They have nothing to say. They don't shower affection and warmth on you. They're just sort of recovering from their day. And the reason it was important for women to understand this is because women generally don't have that same need, because they have a different hormone system. They have their period once a month. So what happens for women is every day of the month, her hormones change. After her period, there's a raise of testosterone and estrogen after about 6 days. Now estrogen has to double. Once estrogen doubles, she ovulates. Then estrogen has to come down a little bit, and progesterone has to be produced. It has to have more progesterone than estrogen. And then she has her period again. So the cycle goes around. At any time in that month, if her hormones are out of balance, she's stressed. Anytime a woman is stressed, this is why stress tests are really hard to come about this conclusion, because if you're having stress at one time of the month, there's a different combination of hormones going on in her body. So it took years to map this out for me, which is, what I did is map this out to help explain, explain the ideas of Men Are From Mars are actually all biological. It's not just, I made these observations, it was my opinion. It was my opinion. It's what I saw worked, helped thousands of women and couples and so forth. And then I wrote the book. What I found is if women need more estrogen, and particularly have romantic feelings, to have romantic feelings for a woman, her estrogen levels have to double. So what increases estrogen? Well, that would be a good thing to know for men. It'd be a good thing for women to know. So the foundation of this talk is a simple concept, which is if you measure a woman's stress levels or a man's stress levels, look at me. When I'm stressed, terrible symptoms. What happens when a man is stressed? Fight, flight, fake, fold, freeze. Okay, all those are symptoms. So this is a guy sitting on the couch. He's not moving anywhere. He doesn't look stressed, does he? But he has elevated cortisol levels. He's not motivated. He loses motivation. He's irritable. He's angry. He's frustrated. Measure his hormones. Most people think when a man's angry, testosterone's really high. No, testosterone's not. Testosterone's going down and his estrogen's going up. Estrogen, we'll call that the female hormone. Why do we call estrogen the female hormone? Because I have estrogen. We call estrogen the female hormone because in order for a woman to experience well-being, her estrogen levels at every time of the month, except during her period, they need to be, for her sense of well-being, at least 10 times more than a man's. So that's why we call it the female hormone. She needs 10 times more. If she can't have 10 times more and then have it at ovulation double, she can't make babies. So, of course, we see now lots of women can't make babies. It's so much hormonal imbalance. But what the body does, it rewards you anytime you do something to balance your hormones, because the ability to make babies is the most essential thing on the planet. We know babies, we all die. We need food, we need sex to make babies. So everything that goes into the hormonal mixture that allows a woman's body to make babies, if she supports that stimulation, she has well-being. Same thing for a man. If he feels good, just feeling good, feeling quite nice, his testosterone levels will be 10 times higher than any woman in this room, 10 times higher. And for him to feel romantically inclined to commit his heart to a woman, his testosterone levels have to double as well. So the whole idea of romance came in because romance, the romantic behaviors, are super good at raising estrogen in women. And whenever a man can raise estrogen in a woman, his testosterone levels will go up. I have a little special nose inside my nose, 2 little flaps up here as a man. And their only function is to smell how much estrogen the women are making in the room. And particularly if I'm interacting with a woman and her estrogen levels are doubling, it sends a message to my nose. It goes, oh, something could happen here. And his testosterone level shoots up. That's called arousal in men. It's all chemistry. I mean, our mind can get in the way of chemistry, but it is chemistry. It's biology. It's genetics. Even smelling has to do with, they've done research now that if a woman has certain deficits in her immune system that are measurable, and a man has certain strengths at that same thing, she will smell his presence and be attracted to him. So this is this infinite intelligence that rules us by feeling attraction to each other so that we're motivated to create relationship. Now, another interesting thing is they did a study where they had t-shirts. They had these men, a bunch of whole men, and they measured them to see these 5 parameters of the immune system, where they were strong and where they were weak. So that, we're all different these ways. So they could measure this. And then they had all these women, same parameters, where they were strong and where they were weak. Who's heard this study? Just curious. Nobody. It's an amazing study. So then the guys just wore the same t-shirt for like 3 days. And they put it in plastic bags and then had these women smell the t-shirts. And some women felt attracted to those men that were wearing, didn't see the man. It was all just smell. And they felt, oh, I like this smell. Oh, I'm drawn to this smell. And others had a neutral response, no response at all. Well, it turned out when they did all this computer analysis, 80% of the women who liked the smell, in terms of these immune responses, the men had something that she was weak in. Okay, so there was just this genetic smell thing. It's also, you get this by the kiss too, which is why kiss is very important. But the smell is one thing. So you've got this smell, but only 80%. So they looked at the 20% where it didn't work. And it turned out that for the 20% that they didn't have this matchup, they were on birth control. And the 80 were not on birth control. So birth control inhibits your ability, a conclusion of that study one could have, interferes with your ability to smell the part, because you're on a different birth control is changing your hormones all around. So that's a study. I just think that's very interesting. When I was at a group of people where that was told, the men were going, yep, that was my wife. We were divorced quite a while ago. Because attraction is a very important part of relationship. So I started out talking about the 80s were about, you don't bring me flowers anymore. As a counselor, I was talking all about romantic skills and women wanted more romance. My mother never wanted more romance. Romance was never a big deal. That's certainly some romance. Historically, romance was considered the honeymoon period. Now, how many people know why it lasts for 3 months or 3 years, if you're familiar with that idea? So the idea is simply this. There's a brain chemical called dopamine. Now we're dopamine nation. Everybody knows that, understood that. I wrote a book on that 20 years ago. So there was this dopamine is what motivates us. It excites us. Like when you put on a new outfit, women, you go, oh, I feel good. New and different stimulates dopamine. Also, danger stimulates dopamine. Even though you don't go, gee, I want danger. Actually, a lot of people go to these scary movies. I don't know why they do that, but they do. Okay, so, but look at me. My wife looks at me. What kind of movies do I watch? Action movies where people are shooting each other, whatever. I was once in China, and it was a play, and they actually had men beating each other up like you would see in the movies. But it wasn't fun. It was like they were actually beating each other up, they weren't like great stuntmen. So the movies are fantasy, but the fantasy is violence. Now, why? Because it's danger, and danger is exciting. And then we have this thing called PTSD that we discovered when soldiers went to war. It's dangerous. And so what happens is they're pumped up all the time on dopamine. and it's exciting. There's adrenaline being produced. And when they come home, they take a lot of Mountain Dew and shoot up cocaine and all these things. Let's keep that state. But when they come back into peacetime, now it's peaceful, what happens is their dopamine crashes. And that's when PTSD happens, is then now they start to feel the terror and the horror and how terrible a war situation is, how broken their soul becomes in killing and murdering. This is not our natural thing as a heartfelt person. But when you're in peaceful state, now you can relax, those feelings would come back up. And so suddenly they're back in the battle again. So that's all about dopamine. So, but just simply taking my wife on a vacation, somewhere new and different, going into a restaurant where somebody else is cooking for you, she feels taken care of. It's also new. It's a surprise what the food's going to be. That's called new and different. New and different has a different effect on men than it has on women. For men, it raises testosterone. For women, it raises estrogen. It's like many men, now you can't say all men because so many men are like women. That's been happening more. We'll get to that. But for me, if you kind of look at the outfits that men wear, uniforms. They say, this is what I'm good at. This is what I can do. If you're a billionaire, you just wear sandals and a t-shirt. That's the outfit that says, I'm so rich, I don't care what anybody thinks. Okay, but it's definitely not very romantic for a woman. But the idea of men is that if you go to the Academy Awards, which is, I guess, tomorrow, they're all going to be dressed up. And up until about 10 years ago, all the men wore the same outfit, a tuxedo. I still have the tuxedo from my marriage. If ever I need to look really good, a tuxedo looks really good. And so men just wear that same thing. A woman's going to wear different outfits. She wants variety. She wants change. She wants new and different, because new and different on her body makes her feel, for example, that's one example, raises her estrogen levels up. That's called shopping therapy. When women go shopping, they're looking, I haven't seen that. Oh, I haven't. And the interesting thing about women is that my wife could go through the whole shopping mall looking at stuff, and I would be exhausted because she doesn't even buy anything. She says, look, maybe that, new and different. Oh, this has come out. How would that look on me? See, that's all just new and different. It stimulates estrogen. And estrogen at the right time of the month in the right amount lowers her stress levels. But estrogen doesn't lower man's stress levels. Estrogen, too much, lowers testosterone. So that's why you see men. I remember back in the 90s, I put it in my book, and then everywhere in the malls, you would see in women's stores, couches. They figured out men are like, find me a place to sit down. So I have no energy at all. Are we going to buy anything? Can we get out of here? It's not that I don't shop, but when I shop, usually I know what I want. I get in, I kill it, and I bring it home. It's a victory. How fast that I did that. So there's this basic dynamics of we are wired differently. Our hormones are different, and our culture is different. When people are they're still attacking me, but back when Men Are From Mars came out, just ironically, the biggest selling book of the whole decade in the world for that decade, and I never received a positive print interview. It's the media. There's a whole program in the media to neutralize the sexes. You see it now that we're all supposed to be opposite sexes. This is another agenda. Either it's foolishness, whatever. I'm not going to comment on that. But it is the reality, is that the universities, when I came on board, part of my popularity is that they were all promoting this idea that men and women are the same. And I'm like, wait a second. I'm a successful therapist by explaining how we're different. And it's like people want to, give me a breath of fresh air. It's like some common sense here. And knowing this difference, what I found as a counselor was so helpful. So take some of the basic ideas. If your husband comes home and ignores you, you feel like, what happened? I don't understand why he's doing that. And yet when my dad did it, my mother didn't care. Why? Well, in my dad's generation, my mother's generation, life was more about survival and security. Okay, we're just coming into World War II, it just finished, and we're starting to feel really safe, but we still have this basic needs are being met. Dad could provide enough. We live in a safe neighborhood. My mother's dream with 7 children. She had 7 children, 6 boys, 1 girl. And you could afford that. You can't afford that today. It's crazy. My dad made $7,000 a year. Nice house, 7 children, and a country club walking distance, with a tennis court and swimming pool. My mother could just say, go play. It was crazy time. Gas was 25 cents a gallon. Anyway, so what was great about that time, which maybe it will happen again, maybe someday, where at least a couple could choose to be in a relationship where a man could earn the money, and while the children were young, growing up, the mother had the freedom to be with her children as much as she wants. That's the world. And that's the ideal. That's Camelot. This is a possibility. We had a glimpse of it in the 50s and 60s. It wasn't perfect for everybody, but for those who could make enough money to have a nice middle-class life, marriage was a beautiful thing. And lots of children are being produced. A lot of people think we shouldn't have more children. There's too many children and so forth. So a lot of agendas going on. I'm not going to talk about those. All I know is that got the 80s, women wanting romance. What was the big deal about romance? It turns out that as women now felt responsible, or chose or felt responsible to make money to support the family, what they're doing is all day long at your job, in any job, you're making testosterone. Anytime you have a goal and you're achieving that goal for money rather than because you love that person. See, I like all of you, but I'm not in love with you. You're not in love with me. But this is my job. I do this to make money. Now here I don't make any money, but I practice my ideas. So I do all of these. They don't pay me for this, and I love talking. And so I have my books I'm writing. I develop my ideas talking to audiences. I develop my ideas in my counseling practice. That's not really where my income comes from. It comes from books. So why do you do it? Because I have to test out my ideas, I have to interact with people. And it was really such a hard time. Come on in, have a seat. Come on in, have a cup of seat. Is that human beings need to interact with other human beings. Very, very important. I do, you do, everybody does. And the more we can interact with other beings where we're expressing the truth, maybe at one level, just have people agree with you. This is why culture is so fabulous, is that at least everybody agrees with you. So you have the sense of belonging. But you can go to another level of connection, which is knowing the truth. And ultimately, this is why we want to be in intimate relationships. Because everybody on one level is pretending. We have our clothes on, we have our image, we have our lifestyle. Here, this is about me. But there's a whole other part of everybody. And now that's magnified with social media. Social media is so fake. I mean, I can remember times when I know what goes on in the bedroom of couples because I'm a therapist for 40 years. I know what goes on in the trouble of families. But you can go online and see those same families smiling and taking pictures, and they're in Hawaii or doing this. And I know they're not having sex. I know one person hates the other one. I know somebody else is wanting to commit suicide. All this stuff is going on. But on the surface, everything looks so good. Yet we know ourselves and we kind of, I'm not part of that group. I'm left out of that group. That in itself is a major source of stress. So where do we get the truth? Where can we be seen? Where can we see somebody else? That's our relationships. That's intimacy. Intimacy. So the 80s were the time of romance. Why? Because as women went over to their male side, much of the day they're making testosterone, not estrogen. There's nothing wrong with women making testosterone. It's just when they're making testosterone, are they making estrogen? So what would be the symptom of a woman who's making testosterone and not producing estrogen? Well, on a biological level, her stress levels will be high. And this was proven in a massive study with all this research going on, where they found that women in the workplace have stress levels twice as high as men. Now, why is that? It's because in the workplace, it's designed for testosterone. It's called work for money, not for love. You work for money. You do it because you have to do it to produce the result, as opposed to you love to do it, you like to do it, you do it out of love. And while you're doing it, you feel very much supported. So these are two sides of life. Good woman to have is a balance of that. So for a woman to be in the workplace, neglecting her female side, so to speak, it's wonderful for her to be in a relationship with a man who has the potential of raising her estrogen levels up through romance. She also has the potential of raising her estrogen levels up by leaving the workplace and coming home to a group of women that she interacts with. Because women, when they get together, there's a natural understanding of what you're going through, and that gives you comfort. See, that produces estrogen. You know, we know that women who live in a house together, their period goes in harmony. Everything goes in harmony. So this is energetic. Did they sign up for that date? No. Energetically, we affect each other. So when women are with women, estrogen goes up. Now, I'll just speak from my own personal experience here for a moment, having 3 daughters and a wife. And I would travel for the weekend quite often, teach my classes. When I came home, my kids were so happy to have dad in the house. It was like a grounded presence, a silent, peaceful, grounded, can-do person who wasn't upset about anything. And that's the benefit we men have, is when a man is grounded in his masculinity, he's cool, he's calm, he's collected, and he's quiet. So women are terrified of quiet because they don't understand. Because when women are quiet with their husband or boyfriend, they're usually mad at him. If you're mad at a man, you won't talk. I'm going to punish you. And he goes, I have no problem with that. If you think about men bonding, it's through silence, doing things. Women share experiences by talking about their experiences, and they produce estrogen. Men share the experience together. So I could be fishing. One of my fondest memories growing up was my friend's father took me fishing. And when this little boat, rowboat down a little river, and no talking, just fishing. And it was like my first experience of enlightenment. It's like, finally, no talking, silence. It was such a bonding experience. I remember it to this day. So strong. Another really strong experience is when I went deer hunting with the older men, teaching me as a young guy in Texas how to do the deer hunting thing. I wasn't wild about killing the animals, so I stopped later. I figured, okay. I felt really guilty after killing my first deer, and my mother wisely said, as long as you eat that, then that will be the gift. Okay, so I ate the whole freezer was filled with venison. Nobody else in my family ate it, but I ate venison and that whole year. And I was proud of it. But the thing for me is when you kill a deer, you shoot it with your rifle through your scope. You aim for the shoulders. Now, why you aim for the shoulders is one bullet doesn't kill a deer. So if you don't get their shoulders, then you down them. If you don't get their shoulders, they can run off and die a painful death. So what you do this way is you knock them down, then you go and with a pistol and you blow their brains out. Well, I did that, and I still see those sweet little eyes of the deer. Right? So that's my female side. It's like I decided not to do that anymore. But I still remember the power of hunting. It wasn't just deer hunting, because you have to be quiet and you wait. You're waiting and you have a shared intention, silent with a shared intention. And that's how men bond, by doing things together or competing together. These silly books talking about, oh, poor boys, they all have to compete. It should just be all win-win. Everybody gets a trophy. No, masculinity needs to compete. Why? Because competition raises testosterone. And so what you do is you put kids in competitions where they find the right thing where you can excel. Okay, that's the whole thing, is you create a situation where you can be successful without a doubt. Success builds character, it builds confidence in males, but put them in situations where they can feel successful. One of my favorite things I read was an interview. It was actually an interview with a guy who's a famous bowler. So he always bowls strikes. You just can't beat him. Just strike after strike. You can tie him, but you can't beat him. And he tells this story of his father grew up in a bowling alley. And this is before they had electronic machines. And so they have to be somebody down with the pins. And when you knock them over, they put them back up manually. So when the little boy would throw and they didn't have gutters either. So when he'd throw the ball, it would go off to the side. The dad would be there. He always moved one pin over. So it was always a noise, always a response. And it was like, that was considered normal. He, it wasn't like, oh, too bad. And when he got a strike, it wasn't like, oh, great. It was just, we're playing the game to throw the ball. So he had no fear of failure. And so he was able to develop his skill without the fear of failure. I could diverge into parenting, but I'm not. I'm still hooked into what happened at the 80s. So in the 70s, women were liberated. They went to their male side. They're more independent. They're making money. They're feeling the power of their male side, which is a great feeling for anybody. But now they're neglected on their female side. So suddenly there was this whole movement towards, we want romance. And men are like, what's that? I mean, more sex? I'll do that. He doesn't even know what romance is. So basically, women were needing romance because romantic behaviors stimulate higher levels of estrogen. What is a romantic behavior? Well, I remember when I opened the car door for my wife the first time, and she said to me, I can do that. I said, well, of course you can do that, honey, but you do so much for me. Let me do everything for you tonight. See a little feeling, that nice, soft feeling inside. That's your female side. And somebody carries a box for you. Some women are like, no, I can do it myself, as opposed to, oh, that's nice to have somebody carry that box for me. And a romantic gesture is you take your wife out to a restaurant. You could cook for her at home too. But even better is a restaurant. Why? Because there's no cleanup, there's no mess, there's no shopping. You go to the restaurant, have a nice menu. He's going to provide this for you. So there's a man comes in with your food. They're going to clean up afterwards. Everything looks beautiful and immaculate. Woman can go, yes, and I don't have to do anything. See, this is a magic phrase, I have to or I don't have to. Anytime you have to do something, you produce testosterone. Anytime you don't have to do something because somebody's going to do it for you, you make estrogen. Now, I'm not in any way implying that women shouldn't have tos in their life. Life is a series of have tos. But when you're stressed, what do women commonly say to me as a counselor? There's so much I have to do. I feel overwhelmed. I have no time for me. And I thought that was the most amazing thing to hear that over and over, because I never feel I have no time for me. Because it's like, men have Ferraris. We like to go fast, but we have brakes. I remember when I bought my first Ferrari, and then I returned it to the store the same day because it was a beautiful car. I always wanted a Ferrari as a kid. I could finally afford one. I went in and bought the Ferrari, and beautiful red Ferrari. I mean, they're gorgeous, pretty cars. But then when you get in one, has anybody ever ridden in a Ferrari? Well, they're race cars, so they're bumpy and they're noisy. They're not comfortable. They look pretty, but they're not comfortable. And I was driving down my driveway, and the brakes squeaked. I'm not going to pull into a grocery store or somewhere with my brakes squeaking with my beautiful car. So I drove back. I said, I'm not going to buy this car. Brakes squeak. And they said, oh, they're just the best brakes you can buy. They squeak. This is a race car. It's in Mill Valley where there's a lot of mist, so it's not going to squeak everywhere. But anyway, so I returned it right then. I said, okay, I got my ego boost. I got a Ferrari. I'm done with a Ferrari. It's as simple as that. But what he told me, he said, these are the best brakes you could have, and they squeak. So I don't even know why I told that story. I'm sort of back trying to stay on track here with my point of the 80s. So in the 80s, men would be expected to be more romantic. And ironically, when a man experiences a certain sexual attraction towards a woman, and it's during the new phase, the honeymoon phase, that could be the dating phase now, he experiences that newness, the dopamine, the reaction he has in his body is surges of testosterone. Surges of testosterone. Now today, what we have is this massive addiction for a lot of men is the whole online porn thing. Well, when they do porn, the porn research, they have statistics and all this. When a man visits a porn site, he looks around for a while to find the one woman that sort of excites him with some visual excitement. And the whole experience from beginning to the website to ending is 8 minutes on average. So he has to hunt, he picks, He signs up, he does his business, and it's over. And rarely does he go back. This is just because it was a surge of dopamine. You're welcome to come and have a seat. Anyway, a surge of dopamine raises his testosterone, and no woman can ever raise his testosterone that much. It's the same thing as taking a shot of cocaine. If you take let's say you're bored in your life, you take cocaine, you produce huge amounts of dopamine that changes your brain so that normal life becomes even more boring. That's called desensitizing dopamine receptor sites. Now, one study showed that just it's just your first snort of cocaine reduces the amount of dopamine receptors in your brain by 30%, which means when you're done with that first hit, it will never be the same. That's what they say. They always wish they could go back to that first time. And it can go back, not with cocaine though. You can heal the brain by stopping the addiction. These receptor sites, big bright light, your pupils contract. If you just go into a dark room for a while, they'll open back up. Cocaine hits me, the receptor sites close down. Now I can't make as much dopamine. My wife can't stimulate that, even though she's new and different still. It can't compete with that. So this is why I'm a big fan of encouraging men not to do pornography. Is one of the reasons why men don't commit, is they have so much choices. You have all the dating thing with swiping. That's all new and different. See, that's dopamine. The right person won't have any stimulation on you at all. It's really very, very sad. I mean, we can get through all this. These are some of the obstacles. But so the idea here is when you first fall in love, it's new and different. You get these high dopamine levels. Men's testosterone levels go really high. Women's estrogen levels go really high. And so you have something called attraction. That's polarity. You know, we think about in the physical world, attraction is positive pole and negative pole, two different charges. And when you come together, they click. And that's the spark of attraction. So there has to be a lot of differences inside of us. And there's going to be that click as you get closer and get to know each other, click. For women to know, if you feel that click right away in a relationship, is the wrong man. That means it's pure fantasy. You're imagining he has what you want, as opposed to actually experiencing reality. So literally, there has to be this polarity based upon reality, not fantasy. Now, we had another thing happen with the whole feminist movement is, you know, when women are on their male side, men aren't attracted to them. So you got a positive pole, call it the male side, and the woman is on her male side. You get them close, and what happens? They repel each other. So now something very interesting I want to share is that women talk about their emotions. They talk about their feelings. That's very estrogen stimulating. Men like women's emotions, love women's emotions. When is a woman most emotional? Of course, when you're having sex. If you're making love, you're going to open your heart. You're vulnerable. You're feeling. What it means is you're allowing somebody to affect you. See, we go through life with all these barriers up. Well, if you don't like me, so what? If you don't like me, so what? But when you get in a relationship, your barriers go down. You become vulnerable. That vulnerability is what men are attracted to. That's essence of femininity. To see who I am. So let's just take a metaphor for this. Imagine, well, I know nothing about women, let's say, and I'm married to my wife, and she's not talking to me for weeks, and we haven't had sex in a while, and I think, you know, I need to go turn her on. So I think to myself, well, what would turn me on? Well, I bet if she climbed into bed naked, that would really turn me on. So a man will thinking, all right, I'm going to make up with my wife, so she's not talking to him. He takes off all of his clothes and says, honey, I love you. Let's have sex. Is that going to work? No. But it is a woman's secret power. If a man's in a bad mood and you walk in and say, okay, I'm done with all the arguing. I love you. F me. You know what his reaction will be? He'll be stunned. He'll go, okay. And he'll forget everything he was upset about. Sex is the most powerful thing for men, not the most powerful thing for women. Love is when men behave in a loving way towards her, in a respectful way, a considerate way, a caring way, and a way that penetrates her emotionally before he penetrates her physically. It's a very important thing. Now, I see these women with their walls up because they're strong, independent women. You can't be vulnerable in the workplace. You got to be, the can-do part of you, the have-to-do, fix-it thing. So you're over here on your male side, overwhelmed with stress. To come back to your female side would be very embarrassing. So it's embarrassing to have insecurities, doubts, feeling inadequacies, worrying, or being angry. A lot of this stuff doesn't look good, but actually it's the juice of relationships. It's what men are most attracted to. As long as you're upset about something, that he's not the problem. See, what is every romantic novel about? It's all about the woman in distress and the man who's going to save her. And then there's the dysfunctional romantic novels that turn women on to, which is one aspect that he's a billionaire, but he's shut down. He's a pirate and dangerous, but he needs to learn to love. He's a loner, but he can't express his feelings. She's immediately attracted to this. See, attraction is, those are very masculine qualities. But at the same time, she's turned on to him because she thinks, I can win him over. I can change him. I can improve him. She gets sucked in. The other one's the motorcycle guy. I watched a dating show a long time ago. The two guys were like really well put together guys with jobs and everything. And the other was total sleaze. I wouldn't even let him on my property. I would never let my children talk to this guy. And he was like straightforward. Yeah, I don't have a job. I just want to have sex. I like danger. I got a Harley, whatever. And the woman picks him. You gotta go. Because she turned him on, because he's an unavailable man. She grew up in a household with an unavailable father. When you have an unavailable father, which happened after the 70s and 60s, and suddenly, or the feminist movement, so many people grew up without fathers. Because when a woman is way masculine, no man's interested in her. Men need to feel, and of course what women say, well, they're all intimidated by me. I'm so successful, I'm so powerful. It's not so much intimidation like, you're so great and I'm not. It's, there's no job here for me. There's no job. I need to have an effect. Men are designed, what's my purpose? What's my mission? How do I make a difference? That's testosterone. If I do something without purpose and mission, my testosterone crashes. Unless I go for addiction. Men, the worst thing for men is a man out of work. You go to work, you make a difference. You get paid for it. If you go to work and get paid for it, your testosterone stays up. If you go to work and you don't get paid for it, your testosterone doesn't go up. If you don't go to work and you get paid for it, your testosterone stays down. That's an interesting thing, isn't it? Well, that was a book by Rockefeller where he wrote, his children were so dysfunctional. Rockefeller, one of these billionaires, he was so dysfunctional, he had to write a book of other children of billionaires to say they're all dysfunctional. They're weak. Because when a man doesn't earn his way, he doesn't build testosterone. If it's given to him, he becomes weak. He becomes passive. Is it already time to end?
No,
okay.
I have an appointment.
Okay, got it.
Thank you so much.
And you were going to be my timekeeper. Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, pleasure meeting you. So the idea of the whole 80s, women want romance. It was they were wanting that experience they've had a taste of, and they saw in the movies and the writers all that. They want that taste of feeling, I don't have to do it all myself. So that was it. Then we went into the 90s where my book became so popular because it dealt with romance, but it also dealt with communication. The big thing in the 90s was men don't understand. So it's almost like women said, okay, if I can't get romance, I'll go for the communication. And it turns out communication is so important to raise estrogen in women. So how to talk to a man so men will listen. The key is talk about your feelings. Now, when I say feelings, this is a very confusing word. I could feel sad, and that's a feeling, right? I could feel that you don't like me, and that's a kind of feeling. That we'll call a feeling belief. That's intellectual. I feel like nobody likes me. One of my daughters, when she was growing up, the waiter would come by and say, she doesn't like me. She just had this thing going on. So nobody likes me. I feel like I'll never get love. I feel like you don't care about me. That's your ability to feel a thought. Now, when you feel a thought and it makes you unhappy, like it's got some negative charge to it, the thought is always wrong. If you feel the truth, what are you going to feel? Always good. When you feel something that's not true, you feel bad. So you can already know that anytime you're feeling some thought and you're not feeling good, you need to change that belief. Like if I'm a writer and I feel nobody will want to read my books, I won't write books. To write a book, I got to think somebody's going to like this book. You have to have some belief to motivate you. So if you believe, I feel like my husband doesn't love me, he doesn't care about me, I feel he's forgotten me, I feel I'll never get what I need. These are all just beliefs. And if it doesn't make you, I'm so happy he doesn't love me, then it's a lie. So you have to challenge what those beliefs are. So I figured out how to challenge those beliefs. Is when you have a belief, whenever you're not happy about something, what do you feel? What are you thinking? And what emotion is it causing? What is it going to cause? It's some simple emotion. It makes me sad. Makes me afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you sad about? What are you frustrated about? Now, frustration, sadness, fear, when you feel those things, that's pain. See, we can experience and we can feel pain emotionally. There's only basic emotions that are universal, which are our pain emotions. They're anger, there's sadness, there's frustration, there's disappointment, there's fear, there's concern, there's worry, there's regret. All right. This is emotional pain. So when your brain feels an emotion, it says, okay, what thought is going along with that emotion? Change it. Automatically, it will change. Your brain will self-correct if you feel emotions. Not only does your brain self-correct by feeling and expressing emotions, is that you make more estrogen. The most powerful estrogen producer is you start crying. I remember watching one of these funny shows where the businesswoman, and she would go out in the park and she'd sit and burst into tears and then she'd feel better again. Okay? Just feel your emotions, not your feeling thoughts. If you look at adolescent girls, immature girls, everything they say, they go, I feel like, it's like, I feel like. They don't have enough self-consciousness to actually identify and label the emotion they're feeling inside. This is called emotional intelligence. The front part of the brain has self-awareness. The middle part of the brain has these emotions. When you identify and express an emotion, you're connecting the front part of the brain to the emotional part of the brain, and then you have control. And when you have control, then you can have rational thought. And rational thought says, well, what can I do about that? Or if there's nothing I can do about that, then accept it. Or maybe I could try this. Maybe I could try that. Or maybe I'm getting upset over nothing. How many of any of us have been all upset about something and the next day it's no big deal? Raise your hand if you have that. We're all upset. The next day, everything's fine. I experienced this for 10 years when I was listening to women 8 hours a day. They would come into my office, talk about their feelings, and I practiced not giving advice. So nothing's going to change in their life. And they come in unhappy, and I get them to cry. I'm like the master of getting a woman to cry just by asking questions. Women would say to me, I don't know what happens. I turn the corner towards your house, and now I start crying. Why? Because they feel safe. Because I'm going to listen to them with no judgment. And I'm going to have true interest. I love listening to women cry. But I don't cause it. I make it safe for them to open up and feel their emotions. As much as we say women, oh, they're so emotional, you are emotional, but have very little emotional intelligence, which can actually, in a conversation, say, I'm feeling sad because, or I'm afraid that, I'm concerned about this. You'll just tell the story. The story is superficial. It's I feel like, or what happened. So what we want is to talk in a way that a man will listen. If you bring emotion into a conversation with a man, your estrogen levels are going to go up. What happens whenever a woman's estrogen goes up in the presence of a man? He becomes interested. He gets drawn in, practically speaking, because he cannot relate to anything you're saying except I can relate to pain. I have a lot of pain inside. Every man walks around with pain. He often doesn't even know about it until a woman is in pain. He connects to her. He feels her pain, and that's how he knows his pain. And he feels compassion for you. He feels empathy for you. Now, I'm not talking about the modern man who walks around whining and complaining all the time. This has been conditioned from childhood. Section I was just writing today, amazing study, where it was looking at basic research saying, oh, we're all different because we've been cultured. Boys are cultured to be independent and problem solvers and goal-oriented and competitive. Poor boys. And girls are told to be sweet and nice and loving and kind and do fun things. Poor girls, not discovering their power. Well, this is what ruined the world. Not letting people first identify their exemplary male-female qualities and then expand and integrate the opposite. Is when boys are, oh, poor little boy, let's coddle him. You know, I've taught in the prisons. People say, oh, poor men, they didn't get to cry when they were children. Like that's the reason why, quote, there's more prisoners in jail. No, that's not the reason there's more prisoners in jail. Every single one of those prisoners has a dysfunctional father and an unhappy mother. Doesn't exist in there. I've taught San Quentin. I know them. They love me. Until that's why they kicked me out, is that they liked me too much. The warden said they're having too good of a time. Yeah, actually, I was kicked out of San Quentin, which is very weird. That was 20 years ago. It got a little weird too because they all wanted to know my address after they got out. I just kind of went, I don't want to be everybody's best friend. So, but it was the first time they ever experienced love. And here's where I'll give you the subtlety of it, which is why they kicked me out. Is I would teach classes of 32 men and 32 women I would bring in. And then I would have the men, this is psychology stuff where you do role playing. I'd give the men the instructions, the role play being her father. He would just say what I say to say. The women would express, they would cry, and the men's hearts would open. The only way they can feel anything is to make a woman cry by beating her. Then they feel something, because they're so shut down, as opposed to knowing how to treat her in a way that she feels safe so you can actually share her insecurities, share her doubts, share her regrets, share her feelings of embarrassment. There's a whole world that I experience with women in therapy that they would never share with their husbands. You know, one of my clients the other day said, oh, she had to stop talking because her husband was walking by. You know, I can't share this in front of my partner. Now, part of your feelings are not healthy to share with your partner. Because anytime you share a negative emotion that's stimulated by your partner, what's he going to do? He's going to feel blamed. A man cannot feel empathy for you if you're blaming him. You can't feel empathy for me if I'm blaming you. Everybody shuts down when they're being blamed. So what you do is such a simple thing. It's changed people's lives. My ideas are so simple. I feel like Trump talking about myself. The ideas are so good. Instead of talking about your negative emotions, which you need to do to balance out your testosterone, produce estrogen. So when you produce estrogen, you talk, most powerful thing is to share emotions, to feel emotion, communicate emotion, analyze emotion. I feel this emotion because. Then you actually feel it. It's out in front of you, and somebody mirrors you by hearing you. And your brain goes, oh, I can let go of that. I can go look at that. I can look at that. See, this is how you let go of negativity. I could be in an audience and nobody showed up. I go, nobody showed up. What a bummer. Yes, but look at all this other success I had. You balance. My husband completely ignored me today. Yes, but yesterday he didn't. But when you're in the emotion, it's like, he never gives me what I need. You're flooded with that emotion. And so you have to step back from the emotion to be able to say, yes, but look at all this. You can complain, and I'll just share my own experience. You know, I've done quite well in my life financially. I was in a fund. I had a lot of money. And my partner who ran the fund died, and we found out he was empty. I lost my whole savings last year. We're talking millions of dollars. And it turned out he had shorted. He put the biggest short. He would have been a $40 billion guy if his short had come through. It's a stock market thing. And he blew it. And then he died. Probably he was so stressed out over what he'd done. And so I have the reaction of, oh, yes, but I still have a job. I still can make money. I still do make money. So now I'm not stressed. It's devastating. One of my friends said, all I needed from a friend, by the way, one of my men's group, one of my friends said, they didn't say, how do you feel? What's going on inside? One of my friends, and I wouldn't tell him anyway. I'd suck it up because I understand how to be a man. See, men aren't taught this anymore. You're taught this if you go into the army. You stand in a line, and the drill sergeant just abuses you right in front of you more than any wife could ever do to you. And you say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Roll your eyes and you do 50 laps or 50 push-ups. You learn how to suck it up. I love this phrase, suck it up. I even tell my wife, if ever you hear me complain, if I'm in a pissy mood for a moment, just say, John, you're overreacting. Suck it up. It works because I told her to say it. I wouldn't just walk up to any man and say that. Okay, so I wouldn't do that unless I'm a drill sergeant. But I want to be reminded, I don't want to go over to my whiny, weak, wimpy victim side. I want to go to my male side. Because anytime a man complains, his estrogen levels go higher, his testosterone goes down. This is such simple biology. And yet we have this feminized culture that's feminizing men, that's destroying our youth. And you think, oh, this is so harsh. No, it's not. Now, if I'm 4 years old, it is. If I'm 8 years old, it is. But once a guy hits puberty, what you don't realize at puberty, a boy makes 10 times more testosterone in one day. One day, boom, just shoots up, just like you start having your period in one day. Boom, it happens. And at that time, when testosterone goes up, you do not need anybody asking you how you feel. You will interrupt your natural process. And now they've done it so far, they'll actually give you hormones. They'll give you estrogen to stop puberty. This is insanity. The craziest thing in the world. What's happening to our culture? It's just a blown up proportion of what happened since the 60s. Women going to their male side, we don't need men. Well, if you don't need men, what's my job? What's any man's job in this world? Make money to support a woman, have a family. That's our job. This is our biology. This is our biological imperative. If I don't find a woman and satisfy her and make love with her and make babies with her, then what happens in my life for most men is you'll be an alcoholic, you'll be a drug addict, you'll age earlier. And this is against statistics. Married men live longer and have less sickness. Married men live longer. And you might say, are these the happy male men? No, happy or not. The fact that they had enough commitment to stay with that woman for a lifetime, they will live longer. Because one of the most powerful things of producing testosterone is commitment. I say I'm going to do it, I do it. And if I don't do it, I feel terrible. And now but in order to follow through and have commitment, you need testosterone. And if you don't have, and look at the crisis here, the testosterone levels in men are half what they were like 50 years ago. On average, half. And every year it goes down, 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 down. I'm in my 70s. My testosterone's 50% higher than when I was a young man. I'm the exception. There's other men like me. I know other men with high testosterone. They're men. They work hard. They make money. They don't complain. I was going to bring politics into it, but I didn't want to. But high testosterone men they wake up and they work hard. Every day I get up, I do my meditation, I do my exercise, and I go and I write my books. I give my talks. I do the whole thing. If I don't do that for 3 days, I will be depressed. It is a limitation. My wife was very frustrated. I cannot take a vacation longer than 7 days. And even then, I have to do some work on the vacation. Keep my testosterone up. Because when you do things you like to do, enjoy doing, fun things, estrogen goes up. That's why men get addicted to alcohol. Estrogen goes up. Feels good. It's a thing for me. It would be not alcohol. It would be ice cream. It's some kind of 70s thing where men eat ice cream. The point of it is, if I eat ice cream, I get an extra 2 pounds in my belly. And you know what that 2 pounds in my belly does? Extra 2 pounds, 3 pounds in my belly. It makes estrogen. You see all these old guys that got bellies like this, they're pumping up estrogen, It's just a death sentence. For men, insurance companies know this. When a man retires, which means his testosterone levels dramatically dropped. Because if you don't have to get up and do something challenging or difficult, face the uncertainty and overcome it, this is men. If you don't do that, your testosterone levels drop. And so after you retire and you start playing golf or doing what you like to do or just piddling or whatever, now those aren't bad things, but that's the only thing. Then what happens is he makes all this estrogen. He has 3 years to live before his first heart attack. That's known. We have to keep our testosterone up. And for women, you go through menopause and your body's ability to make estrogen is limited. So you have to be more careful that you do extra things to produce estrogen and make sure that your testosterone levels don't go too high, because it's mainly learning to balance your estrogen and testosterone at that point. Before you go through menopause, you have to balance. The first part of your cycle is increasing estrogen. Then the second part of your cycle is reducing estrogen a bit and raising up progesterone. So if you don't have enough progesterone, you'll be depressed, anxious. All suicides happen for women about 5 days before their period when they're not making enough progesterone. Your body needs to be making a lot of progesterone there. What makes progesterone? Well, first of all, what takes away progesterone? Whenever you're producing a lot of testosterone, it uses up progesterone. That's biochemistry. To make testosterone, you use up your progesterone. So you go too far to your male side, you're going to have PCOS, these things that women have. It's all too much testosterone. Why do you have too much testosterone? Because you're not nurturing your female side. How do you nurture your female side? Today, one was romance, when you let men do things for you, when you let men help you, when you ask men to help you. See, that's a whole new art, how to ask a man to do stuff for you. You have no idea how to do it. What women typically do when they're not getting what they want is to complain. Complaint is just an uneducated version of asking. You always leave your socks on the floor. How about, honey, would you pick up your socks? And he's going to grumble. And so then you go, okay, I'll just pick them up myself. No, just stand there. You just say, honey, would you pick up your socks? And smile. Okay, I'll do it. He'll pick up the socks. And as he's moving to put the socks away, he's using his body. And whenever he uses his body, he makes testosterone and all his grumbles go away. You cannot imagine this. We're so unimaginable to you. Because if I said to my wife, honey, would you pick up my socks or pick up your socks? And she went, okay, I'll do it later. No, I need you to do it right now. Okay. When she walks away, she's making testosterone, not estrogen. So she'll remember that day forever. See, she grumbles. Grumbles don't disappear in a woman. But a man, they go away right away. As soon as he does whatever he grumbled about, he does it. And then he comes back and says, I did it, like he did some big, great thing. And at that point, you're very wise. You go, yes, you did some great big thing. You moved those socks. And women think, do I have to keep asking? Yes. It's the same question asked Jesus. How many times do you have to forgive somebody? And tell it's not hard to forgive. He said 7 times, 70 times or something like that. But the point is, my life's so smooth. My daughter was just saying to me the other day, Dad, you know, you're a real inspiration to me. I just watched you my whole life, how forgiving you are. It makes you so peaceful. People, every time you're upset with people, you're just beating yourself up. So how do you communicate to a man? First of all, you bring emotion into the conversation, 1. 2, you make sure that your emotions, anger, sadness, fear, regret, shame, all those emotions are not caused by him. They're caused by people in your life. So he doesn't feel blamed. So I realize this, women are coming in my office, they say to me, why are you such a good listener? How can you listen? My husband can't listen to you like you. He loves me. I said, because you're not complaining about me. If you complain about me, find another therapist. Simple. First time my whole career, somebody called me up and complained. I said, okay, bye-bye. I have no interest to make up with her. She didn't want to make up with me either. I just told her husband, this boyfriend of her had been cheating her 15 years and you should just leave. It's a dysfunctional relationship. She did not want to hear that. Some people just don't want to hear the truth. Normally I don't give hard truth like that, but I just felt so sorry for her to be completely deluded by this guy who just using her. She was just a booty call. And 1 out of 10 men is just a booty call. That's all it is. And when you do those swiping things, the statistics are 90% of the women, or something like, let's say 80% of the women pick 20% of the men. Now those 20% of the men have all the women. So they're swiping all the time. With so much choice, they're not going to pick you. They're so easy. It's fruit off the tree. It's low-hanging fruit. Just go on those things. If you're in and of course you can just write up something to make it seem like you're the alpha males out there. Was an alpha male. He's got a job. He's over 6 feet tall. And suddenly, anything less than that, you don't even get seen. So what you have is 80% of the women having one-night stands, hating men. And you have 80% of the men never getting laid, hating women. This is the world today. It's crazy. And then those 80% of the guys who are not getting the women, they're all doing porn. It's a big mess. So how do you fix all this? Well, you start with what are the basics? The basics is come back to your female side, know how to produce estrogen, find a man that you're not turned on to. That's the first step. All these women in their 40s, already their estrogen's low, and they say, oh, I meet these nice guys, but I just can't feel anything. There's no spark. I can't feel anything because you don't feel. You're a big, strong, independent woman. You don't know how to feel. How do you start to feel? Is you start to be vulnerable. Vulnerability is you get with a guy, you start letting him do stuff for you. He pays for the meal, he drives, he picks the date based upon what you like. Here's a basic dating tip for the single women. Guys will say, where do you want to go? Say, here's 3 places. You pick. He gets the lead. Whenever you can get a guy to lead you, you will feel more feminine. My next door neighbor, her husband, she divorced. And I looked at her, I said, you're in your 60s. You look really good. What do you do? I dance. I have a dance instructor. He's amazing. So what's he doing? He's leading her in a dance. That's what women, I want to just stop thinking. I want somebody to lead me, guide me. Not all the time, but sometimes. And that's what romance is. And so that's one of the big estrogen stimulators. The next one is the 90s, which was communication. Communication. Romance doesn't even work if you don't do communication. Okay, it's just kind of like that petered out, because what women need is to be able to share who they are. The more masculine they become. See, if you're a woman, you're like me. You lose all this money. All right, nothing I can do about it now. Let me fix it. I'll solve it. I'll work harder. Done deal. No emotions. Nobody can imagine how my friend's like, are you just destroyed? I said, no, I'm motivated to go make money. So I've got 5 books in my head right now, working on them all. One of them's a poetry book. It's really amazing. Anyway, so this is the male side. Now, does that mean men don't have emotions? No, I have all this emotion inside. I process it without talking to you about it. If I have all this, like I had fears come up, I had anger come up, I had anxiety come up, in myself, I process it. And there's techniques for men to process things quietly. Unfortunately, they don't know those techniques. So then it bursts out. And then he goes to his female side. So how do I process it? I analyze it. It's the beginning of Western therapy was analysis. This is Freudian. Not that Freud was a pedophile and crazy stuff, but Freud was a sick person. But he did start this whole movement in the West, copying Indian ideas from the East. And mainly men came. And what would men do? They were all rich men because they charge a lot. And you go into a dimly lit room. He'd lie on a couch. There'd be no eye contact. The therapist stands behind you and says, okay, so what do you think about that? And why do you think that? And why do you think that? And you say to him, well, what do you think? Well, what do you think I think? It's all about analysis. What do you think? What do you think? Whenever you analyze something, as this is stupid, let me look at it in a better way. Why am I feeling this way? Why am I thinking this way? How do I change that? What's a better way to think about it? That's the man's process. The woman's process, since I have more women here today, I'm telling you the process, is that you talk about your feelings to somebody that you're not trying to change. And just let that settle in. Women come to me for therapy. They're not trying to change me. And I explain to them, not only are you not complaining about me, therefore I'm a great listener. 2, I only listen to you once a week. That also makes it easy. And you pay me. If you want your husband to listen to you, you have to pay him. And what's the payment? He needs to feel successful. That's it. I need to feel like I actually did something meaningful. I helped you. But of course, he doesn't know how to help you. So you can't give him that unless you tell him. You say, look, I just want to talk about my feelings for a little while and I'll feel better. You don't have to say anything or do anything. Matter of fact, don't say anything. And I'm going to share with you for about 10 minutes, give him a beginning and an end. Men always need to know what's the goal, what's the point, talk for 10 minutes. Okay, we're done. 10 minutes, we'll be done. You're training him how to listen to a woman. We've never experienced this. My dad wasn't like to my mother, how do you feel about this, whatever. They had conversations, but they weren't all charged conversations. Why? Because she was making estrogen all day long. Whenever you feel I can depend on others for support. She had a lady that came in that helped raise the kids. She had a neighborhood that supported her. She had other women that weren't all in the workplace, so the parents could take turns with each other. She had time in her life to do what she loved to do. She wasn't having to go off and do some job that was a grind until the kids grew up. And then she had her own business. There's time for that. But first she learned how to be anchored into her female side by having somebody be there for her. We live in a generation, a divorced generation, where girls grow up not knowing how to trust a man. Your father wasn't trustworthy. He wasn't there. I mean, he's probably a good guy, but he wasn't like giving your mother what she needed. She wasn't giving him what he needed. Are we finished done? Is this 10 minutes?
Yes. So
Okay.
it's
Oh, we're already over time.
Extra, we're a little over time.
Oh.
I got caught up out there. So
Y'all been very
But you're
patient.
good,
We've been
yeah.
20 minutes overtime.
I know the energy in here is amazing.
Well, it's a fun talk. So the idea, I'll finish up the idea. It's so important is that, let me give you an example of a conversation. My new book, I give like 10 different conversations and you can see the difference. So one is, I'm going to be the woman here talking to your boyfriend or your husband, whatever. You could say, you know, I was in the office today and the copy machine wasn't working at all. And I tried to get help. Nobody would help. Had to go to another place to get help. I was expected to do X, Y, Z. They were supposed to be there on time. They weren't there on time. It just seems like I do everything. I feel overwhelmed. I don't get credit. You know, I had this other guy helping me. He took all the credit afterwards. Everybody's acknowledging him, not me. So that's a story, right? That's what happened. That's what didn't happen. That's what you would like to happen. That's a story. Now, if I'm a woman and I tell you that story, you're going to relate. Okay? Because that's your experience in life. That's not my experience. I don't walk through nobody appreciated me today in the office. Gee, I couldn't get help that I wanted. We don't think that way. We come a whole different set of glasses when we go through life. So when you tell me that story, I can't connect. You want me to connect. I can't connect. I want to connect. I want to get in there. You just have to open up because that is what's called a story. That's a superficial story. You're in your head. You're just describing what happened. Now let's try to come back to the story with emotions. Oh my gosh, today was so frustrating. my copy machine, that thing breaks every time. They're supposed to fix it. I'm so disappointed. I couldn't get it finished. And now I couldn't turn into paper. I'm so concerned. I'm worried. So-and-so is going to say this. And I get so mad because so-and-so did it and they got all the credit, not me at all. I just wish that they would appreciate me more. They don't. Okay. Done. Now, woman's terrified to say that. That makes you sound like a big negative whatever. No, for me, it's like, oh, okay, you got problems. I can solve them. It's emotion. And if you actually express yourself that way, not just being emotional, but identifying the emotions, because as soon as you identify emotion, already you're stepping back from it. It's no longer, I'm just upset. I'm upset. As opposed to, oh, I'm frustrated. Oh, I'm disappointed. Oh, I'm concerned. Oh, I'm embarrassed. You want to get a guy's real attention, love you more? Every day, remind him, say something like, oh gosh, today it was so embarrassing. I said this and I should have said that. That's pure humility. It's like you become like a sweet dazzle you can pick up and carry you wherever you want to go. This is vulnerability. It's emotion. That's what you're designed to do. And it makes estrogen. And as a result of that estrogen, you feel better, activates his testosterone. He feels like, oh, she needs me. You might think, oh, she's a delicate little girl, whatever. I'll be here for you. But then this is the problem. If you were to do that without understanding, I don't need you to fix it. I don't need you to solve it. I don't need you to say anything. I just need to share and then I'll feel better. And always feel better at the end. Then you say, I guess I just need a hug, and just go in for a hug. And you'll be like, gee, this is an easy job. And I don't know why she's paying me, but I like this job if it really works. It's something nobody thinks to do ever. And when we talk about the balancing of the female with the male side of you is the part of you that solves problems. It's the part of you that solves things. It's the part of you that makes an effect in the world. Okay, that's your male side. I'm going to change something. My male side's excited because I know some idea I have today will help your life. Okay, so I'm going to have an effect. That's my male side. My female side would be sitting in the audience going, gee, that's so helpful. That's helpful. I learn all the time, my female side. It's just that when I'm stressed, I need to go to my male side. If a woman's stressed, she needs to go to her female side. So now this is actually an insight that came to me while I was listening to something I wrote. And I realized again, whenever women are using emotions to change somebody, what side are they on? Their male side. You're trying to change somebody with your emotions rather than reflecting and sharing your emotions in order to change yourself. That's feminine. Just to get that. Now, all negative emotions, you have to realize this comes from a primitive part of our brain that has no logic. Okay, this is a monkey brain. It has no logic, all instinct, no logic at all. So what we're going to do is combine our monkey brain with the front part of the brain. So when we let the monkey brain try to change the world, who's changing the world? The monkey. And what are you going to evoke in your partner? His monkey reaction. This is called mirror cells. This is what happens when you have sex with a man. Everything changes. When you have a reaction to him, he will have a reaction back. And power comes from emotional charge. You can feel my emotion is positive emotion. But when you push on someone to change them, what will always happen? They will push back. So if you're angry with a man, he becomes angry back. If you don't trust a man, he will not trust you. See, you get the same reaction back. This is just the law of action and reaction. So if you use emotion to change a man, he will use emotion to change you back. And that's called an argument. And this is what women do. This is what men do. We both do it. And if we become aware that we're doing it, we can stop it. We just have to be able to stop it. So greater awareness that if you're using emotion, so let's analyze what these emotions are for if you're a monkey. I'm angry. I'm a monkey. I'm intimidating you. I'm going to scare you. I'm going to make you submit. I'm controlling you, right? That's what anger is for. Fierce teeth, bad loud noises. That's anger. So you get angry with a man, you're trying to change him, that part of your brain. If you're sharing, you're angry with your boss, are you trying to change your husband? No, unless you have the intent, you should go beat him up. Okay, sometimes that is a woman's intent. A woman said to me the other day, well, that's way too many details. We're already way over time, but you've been very patient in enjoying this talk. I'm enjoying it too. So, but the idea of anger, sadness, oh, I feel so sad. Why does someone feel sad? To elicit empathy, compassion, and someone to help you. You know, it's like if you look in the Chinese movies, a very primitive culture, they have ancient movies of the ancient times. All it takes is for a woman to manipulate a man. The women are always the manipulators. The men are the violent guys. So the minute she'll start to cry. Next scene, she's not crying. Oh, no, stop crying. Stop crying. I'll do it. I'll fix it. He can't bear to feel her pain like that because he can't feel his own pain. But so sadness is to elicit help. You get help that way. Manipulation. Now you don't conscious of it. It's just what it is. It's instinct. If I want to get help, I'll just cry. If I want to get help, I complain. Just a more heady version of I'm sad. I'm not getting what I want. And I'm not telling women not to complain. I'm saying complain, bring your emotions into it, and don't share emotions that have to do with he caused it to you. It's just deadly. What they're all taught in psychology classes is the I feel hurt because you. It's just because you put I feel in front of it, you did it. You think he's not going to get defensive? No way. But if you say, I feel hurt, he said that, then you're going to feel like, oh, I love you, honey. He shouldn't do that. Just don't blame your husband. The problem is, in the workplace, you're suppressing all your emotions. So you can't walk around blaming people in the workplace. You might inside, but you're not going to express that. You'll get kicked out. So you're suppressing all your emotions during the day. And now in basic psychological terms, this is the ABCs of psychology that I agree with, is when you push down your emotions, you displace them when you get home. And when they come out, they don't come out like remembering what happened today. It's just like suddenly he left his socks on the floor. And today, how many times have I asked you to take those socks off the floor? I just can't be happy with socks on the floor. Well, it's just a little thing. It's not a big deal. There was a wonderful popular book called Don't Sweat the Small Stuff. And if you're feeling good, it's all small stuff. And if it's big stuff, go to a therapist. If it's big stuff, you cannot handle it with your partner. Already you have big problems. You can't handle it. You need help. So if you're not going to get an expert's help, then realize that most everything is small stuff. But it grates on you. I mean, I have it happen to me. I can watch my stress level. You know, my wife died. Did I mention that? Well, she died 6 years ago. Very depressing for me. I'm remarried now. I'm very happy, but that was the worst thing. I haven't written a book since. Okay, it was just devastating for me. And I've recovered and healed and everything. I mean, men have all these feelings, but we just process them differently. That's all. We have to analyze them and feel them. We have to write them out. You know, eventually I have this app coming out, which will help particularly men, but also women. It writes out your feelings for you. It like you just give the superficial story, like I gave you a superficial story, and it will automatically, with the help of ChatGPT and certain prompts I put in, it will write out your emotions. It trains people emotional intelligence. It's the most amazing miracle. I tried writing it in 1995 because it's how I do therapy. I let women talk for like 20 minutes, and then I tell them, now this is what you feel. And they go, how do you know all that? Because I've talked to women over and over and over. But also I know it because I have a female side. And anytime I'm upset, I have to listen to my female side. And so I write out what she's feeling. I'm angry about this. See, you can't be angry without also having fear. You can't feel sad if you don't also feel guilt. They all blend together, and you have to separate them out and know what your emotions are. And then behind that, it goes, yes, this, yes, but, and then this shows up. We are designed to look at the bad and look at the good. The left part of the brain right here only sees good. This only sees bad. And you can just look at good and then you'll be stuck feeling bad all the time. Or you can look at what you feel bad about and fully feel it. Then your brain will automatically shift to look at the good. And this is called emotional processing. It's in all of my books. You can learn the techniques are in every one of my books. It's how do you process your emotions? And that's how men do it privately, by writing it out or talking to somebody, talking to a therapist. The problem for men is if they talk about their emotions with other men, it's kind of like, get over it. These guys say, I can't talk to other men about it. I can only talk to women about it. Then you really don't need to talk to women about it, because that means you're 8 years old. You don't need to be 8 years old in the presence of a woman, particularly not in the presence of your wife. So I can go on, but this is what I'm writing about in my book right now, is how to communicate to a man. So listen, it came to this part where you don't expect him to be a girlfriend and talk about his feelings. That's the first step. When men don't talk, that's good. Women say, oh, he's emotionally unavailable. No, he's available to you if you open up. You're the one with the walls up. You're waiting for him to open up before you let your walls down. You're the girl. You have to have the courage to open up your heart. And how do you do that with a guy who doesn't know how to listen? You tell him, give him a job. I just want to start talking about my feelings for 10 minutes. It's not about you, and you don't need to fix it. You don't have to solve it. Just listen. Don't do anything. Just listen and try to understand what it's like to be me. That's it. And now you are expressing what you feel. This is what I do in therapy with women. Just let them be women, but help them find their way back to their emotions, and they'll feel better. So it's not just looking at emotions. It's after you feel the negative emotions, then you make a transit to then just think, well, what do I want? 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 You see, every negative emotion is a, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. So sometimes you have to experience what you don't want, and then you really appreciate what you do have. It's my wife started this business this last year, complete failure. I lost all my money, and I invested all this money for my wife to have her business, and it's lost too. It's really been a hard year. But when she says to me, it's my big mistake. It's my big mistake. Now I just appreciate so much what you do for me. I said, good, it was worth it then. And for me, from my side, you have a spiritual idea that I'm always, everything that happens is a blessing. It teaches us lessons. And so I lost all this money. And guess what? You know, I haven't written a book in 5 years, maybe 6 years. Well, now I'm writing books because I have to, because that's how I make money. And, you know, it's like, I felt like, oh, I'm getting my ideas and all the blogs and everywhere. But no, a book can go so many places. So it's amazing how easy it is for me to write when I really need to make the money. And it's the same thing. Men are motivated when they have to solve a problem. I want my children to have benefit from my money. I want my wife to have benefit, you know, and all those good things. So I think at this point, just for fun, since you're sitting here and many people are happy to leave, are there any questions? Yes.
Do you have an estimated time when the book will be released?
That one? Let me, no, I hope in 3 months. But having said that, almost everything I've said is in my book called Beyond Mars and Venus. Somebody had me sign it today. Are you here? Can you show them that book? This book is fantastic. I think it was 8 years ago I wrote it. And it's called Beyond Mars and Venus. And big sections is how you rebuild testosterone as a man. The one main point I said today, don't do porn and don't complain. But then how to process your emotions, that's a bigger story. And then for women, all the different stages of your hormones, what time of the month, what you need to be doing at that time. In general, it's not like absolute, but knowing how to lower your stress hormones. Because think about it, when you go to see a doctor, if you believe he's going to help you, you'll feel better already. That's a placebo effect. Doctor can give you a sugar pill and it will work just as good as an antidepressant, just as good.
Talk to you and feel better.
What is that?
Just talk to you and feel better.
You'll feel better. He'll talk to you. And what is he'll talk to you means he'll ask you questions and you'll talk and you'll have somebody who hears you. And see, the point is, if you talk to a man about your problems with him, he can't connect to you. Because if you have a problem with him, he's the problem. He wants to connect to you as the solution. So if you talk about other problems and you say to him, I don't need you to fix that, unless you do, you can say, oh, this is a problem and what should I do? He'll bond with you by solving problems. But usually women are saying, look, I can handle my life. I just want to talk. And talking, one, it raises your estrogen, lowers your stress. 2, it just makes you feel good. Like she just feels, but what's happening in your body? Estrogen's going up. Another one is, I guess I feel the time is we're running, so I want to finish up. There's so much. Yes, question.
Just a quick question. With high school teachers, in your experience, at what age men or girls start this testosterone and estrogen?
Oh, it's puberty. It's whenever they're getting pubic hair.
But I mean, like, is there boys, could be boys long before, after puberty, to the change happens?
You know,
it's like a
go ahead, talk.
physical thing? Or is it
It's so physical, and it's brain.
It has to be 100%.
It's
Even if they don't know.
It's a biological shift. It changes there. Now, what grades? I'll tell you a story. When my daughter was going to middle school, at 8th grade, I was talking about these ideas with some of the teachers, and the algebra teacher says, you know, it's remarkable. I can have a boy, and he cannot get abstract equations. You know, he can copy it, whatever. He can't get it. He just can't grok it. And in one day, something will happen. He can suddenly get it. It's because it was in that day that his brain shifted. And that was his puberty experience. It is a place where boys, for math, very important for boys to learn math. Okay, they won't kick into the relationship till later. The girls kick into the social studies. And unfortunately, social studies now is all this craziness. But what girls need is the whole social study of learning that there are no facts. Okay, facts, when you're a child, you're in a state of fundamentalism where everything is absolutely true. There's a shift where your brain realizes that, well, this is true, but it's also this is true, and this is true. Like, I should always look both ways when I cross the street. But if I'm walking towards the street and there's no cars around, I don't need to look both ways. See, same situation, but you don't need. So the ability to develop the brain to be able to see what they taught us in 8th grade, or maybe a little bit later, is to look at newspapers and see 3 different articles about the same thing from different points of view. So there's no longer this absolute. And then you start if there's no absolute, then what I feel is an absolute too. So that's where they start using the phrase, I feel like, which is, if you continue that, you never get to feel your emotion. You just get stuck in feeling your thoughts. But that's appropriate at that age where they're starting to I have a point of view. My parents aren't always right. That can read, if you didn't get a lot of nurturing, that turns into rebelliousness. But the key factor there is socializations, particularly with other girls. And for boys, competitive sports. Very important. Mathematics and competitive sport. This all goes back to the Greek days and so forth. Is that
so at that age it's okay to say suck it up as a teacher?
No, you never say suck it up even to your husband. This is because I understand what I need, and I've asked her to help me with that phrase. Men today are just such weenies that you just suck it up. How dare you say that? It hurts my feelings. You know, I will never even utter the word it hurt me. Okay, that is like the most primitive part of the brain and feminine part of me. It's such a victim state that I feel hurt. But for a woman, she can share that feeling for sure if that's what she feels. But it's kind of like the go-to for women. It's not even limbic system emotion. It's all the way back to the fight or flight center. It's I feel hurt. And if you say to a man, oh, when you did that, I feel so hurt, and you're feeling that hurt, you just made him into the villain in your life. So if you need to feel hurt, find other things that are hurting you and talk to him about that. And he'll be like, I want to protect you. I want to be there for you. But what you do, but you want a man to change his behavior. So you want to say, when you did that, it hurts. Well, you can say, when you did that, I don't like that. What I would like is this. He will respond better. You know, it's like, do we have to amplify our pain and suffering in order to get change? But this is the world we live in. Everybody has to be so upset about this and so upset about that to try to create change. The more you push, the more push back. So, you know, I so much want to pick your brains and answer your questions, but was that an answer to your question? Okay. All right, good. You know, I just have such admiration for teachers. You know, there's this, but boys, particularly today, see, it was all women teachers when I was growing up, except for the gym teacher. But now that we're missing fathers at home, we need fathers. We need boys to be with fathers who are like me, going deer hunting with the men, doing all that. This was all part of being a masculine. You know, for me, I had a mentor in my teenager. It was a millionaire man. He was an adventurer, whatever. He took me under his wing. He gave me a job. You know, I had all these male mentors that helped me. And then in my 20s, I had a male guru who worked 24 hours a day and was always happy. So what that meant is he was on his male side, totally dedicated, and he was happy all the time. He was on his female side. So I got to see what that was, and that helped through resonance awaken that in me. And then when I was 28, I split. But to do my own thing. How many boys don't have that? See, this is what they need, is they have to have men who are cool, calm, and collected, and who are happy guys. You know, I enjoy my work. It's my passion. I'm dedicated. I work hard, because they don't have it in their fathers. 70%, in different parts of the country, 50 to 70% of children grow up without a father in the home. That means that's devastating to a girl. You don't even know what men are like. You know, as soon as a guy doesn't want to talk, you immediately go, oh my God, he must be mad at me, or he's a narcissist, or he can't share his feelings. This is big thing today, all about all the narcissistic, unavailable, emotionally. You want him to not talk about his emotions. That's one thing. It's good when a man is quiet, and no conversation is going to happen unless you initiate it by saying, I'd like to talk about this. And then it's not like he'll never talk, just not about his feelings of sadness or complaining or being a victim. You don't want to hear that from a man. That's what he has to learn to suck up. So when he does it, you just don't encourage it. Okay. What you do, my favorite phrase is, you out female him. See, everything's polarity. If a man goes to his female side, you're going to start listening to him. You're going to feel compassion for him. But when you're listening, feeling compassionate, you're on your male side. But when women go to their male side, they feel like mothers. And they feel like, I'm responsible for him. I have to take care of him. You can't feel attracted to him. He's supposed to be grounded. I mean, I always want to play this video I saw 25 years ago, some university professor talking about the 4 things boys are expected to become. Poor boys, you know, they're supposed to be fierce and grounded, not shaken by the world. Poor boys, they don't get to be upset and share their feelings. He was such a wimp. He was the wimpiest looking guy I ever saw. Every one of his points about these poor things that men have to do. And they, I can't remember all the details of it, but I just remember how completely in the wrong direction it is. And all I can do is help point us in the right direction. And there are some practical things we can start. And the most powerful of all is women, because women are the one who read the books on relationships. Most of the people here are women. We have some great men who are here too. Not that many. Why? Because in order for you to raise your estrogen levels, relationship is the key. For men, relationship is for him to balance his male side with. So, you know, you say, oh, men don't care about love. No, we go at the bookstore, we're buying the books on how to make money, because if we make money, then a woman's going to love us. And I remember before I got kicked out of Stanford, talking to these girls, and I said to this one girl, I said, they were saying, oh, this is all bunch of baloney, whatever. And I said, well, if you ever find a guy who wants to marry you and you tell your parents, what's the first thing they're going to ask you? What was it? Well, what does he do? What does he do? And if he doesn't do anything, they're really not going to be very happy with you. And she goes like this, my parents don't care what a man will do. I can do it all. I said, you just keep thinking that way. And but it created a big row. And then I got kicked out of Stanford. Same thing happened at Harvard. I can't even go to these places to speak anymore. There'll be riots. Okay. There'll be people threatening me and throwing things at me. And I have to have security. So they say it's too expensive to have you. It's crazy. Look, I'm such a nice guy. You know, what's so funny, as a young boy growing up, I thought, I'm such a nice guy. Why would anybody not like me? And so many people love me, but so many people don't. It's just threatening to them. It's because it means they're wrong. It means they put all this investment into doing the wrong thing. And when you do the wrong thing, you get the bad results. And if you get the bad results and you feel like you're doing the right thing, then you get to blame somebody else. So you get to feed this feeling of being a victim. And guess what? When you're feeling like a victim, it feels good. You just find other victims, and now you feel you're belonging with a group of victims. That's the world we're in right now. We change it. It's not so bleak. There's so many wonderful men out there for these women in this room, and so many wonderful women. I know that they're all over the place, but it's a diamond in the rough. You go out, you get a rock inside of it's a diamond. You have to realize, and just as men have the diamond in the rough, women have to learn how to come back to their female side. And as you come back to your female side, but one practical thing is what you have to know. This is a point I didn't finish. Women in their 40s, they've already been divorced. They're looking around at the guys and whatever. And they say, I meet these guys, they've got a job. Okay. They're well-to-do, they have good manners and so forth. I just can't feel anything. That's because she can't feel anything. She's waiting for a man to excite her. You can't depend on him to take you to that higher level of estrogen. You have to get yourself up to 50%, up to normal. Then whatever he does will be exciting. It takes time. It starts out as a friendship. It starts out connecting in your mind and connecting in your heart. You let it go from north to south. If ever south wakes up first, it's the wrong guy. It's based upon fantasy. He's not available. On some part of you knows he's not available, and therefore he's dangerous. So if he's not available, he's dangerous. What hormone goes up with danger as well? Dopamine goes up. Dopamine goes up. Your estrogen levels go up, and you flame on at this guy who's just not available to you. It's the same thing with celebrities. You see some celebrities like, whoa, that celebrity. You feel like, wow. It's like, what if I was with him? Oh my gosh, your estrogen levels will go up because he's completely a danger, and he's also fake. This is another thing which is amazing interest. How I want to approach this. Whenever you approach somebody who lies to you, they put you in a spell. The biggest spell we're going to watch the Academy Awards. Does anybody watch the Academy Awards here? Right. You do? So you like this spell? I remember it was about 15 years ago I stopped watching that because I just felt like I was putting on a pedestal. It was like, who are these people? They're like gods. They have these glowing outfits and everybody's cheering for them and so talented and bigger than life screens. It's all a lie. They're actors. That's not who they are. I guess what freed it for me is at a certain part of my life, I used to do like counseling with actors. Their lives are so messed up. They're not that. It was brilliant writers who gave them that script, and those brilliant writers are on drugs. They're in some altered state. There's no writer in Hollywood that doesn't take cocaine or amphetamines. Okay, they have blah, 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 like that. It's all fantasy. It's all imbalance. So what happens is you see someone, and if they're lying to you, you believe that because it looks real. Whenever you believe a lie, you disconnect from your ability to know what is true. When you don't know what is true, then you have no power. So now you are depending on them. So this weakness comes over you, but estrogen levels go up. It's an amazing thing. We're in a wonderful time of where the lies are being revealed. And when the lies are revealed, people are empowered to find their power within. And I think all this stuff about Santa Claus should not be taught to children. It's complete. You start out with a big lie. It's just this big lie that a big fat guy comes down the chimney. It's just like, how does that happen? Oh, it's magic. Just certain things are just big lies. And if you actually look at the whole thing about Santa Claus, it's a huge rabbit hole, but a main reason is Coca-Cola. You know that one. Yeah, the red and white.
I was going to comment.
Yes.
Because she's a teacher. I thought this conversation is so important. As a teacher, like you said, they now have maybe a really difficult job too, because young kids are confused what's being fed to them as to what should a girl be, a boy be. And a lot of it's biological, a lot of it's culturally, spiritually, religiously programmed. So we have to tease it out. But the biological part is so real.
It's the only thing that's 100% real.
Yes. And
matter of fact, anytime you're upset or happy, you're just imagining it.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that's real is that I have this male biology and you have this female biology. And when you don't acknowledge that, you're in a complete, you don't have an anchor. And therefore you take everything personally. You're constantly trying to feel validated as a person that I'm okay because I haven't been validated from my actual biology. And to validate biology is to treat boys in a certain way, to treat girls in a certain way. Culture used to treat boys in a certain way, used to treat girls in a certain way. We don't do that anymore. And so and we're just talking about the formative years. As you get to your 20s, it's perfectly fine for a girl to be completely on her male side because she's anchored in her female side. So now you go to your male side, you're in balance. Same thing for a male. You develop your masculinity first, then you go over to your female side. So it doesn't override all of your testosterone. So it's a real shame. The biological reality is the biggest lie that's now being taught. And I've been fighting this battle ever since I started, because even back in the 70s, people would get mad at me when I say men and women are different. But now it's just off the chart.
It's by design too.
Well, that's a different conversation.
And this is all going to be undisclosed, so people.
It's waking up. People are waking up. There was some Churchill or something who also was a liar. All these great people, if you actually find out the story, it's deception. I know you hang out here. Thanks for coming. Did you learn some good stuff?
Yes, really did.
Oh, I'm so happy you could stay. Okay.
I have your book in my car.
All right. Bye-bye. We should have been it's time to end. Oh, time for the truth. You see, here's now I'm just going to go off the record. Okay, this is off the record, which is another for high school kids, history.
Yeah.
Filled with lies.
Yeah.
Filled with lies. The victor writes the history. And it's the funniest thing, just for, you can't teach this, they'll kick you out of school, but here's a YouTube video. Every Saturday they come out with a YouTube video, and it's the hidden history. And it's called My Lunch Break. My Lunch Break on YouTube. It's only 20 minutes, and it will show you how everything we know about history is a lie. When you heard about Columbus coming to America in 1492, and there were all these Indians, and they were, didn't have many clothes on and whatever. Actually, there were Capitol buildings all around America. Beautiful Capitol buildings. There's no pictures of those buildings ever being built. They were here when they arrived. And you get glimmers of it because when they came, they thought there would be cities of silver and gold. There were, and they still exist. You go to St. Louis, you'll see a hotel. Go into the hotel, built in 1780. Like, did anybody have electricity at that time? Did they have cranes at that time? Were there universities to train? The most magnificent lobby and hotel are rotundant. All these beautiful structures that we see today, most of them were destroyed, but some still stay here. They're magnificent. How many have been to Europe? You see those magnificent buildings and churches, cathedrals. They were supposed to be built 500 years ago, 300 years ago. Did people have cranes? They were all, according to our history, they're all riding around on donkeys. They had no electricity. Go look at the pictures of the World Fairs. Magnificent, gigantic buildings, and then they all destroyed them afterwards. All this technology we have, it was here before. There was a huge, the whole reset that happened. They have pictures of San Francisco, all San Francisco with no people in it. And buildings covered in mud up to like the first floor. Something happened. We don't know what happened. All we know is it's a big reset. Did you know under every major cathedral, there's miles and miles, 200 or 1,000 miles of bones? Catacombs. Miles, millions of people, bones of, and yet if you look at population, it was just supposed to be like these little towns. So much is hidden about our history. And so when you believe a lie, you disconnect from your power inside to know what is true. And so you're easily controlled. So with that thought, we come back to our relationships where we can have reality, where women can feel safe to express their truth about how they feel, which is biological. It's an emotion, not a head thing. You have the head thing. What's the emotion? And you learn to do this. My app will help you to do it. But right now, you learn to at the beginning by just journaling. And all the great teachers today talk about how important it is to journal your feelings. I'll just add to it. Journal your feelings and then the emotions. Use the emotions. In all my books, I explain that process. Thank you all so much. It's been a wonderful time being here with you. What a fun evening. And you like my ideas about how to talk to a man, so he'll listen. Is that helpful? Yeah. Right? I know it was pretty advanced, but the main thing is talk about other things that are bothering you, not him.
the only thing that bothers you.
Well, that's the funniest thing. She said, but the only thing that bothers you is him. One of my friends, she's a best-selling author, 3 #1 best-selling books, all on love and relationships. And I told her this theory, and she says, "I mean, I have to talk about other things?" Yeah. She says, well, if I can't talk about the relationship, there's nothing to talk about. That's called displacement. See, all this stuff gets pushed down. It all gets put on the relationship because that's where you have the connection. So it just comes right out. Anyway, such a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for bringing that out. Now I like a little bit more clapping since I have a little bit. I feel the love. I feel the love. Thank you. That was really fun. What a fun day. I don't know how to turn this off.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.